liberty, and justice for all.
Next, Mr. Mayor, you are here. We have no minutes from a previous meeting, so, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the first thing I'd like to do, if I could. I have a proclamation I'd like to read for an employee who is out in the audience. If I could have the chief and then Roger Storrs just get up right up to the front here. You got to get up there, Roger. That's right. Now, I'm going to point out something first before I read this proclamation. This is the group that does a lot of work on the equipment and the maintenance of our facilities, and they're usually in coveralls and other types of uniforms. So I don't know how they got the dress blues, but they look really sharp. And so however you did that, congratulations, you guys. You look good.
Mr.
Don't
Mayor,
go working in
they've
those.
never seen one another dressed up, so they're very impressed with them.
I know. I could see how they walked up and everything. It's pretty impressive. But let me, if I can, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to read this. Whereas in October 1969, Roger Storrs began his employment as a firefighter with the Anchorage Fire Department. And whereas during his 38-year career with the Anchorage Fire Department, Roger Storrs was promoted to engineer and then transferred to the shop as a mechanic and subsequently promoted to lead mechanic. Whereas lead mechanic Storrs initially worked as a mechanic when the shop was downstairs at Fire Station 3 and transferred to the new shop building in 1974, where he has worked ever since. And whereas lead mechanic Storrs is considered an Alaskan expert on fire apparatus maintenance and has volunteered countless hours assisting many smaller Alaskan communities from Barrow to Cordova with their fire apparatus maintaining issues. And whereas lead mechanic Storrs has dedicated his life to keeping the citizens and firefighters of Anchorage safe by maintaining all of Anchorage, Chugiak, and Girdwood fire and EMS apparatus functioning. And whereas with his retirement effective April 30th, 2008, as lead mechanic, the Anchorage Fire Department shop and extended AFD family will miss him and his technical knowledge, sense of dedication, and humor. Now, therefore, I, Mark Begich, Mayor of Anchorage, Alaska, commend Roger Storrs for his 38 years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage and the firefighters and citizens of Anchorage. Congratulations. I'll come down and present this to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for stick right there,
We got one thing I'd like to talk with you about.
No.
Oh, yes. Back in '69,
Let's just step right here.
April 30th. And
Can I do something?
well, I did. My first paycheck was $32. By the time I paid state tax, federal tax, and school tax, it was $6.44, so I kept it. But this is from the city of Anchorage, and I was wondering if there was any way we could get the interest on this. Or what.
Well, if you had inflation, you probably owe us.
But anyway,
Great.
that's all.
Oh, my gosh.
It's
Okay,
69.
let me check your hourly rate. It doesn't even have it. It was so little. But you have a $10 school tax.
Yes, I do.
People might remember that in those days.
Yep.
That is amazing. Well, you probably owe us. So.
I hear you. Well, thank you, sir, very much. Thanks
Congratulations.
for everything.
Thank you,
Folks,
John.
thank you for everything.
Roger, let me have you move over there. Mayor and Roger, we have a plaque that we would like to present to you in recognition for your 38 years, and I want to say thank you very much and congratulations, and if you'd like to shake the mayor's hand one more time on that. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for this. Thanks for everything. Thank you.
And Ken McMillan would like to offer a quick presentation.
Roger, is from everybody on the line, the shop, you're going to surely be missed, but well thought of. This is hamburger wrapper.
I hear you.
You don't waste any hamburger wrapper. Mr.
Right. My favorite thing is a hamburger.
With your permission, I would like to invite Carol Storrs, Roger's wife, forward.
Yes, absolutely.
Carol, ladies and gentlemen, you know it takes a family to be able to survive in this profession, whether you volunteer or get paid, and family is very important. Carol, with this.
Okay,
flowers, which is a small token of our appreciation for allowing Roger and to get up in the middle of the night and over 38 years repeatedly come in to fix stuff that we busted. So, Carol.
Thank you.
What we got here?
I think I know the amount per hour now. I just did a calculation.
Oh,
It was $4 an hour,
What's the year again?
69. Yeah.
October 30th, 1969.
You guys look good in these.
Oh, gosh. Looky there.
There's his check.
There's the money. Yeah.
$2.44.
Oh, there we are.
$6.44 now says it
I
counts.
now got it made. Okay, well, it's even. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more item if I could.
Okay?
This is just the, a report, if I can get Mike just to give it to Dan, Mr. Coffey, and then he can pass it down. But this is a report between the first of the year and now, this is dated April 24th, but it's service request open and closed by the Code Enforcement Department, and it just is a pretty good document that I thought you would find interesting based on our new system and the success we're having in regards to dealing with land use issues, right-of-way issues, and so forth. But basically around code enforcement, I know last year we had a lot of discussion, the new system's in place, and this is very positive news. So I just wanted to share that with you, and that's from Jack Frost's team, who have done an outstanding job in doing that work. I think that's all I have right now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would now defer to the Vice Chair for a motion to incorporate the addendum.
I'd like to move to incorporate the addendum.
Is there a second? Do we need to push buttons?
Well, it's her.
Is there any opposition to incorporating the addendum?
Did it work?
All right. That hearing no opposition, this is the addendum.
Sir, would
No, we'll come back to committee reports. I just want to get the addendum incorporated. I think I did get it. What's that? Right. Consent addendum to the agenda, May 6, 2008. 9A1, resolution number AR 2008-92, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating the efforts of volunteers and organizations supporting the American Cancer Society's Relay for Life in Anchorage on May 30th and 31st, 2008, and encouraging community participation, submitted by Assemblymember Gutierrez. Number 9A2, resolution number AR 2008-93, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating the efforts. We can't waive reading.
We have to read them.
The efforts of volunteers and organizations supporting the American Cancer Society's Relay for Life in Eagle River on May 16 and May 17, 2008, and encouraging community participation, submitted by Assemblymember Osiander. Number 9B1, resolution number AR 2008-91, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating $500 from the State of Alaska to the State Categorical Grants Fund 231 to the Office of Economic and Community Development for the reimbursement of library conference travel costs. Number 9C3, Assembly Memorandum AM 302-2008, recommendation of award to Annette's Trucking Incorporated for Town and Country Estates Subdivision Street Reconstruction for the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering Department. Item number 9C4, Assembly Memorandum AM 303-2008, recommendation of award to Construction Unlimited Incorporated for E Street Downtown Corridor Enhancement Phase 1, project number 04-17 for the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering Department. Item number 9D8, Assembly Memorandum AM 304-2008, change order number 2 to purchase order number 270595 with CYS Construction Management Services Incorporated for construction of a security command and control center, Port of Anchorage. Item 9F2, the amount is $218,527. Number 9F2, Assembly Memorandum AM 305-2008, AWW Board of Directors appointment, Tim Sullivan, Mayor's Office. A 10-day public comment period is required pursuant to AM 31.10.020C. And number 13C, appearance request of Paul D. Kendall to request cameras for groups and public users at the Wilda Marston Theater and to call for a public energy forum. There being having heard no opposition to the motion to incorporate, those items are incorporated. We would now go to committee reports, and my request on committee reports, if there's an item from that committee that's going to be discussed later in the agenda, I would ask that you hold off on committee reports on those features until we take those items up and start with Mr. Coffey. Ms. Johnston.
Nothing.
Ms. Ossian.
I just wanted to tell people that we're going to be talking about Chapter 5 in the Title 21 committee meeting. Basically, we're looking at what uses are appropriate in what zone. If you are interested in that, we meet at the Planning Department from 9:30 to 11:30 on Thursday morning.
Ms. Selcraig, or Dr. Selcraig, I'm sorry.
The Community and Economic Development Committee will be meeting on Wednesdays. I'm going to confer with Mr. Gutierrez because Wednesday is also when the Public Safety meeting will meet, but we'll figure out a way to stagger them. And then I will be connecting with Mr. Birch and Mr. Gutierrez in terms of the content that we'll be looking at there. I'm looking forward to working with them. And
as chair, the only thing I would note is that this is our first official night of trying to start our dinner hour between 7:45 and 8, and we'll try this for at least 2 meetings and see what the public feedback is as well as from the body and decide whether we continue that. Mr. Birch.
I did attend a Chamber of Commerce board meeting last Friday. We had a couple of presentations, and they're actually taking a look at some of the initiatives that are going to be under statewide consideration. Nothing to report beyond that. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, Ms. Johnson and I met to talk about some goals and the mission of the Budget Finance Committee, and we came up with some ideas that we would like to task the Budget Advisory Commission with, and tomorrow I will be attending that meeting to talk to them about some of our ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Public Safety Committee has not yet met, but I have conferred with Mr. Coffey and with yourself separately, and hopefully before the end of the evening tonight we can set a recurring date for those committee meetings, also with respect to Dr. Selcraig and her committee, so that we're not overlapping, but we will get that going shortly.
Good. And Mr. Starr.
Audit has nothing, but I do have a point of order, if I can take that up for a minute. There's some late on the table items, and I was wondering how you were going to add those in. We accepted the addendum. I think we may need to reopen that.
We can reopen it. I actually, at least I hadn't seen the late on the table items. Maybe I'm missing. I looked for them, and so do we have some late on the table items?
I'd like to just finish.
I have 3 in front of me, I believe.
Have they been distributed yet?
Okay. I think they're up on the front of you there. If you.
No, I think that's just information.
One of the AMs is up there. I know that.
Okay. Is it the yellow?
No, it's the bottom of the white. AM 310-2008 item from the mayor. And we have an AR 2008-90, I believe. I don't show that anywhere.
I see 310-2008 and 2008-90.
And then there's a 2008-95 I don't show anywhere. Thank you.
I don't see.
And I don't see that.
The 95?
Okay.
I don't know.
So is there a move to incorporate these 3 items?
I move to incorporate them, please. Do we need to list them separately?
I'll read them. But move to incorporate that. It's just a motion to incorporate the late on the table items. Is that the motion?
Yes.
Second. All right. So there are 3.
We need to do them individually, I believe.
I'll read these 3 items, and then we'll see if there's any opposition to incorporating the 3. The first is AM 310-2008, recommendation of award to Alaska Trailblazing Incorporated for Chugiak High School Athletic Stadium artificial turf for the municipality of Anchorage, Eagle River, Chugiak Parks Department, $619,750. The next is,
Point of information?
yes,
Where will that be on the agenda?
where is this on the agenda?
It would be E something, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, it's a bit of work.
C5, thank you.
That will be 9C5.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is AR number 2008-95, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its temporary non-objection to transfer of restaurant eating place license number 4523 from the current licensee Armida E. and Jose Hernandez, doing business as Simon's Taco Rico, located at 2409 C Street, to licensee Khaled Azem, doing business as Sahara Restaurant, located at 2409 C Street. And I believe that would be item number...
B2.
B2, 9 Bravo 2. And the last is AR 2008-90, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,807,853 from the Building Safety Fund 181 fund balance to the Development Services Department Building Safety Fund 181 for implementation of the permitting, inspection, and licensing system. 9B3, 9 Bravo 3.
Actually, it's F3. It's for introduction only.
9F3, okay. All right, are there any objections to incorporating those three laid on the table items? Hearing none, and Mr. Flynn, I know you're on the phone, and I'm asking for voice votes, so if you have objection and we hear nothing, we're assuming you're not objecting.
Mr. Chairman, pardon me. Did you get 9E4AM 35-2008, which the administration handed out to me? I would move to incorporate that into the addendum.
303?
No, 35-2008. I gave copies to the clerk to hand out. It's the report on the Midtown Business Improvement District.
We don't have it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I gave it to the, there it comes. It's 9E4 it would be, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that would be 9E4. And that's Assembly Information, AIM 35-2008, subject Midtown Improvement District Report. Is there any opposition to incorporating 9E4? Hearing none.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. I think that then brings us to, we've incorporated the addendum. Okay. That brings us to the consent agenda.
I had one announcement. I had an announcement after Mr. Starr, and we went through addendums. About, I just wanted to mention this today.
It's 9B1.
All right. Go ahead. Dr. Selcraig has an announcement.
I just wanted to share with the Assembly that I was at a awards a presentation today for the City of Anchorage, and I think that we can really be proud. Anchorage has been recognized for the second time as a nationally recognized city of tree city. And what that means really is that we've set some standards in our community for green and open spaces, and we've made commitments, and we can be recognized nationally along with some other wonderful cities. Also, we talked about the importance of kind of open space, and we recognize that the municipality is bringing on a new position to manage and the tree resources, and we should probably be seeing some information coming from them after the new position is filled. So thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the consent agenda, any items to pull, Mr. Coffey?
One moment here. None.
Ms. Johnston?
No, thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
9A1 and A2.
9A1 and 9A2. Mr. Flynn, I know you're not in the room, but I saw your chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing to pull tonight.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, nothing.
Dr. Selcraig?
No, thank you.
Mr. Birch?
9E2 and 9F1.
Echo 2 and F is in Foxtrot 1. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr.
I have nothing.
All right. As to the remainder of the consent agenda, other than the items pulled.
Mr. Chair, the administration has an item to pull.
I apologize. Thank you for the reminder. Administration.
9F3.
Which must be in the agenda.
Okay. Other than those 5 pulled items, please. Oh, I'm not ready yet. We need to vote. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
And a second. Who's first in the button?
I think I was first.
Somebody push second.
Whoever is fine.
Are we ready to vote? All right, go ahead and vote. Ms. Johnston. Actually, and I apologize, it's...
Mr. Flynn? Don't we do a voice vote if somebody's not
Did some...
Sorry.
on the consent agenda?
Yes.
And I apologize, I will make a point in the next ones to ask for a voice vote for no objection. All right, that brings us to number 9A1. I believe Ms. Osiander is reading and Mr. Gutierrez is presenting. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to conjoin them, if that's all right.
We may need to make the motion separately and then move to combine the two. We need 9A1. Okay, we need a second.
Second.
And do we need to put up 9A? Yeah, is there any odds? We'll combine the hearings, but we'll move them and approve them first?
There's no hearing.
Right. No, I'm just trying to keep the computer system on target because they're not separate in the computer system. So we need to approve 9A1. Any opposition to 9A1? Hearing none, that matter is approved, and let's take up 9A2.
Move to approve?
Second. And any opposition to 9A2? Hearing none, those two are approved, and I have heard a motion to combine for purposes of presentation, which I will take as not opposed. Mr. Gutierrez will present, and Ms. Osiander, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since these are basically identical resolutions, I thought it would just be simpler to do. I want to, before I read this, say a specific thank you to Mr. Gutierrez for doing the yeoman's work on this. There's 2 resolutions here celebrating the efforts of volunteers and organizations supporting the American Cancer Society's Relay of Life, both in Anchorage on May 30th and 31st, and in Eagle River on May 16th and May 17th. Whereas deaths due to cancer are on the rise in Alaska, and whereas today deaths from cancer can largely be prevented through healthy habits and early detection, and whereas an estimated 2010 new cancer diagnosis will be made in Alaska this year, and whereas cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among children, and whereas in 1930 only 20% of those who developed cancer survived, and today nearly 65% are cured, and whereas the American Cancer Society is committed to reduce cancer deaths by 50%, reducing cancer incidence by 25% by the year 2015, and has funded 42 Nobel Prize-winning researchers who helped save countless lives from cancer. And whereas the American Cancer Society is holding its annual team relay event, Relay for Life, in Anchorage on May 30th and 31st, and to have fun while raising money to fight cancer and provide services to cancer patients and their families. Then I made a mistake here and didn't include the Eagle River dates of May 16th and May 7th. Now therefore be it resolved that the Assembly extends its thank you to everyone involved with the American Cancer Society's Relay of Life for their efforts to celebrate successes against cancer, to remember those who have lost their battle, and to fight back against this dreaded disease. The Assembly also welcomes and encourages all members of the community to join in the fight against cancer by participating in the American Cancer Society's Relays for Life, both in Eagle River and in Anchorage. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the American Cancer Society and all of our volunteers, we want to thank you for recognizing both relays being held on upcoming weekends. Throughout the United States nationwide, one out of every 100 Americans are relayers. There's more relays than Walmarts. That's one of our pride points. But thank you for your support, and we encourage everybody to come out and relay this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go too far. We have two people in the queue that want to say something. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, no questions for our friends from the American Cancer Society. I just want to extend the invitation to everyone here to attend one of these two relays. If you've never been to a Relay for Life, and until 3 years ago, I included myself in that category. My friend Jennifer Adzema works for the American Cancer Society, asked me to come be part of Relay. I said sure. I had no idea what I was getting into until I showed up that night and saw the scene. It is an amazing event. The energy, the enthusiasm is just incredible. And people have said, well, everybody's having so much fun, but this is about cancer. What's fun about cancer? And the answer is that we're celebrating our victories, remembering those who we have lost, and fighting back against cancer. The mayor comes to the Anchorage Relay every year, and we're very pleased and honored by that. So again, I would invite everyone, if you've never been to a relay, or even if you have, come on out. It's an amazingly fun time.
Dr. Selcraig.
I just want to say thank you. I don't think I know anyone who hasn't had a friend or a family member touched by cancer. And it is an epidemic for us, and I deeply appreciate the work you're doing, and I think I've been inspired to show up. So I'll see you Saturday.
And I'll just note, in the world of cancer survivors, this weekend, or this past week, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was visiting Anchorage as an invitation of the Bar Association, and she is a cancer survivor, and she commented during the course of her visit that surviving cancer gave her a new appreciation of the joys of life. Thank you very much. And then before I call on Mr. Birch, I noted we did appoint one person to a commission. If you are here, please come down, tell us who you are and what you've been appointed to. This is always the challenge of the chair. We all seem to forget to call them down. If you were just appointed to a commission, please come and let us know who you are. All right. That brings us to number 9E2, Mr. Birch.
Move to approve.
Accept.
Move to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Push your button, Mr. Birch.
I need somebody, there we go.
All right.
Second.
Go ahead. Mr. Birch.
Just basically, I had some questions that had come up. I think I'd mentioned them to you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted maybe a brief overview from the administration as to where we stand with the outcome of this audit regarding overpayment and controls on our payment system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask the police and fire chiefs to comment. Are those the questions that you had, Mr. Birch, related to those two departments?
What I had flagged on 9E2 here is it indicates the fire department received significant overpayments, and the police department payroll process lacked basic internal controls to prevent errors in their payroll system. And I guess I just was interested in
absolutely, Mr. Birch. Chief?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Birch, thank you. We do not believe that there were overpayments. We believe that we have made some clerical errors which would appear on face to be overpayments, but the net effect is this. For the last 40 years that I'm aware of, We have taken 56-hour employees and moved them into 40-hour positions, and we've maintained their year-end net salaries when we move them, rather than, because you're moving from a 56 to a 40, reducing their annual wage by 40%. Are you with me so far?
Actually, you lost me on that. So you
Well, let me step back and say that we were negotiating the contract. I was president of the union in 1975. And we were trying to negotiate for parity for our firefighters with garbage men, because our hourly wage for the firefighters was considerably less. And the city contended at that time, and still contends, that it's not about the hourly rate, it's about the annual remuneration. In other words, what your paycheck is, what it says on your W-2 at the end of the year. What we had done is that we... It's not... Sorry. We had moved our 56-hour people into 40-hour positions and recalculated their hourly rate by taking their annual compensation on a 56-hour and maintaining that to a 40-hour.
Sorry for the disruptions. That is better. Does that make sense? So their annual compensation rate remained the same.
So how many hours a year do these people work?
Whatever the average, it's 2,080 on a 40. It's 2,900 something on a 56.
I guess I'm still confused about, I mean, there should be a certain compensation level for a certain number of hours per year, and there'd be an hourly rate. And I guess I still.
Well, I might be able to offer one further thing. Typically, these individuals at this level, both the level that they were at and at their new level, would be salaried employees, so the annual compensation would remain the same. Under the present circumstances, what happens is, and this is Mr. Raskin's bone to pick, is that that's true if you're in the union. It isn't true if you're a non-rep or an executive position. It's based on your annual compensation and not the hourly rate. The hourly rate gets very confusing when you're within the union moving from a 56 to a 40. So we moved these people from a 56 to a 40-hour. We maintained their annual compensation, the amount of money they made at the end of the year, by adjusting the hourly rate. It didn't reflect that in the paperwork, which was essentially a workaround. And let me offer this. Firefighters are kind of can-do people. We do whatever's necessary to achieve the outcome, and that's a personality trait that I think is good in most cases. It drives the auditors crazy. In this particular case, there was no mechanism within the municipal system for us to move people from a 56-hour, non-reps and executives, from a 56-hour schedule to a 40-hour schedule without many tens of thousands of dollars in reduction in their annual take-home.
Well, if they're working 16 fewer hours a week, if I understand what you're saying, is they go from 56 hours a week to 40 hours a week, I would think there would be a reduction in their annual
Right, except
salary.
that they're not making $20 an hour, they're making $30 an hour, and that's where the adjustment comes in. On a 56-hour week, what we negotiate for them is their annual salary. We attach an hourly rate to that just simply so that if an individual works or doesn't work or doesn't show up, he can be or she can be docked. As a practical matter, what the city has focused on for 30 or 40 years is that annual remuneration, the amount of money the person makes at the end of the year.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one more thing, too? The 56-hour employee, it's a 24-hour day.
Correct.
In essence, so keep that in perspective, that the 24-hour day includes their downtime and everything else. When you shift those folks to 40 hours, they're working, they're doing everything. There's no downtime in those 40 hours. Is that a fair statement? That's
correct.
the big difference. So the annual compensation is the same. The difference is that a portion of the 56 hours, because the design of that employee, it's a 24-hour shift. So you're sleeping part of that time. But there's a compensation package for the employee. What we did is shift them to the 40-hour week which now has them working 8 hours or whatever the shifts are, that put them to work every hour.
Okay, it seems like if you hold the compensation the same and you have a 16-hour-a-week reduction in compensation, whether it's for standby or sleeping or whatever they're doing, it seems like that's a significant increase. And anyway, we don't need to thrash it out here, but I still am concerned and don't fully follow what we're doing here. But
may I get with you after or on the side? I'll give you a call.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then other questions for the police department, or was that enough?
Basically the same question. It just seems to me like we have an auditor that says there's improper financial controls that have allowed this to happen, and I know I would agree that the fire department is a can-do organization, but it seems to me like if you have a significant reduction in hourly requirements for somebody to be on the job, that it's either an increase in compensation somehow or another. But if you hold the compensation the same, it seems like it's there's not a match there that I understand.
Okay, well, I might close then by offering one final thing, and that is that the city has always argued, to my knowledge, at least for the last 40 years, that it is not about the hourly wage, it's the annual compensation for job classifications. And that's what happened here is we wanted to make people whole. They were doing a supervisory job over people in positions at a battalion chief level, which is our 56-hour supervisory position. These people are assuming positions of responsibility over those individuals, and the net effect would have been that we would have reduced their pay by 40%. And what we tried to do was keep them at that same rate, not a raise, but maintain that same rate. And what happened is that there's no mechanism. There wasn't. We've resolved all of this, though. This has all been taken care of and cleared up, and we are getting ready to go through working with HR and OMB to initiate and bring forward language that will square this away so that we can have this happen in the future. We won't have this happen in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that all for the fire chief? Mr. Starr's in the queue.
Only just I have 2 points. One is to the chief in that we picked up on this issue a little bit at the December budget and finance reviews with open positions and PCN number arrangements, and I think a lot of it is the departmental reorganization. The only one point is that there's still a deputy chief position in a funded but unfilled position category, and I was wondering if you were going to address that, or did we miss one of them, would be the only point there. Because I know you did reorganization with the deputy chiefs with Ms. Weston, and some of that occurred, but there's still a deputy chief position open, and I was wondering what you're going to do there.
It just simply needs to be loaded into PeopleSoft correctly. That's simply a time issue, and we're wading through that right now. A reorganization, I guess I should say to everyone, one of the principal mistakes I made was not appreciating the amount of work it was going to put upon our payroll people to change these job classifications and change people and their position descriptions within those job classifications, and it is a monumental task. I have to apologize to all of them because it seemed pretty straightforward to me, but as a practical matter, working within the PeopleSoft system and all the pieces that need to come together was grossly miscalculated by myself and not appreciated well by some people who were giving me some advice in this matter as well. So we're all much clearer on this, and I think we understand that we're not going to let this happen again. And a major reorganization like this, we moved 35 people, all the top people in the organization, was very challenging on the face of it, but particularly challenging for those people in payroll who have to enter that data, make all those changes on top of their regular jobs.
Yeah, I appreciated the answer you gave me last week as well as we reviewed the report. So it seems on the up and up, and I'd be happy to meet with you offline as well just to follow up the loose ends. So thank you very much.
I'm assuming that the folks that have had questions don't have more questions for the police chief, and it looks like the fire chief gets all the questions. Dr. Selcraig is next in the queue.
Can I just finish? I still have the floor.
I apologize.
Not for the chief, but I just had one more question about the report. So if I can just ask it, then I can get out of it.
Absolutely. I thought you were done. No.
Well, does somebody have it for the chief, I guess? Okay, thank you very much. This is on page 16 and 17. It talks about the take-home vehicle policy, and mostly for the administration because I don't see Wanda here, but through the chair, Mr. Abbott, doesn't your position authorize the take-home vehicle via a letter of authorization to OMB to keep on record. Is that how that's supposed to work?
I believe that's the case, yes.
And so when vehicles are being taken home, you authorize that as your position, and then you authorize a letter to be on file. One of the aspects,
by class or by individual, yeah.
Correct. And are you going to work on getting that up to speed so we can have because I asked for it sometime back in December, and it was not real clear as to how many vehicles were going home and what was happening in that regard. So
I wasn't aware of that request. I think it's something we can get you on pretty short notice.
Well, it isn't. I mean, I'm not demanding it necessarily, but I believe the financial accounting requirements are for take-home vehicles. There's a tax obligation that we as a city have to uphold, and I wouldn't want those folks to find out a couple of years from now that we made a mistake and retrofit their taxes.
That's actually happened in a couple of recent years. The guy sitting next to me is somewhat uncomfortable as a result of that. But, yeah, we absolutely owe our employees accurate information and accurate IRS reporting.
Yeah, and I guess the OMB office there, without Wanda, Sharon, perhaps you can say who's the key focus person there to kind of get that, and are we going to need to spend overtime to get it up to speed?
We won't need to spend overtime to get control over this particular audit deficiency. Wanda's very interested in maintaining the list and adhering to the policy.
Great. I appreciate that, and thanks for the report. That's all I had.
And no one else is in the queue, so I will ask you, is there any opposition to accepting AIM 32-2008? Hearing no opposition, that is accepted. Next item on the next pulled item is number 9F1. Mr. Birch.
Move to approve.
Move to introduce.
Introduce.
Third.
We need to push your buttons, the first two, please. Mr. Birch, the second, Johnston, and who's the third?
Third.
Dr. Selcraig is the third. This is 9F1. Go ahead, Mr. Birch.
Just a question through the chair of Mr. Maynor regarding a non-exclusive relocatable trail easement to be issued to the U.S. Forest Service across Heritage Land Bank parcels to the extent that the city is giving up an easement across city-owned lands. I just was wondering where we're at with the U.S. Forest Service. I'm always interested in exchanges. Are there any trail access requirements or interests that the municipality has in gaining access across U.S. Forest Service lands?
Question for the administration. I'm not sure who's the best one to take it.
Mr. Birch, through the chair, this is a permitted trail system to the Forestry Service to be maintained by the Forestry Service. We're not disposing of any land or giving up any land in this transaction.
I understand. Do we have any instances where we're looking for access across U.S. Forest Service properties in or around our city-owned land?
We haven't had that occasion occur yet that I'm aware of, but...
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions on 9F1? I see no one else in the queue. And because we don't need to act on it because it's just been introduced. Okay. So that's introduced. The last item pulled is by the administration, which is 9F3.
Mr. Chairman, if there's a motion to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Is there a third?
Third.
Dr. Selcraig is the third.
Somebody should push, Mr. Chair. There we go.
The first is already done. You can't do third.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
2 points on this. One, we'd appreciate a public hearing date of May 20th for this item. And second, I know we just were able to distribute this today, and it's only for introduction this evening. It is a significant appropriation, and I commend to you the Assembly memorandum that's attached to the appropriation item. Some of the Assembly members will remember a couple of years ago when we acquired the code enforcement software provided by a vendor named Hansen. That's turned out to be a pretty good decision on the Assembly's part. It has served the administration well. The mayor just distributed a report that would not have been possible for us to generate a couple of years ago without the software that's now available to us. In any case, we're now looking As we conceptualized, or as we discussed with the Assembly years ago, we are now looking to acquire additional modules of the same type of software. This software would run the building permit system. Obviously, a critical piece of software both for the administration's role as well as the public's role. We think the increase in functionality associated with this new software will dramatically improve the service. It'll make the system a little bit easier for the municipality to use. It'll make it tremendously simpler for the public to use, both the permitted and the interested public as well. In any case, the project is outlined in the Assembly memorandum. On the 20th, we expect also to be bringing you a proprietary purchase authorization to acquire the software and to spend the amount in this appropriation. I didn't want you to be surprised by that, and we're certainly available if there's interest in questions or even a work session on this topic in advance of May 20th. We're available to do that. We are hoping to implement this on a relatively quick timeline and to get this in process or in use by the public no later than the end of the year. To make that happen, we do need the Assembly's action this month. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone, Mr. Coffey in the queue?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I remember when we bought the other system from Hanson, and I'm glad to hear the administration believes that it's functioning well. My experience has been pretty much the same in the limited times I've looked at it, or used it rather. I just wonder why $1.8 million and then in a relatively quick matter, like 2 weeks hence, we have to approve it. And as I understand it, this will be like step 2 in the Hanson system, followed by 3, followed by 4, followed by 5. I guess my question is this, and I'd rather than wait 2 weeks and ask it, I'll ask it now. First of all, what's the rush, and why wouldn't we want to get a report or a quick look at what we've already bought and how it's worked and where the problems have been and so on? Just a thought.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coffey, we certainly wouldn't object to a work session on this to present some of the information that you've just asked for. We can meet individually with members if a work session is not preferable. I don't necessarily know that there's going to be steps 3, 4, and 5. At this point, the only element that we're actively considering is the one that's before you for introduction and hopefully support in 2 weeks. There may be other pieces of this, but at this point, this is the critical element of what we're looking for right now.
Well, I understand that, but I seem to recall when we had the original presentation a year or so, or I forget, 2 years ago maybe even, that it was the sort of thing that we would see how it worked, get to the next step, because I guess there's a fully integrated system that goes beyond what we have and beyond this as well. Is that correct?
There is. There are other elements of the land-based permitting and public access systems that would be available to us. But as I said, at this time, this is the only bite we're currently considering. There may well be other applications that we seek to use as well. We certainly wouldn't acquire anything that was not inconsistent with this platform. The question is whether we would use this vendor necessarily.
Yeah, I understand that. I just brought it up because of my recollection. Mr. Chair, I would appreciate sort of at least an hour to have a discussion at a work session on how the current system's working and what problems, if any, we've had and experienced, and then before we spend about $2 million on, the next step, really, because I truly believe that in the next few years we're going to see continued expansion of this or a system that is compatible with this, because my experience is it's working pretty good so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. And for some reason, the queue is not working on this item, so if you need to speak, make sure I see you raise your hand.
I believe the work session on this system was done before I was on the Assembly, and considering we've got another group of new members, it might be worthwhile for the administration to maybe make it an hour and a half, take a half an hour and bring the new people and actually Mr. Clayman and myself up to speed in that kind of more global understanding of what's going on, and then focus in on this, because I think it'll save you some time in the long run. So maybe we can make it an hour and a half and have a little more global view of what's up.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I am very receptive to a work session on this, and we would need to schedule it for Friday the 16th. And so I will consult with the clerk in terms of time. I'm not convinced whether it should be an hour or an hour and a half, but some of that will be dictated by what else is on the work session agenda. Ms. Drummond.
I'm sorry, I was just sharing with Sheila that I'm going to be out of town on the 16th, and I can't change that, and I would appreciate at another time, if possible.
Okay. We'll see if we can accommodate, but it's hard. It's not uncommon for all of us to miss work sessions from time to time, even though it's not desired for all of us. Mr. Coffey, you had your hand up.
And you're going to have the public hearing on 5/20?
Yes, I am going to follow the administration's request to hear it on the 20th. Dr. Selkirk.
I have a suggestion, and that might be that we do a more focused work session on the 19th, and then within the next month or so, kind of do a full-blown explanation of what's going on with IT to catch all of us up. And in that way, Ms. Drummond will be able to at least access that broader viewpoint, and I think that'll provide a good base.
All right. Mr. Starr, you're in the queue.
Not on this matter, but I had a point of order on 9F2 for you.
We're on 9F3.
I understand. I was trying to go back to 9F2 because I believe we have to postpone that to the next regular session.
Well, 9F2 wasn't pulled, and it was just it was introduced.
So does that automatically delay it 10 days to allow that?
Yes, we didn't approve it. It's going to come up on our next
just
agenda.
Clarification, so we can keep that full. Thank you.
All right, we will get a work session scheduled for Friday the 16th, and we'll figure that out before the evening is over, and that'll be posted. Okay. All right. That brings us to, I guess that's the last of the pulled items. And we are so far ahead of ourselves, we don't know what to do.
Old business.
Old business, number 11A. This has been moved and seconded by Dr. Selkirk to postpone action on this date to secure bona fide information. This establishment is operating as a restaurant. Public information, I did ask the clerk to contact the owner of the business to come down to answer questions we may have. Is that person here? If the clerk would let me know who we're actually looking for.
Mr. Choi, Mr. Alan Choi, it would be probably.
I don't think that's the person listed on the documents.
He's a co-owner.
So Choi is a co-owner. Okay. Because there are questions about this.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would move to approve so we can have this in front of us.
Second.
Thank you.
Go ahead and push. Oh, it's pushed. Okay.
I can't.
It's already pushed, sir.
You've got to push it this week.
Oh,
both
all right.
pushed. So we're good.
Whatever.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I would take a look at the substitute A11 with the change on line 30 to make it a bona fide restaurant eating place as per a particular citation in Title IV. A restaurant designation has multiple elements to it, Mr. Chairman. Oftentimes, it is one that allows people under the age of 21 to be employed where alcohol is served, although they are not obviously allowed to serve alcohol, or for unaccompanied minors to be on the premise for dining purposes without being under the age of 21. But it appears that the request here is for a designation under 416.010C, and what that allows is this. It says at the end of that section in Title IV of Alaska statutes, a person may enter or remain on the premises of a bona fide restaurant or eating place licensed under this title to consume food or non-alcoholic beverages after closing hours mandated by the municipality in Anchorage. So let's assume they have to close at 2 a.m. For food service purposes, they could remain there, have a late dinner, early breakfast, or whatever, and the premises would remain open only for that purpose. This is done in a variety of locations for a variety of reasons, but the advantage of it is that when the bar closes, it means that people are not necessarily leaving en masse at the time. They're more likely to stay and have a cup of coffee or a Coke and ham and eggs or whatever late dinner, whatever they're having, and move on. They work well as a way of keeping people off the roads immediately after the closure of a bar. I do know also that this facility, which used to be known as the Fly-By Night Club, does have a full kitchen, and I mean a full kitchen. It's capable of preparing many things, and I've, in fact, had a dinner there. It was a dinner theater in the past. So given the modification that the clerk has advised me is being sought under the 11A AM 272-2008A, I don't have any particular problem approving it tonight. We might, on the other hand, I also don't have a problem with postponing it to give the owners a chance to get here and we can ask them any questions. Either way works, but I just wanted to be sure everybody understood. They're not trying to bring minors on premise for any purpose. Thank you.
And that was actually the issue of minors on the premises was, I think, a concern to the entire body.
Yes.
And so I appreciate that clarification. Mr. Starr.
Well, I would actually move to postpone. I've got some questions after visiting the site. There's a sign on the door, for example, that references sort of DJ mix events, and breakfast is advertised from 3:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the morning. And you can't tell if some of these modifications, although through the chair, Mr. Coffey may be correct in how they plan to run their business, I'd just like to hear them that that's what they're going to do, because of the nature on some of these clubs is they can perhaps get away and bleed out into the neighborhoods in ill-advised efforts. So I'd actually move to postpone it to make sure we can hear from the applicant what he's got in mind if he's modified the building to their end. So based on a site visit, I wasn't completely sold that we've got control of this one.
And you'd be moving to postpone it to the 20th?
I would think so. I don't mind even if they're written comments from the applicant, but I think he perhaps has the diligence requirement to come here and speak to us.
I want more of a record. Go ahead and punch first motion. Is there a second? Mr. Gutierrez, thank you. Ms. Osiander, I'll let you speak either to the underlying issue or the motion to postpone.
Actually,
either
it was a point of information, sir. The motion was for the A version or the plain version. I was unclear. The A version was moved. All right. Thank you.
All right. The motion on the floor is to continue our consideration of this matter. It's not a matter for public hearing, but a motion to continue our consideration until May 20th. Is there any opposition to continuing consideration to May 20th? Hearing none, that matter we will continue consideration of the A version 272-2008A on May 20th.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Could we have a direction that the clerk send written notification to the applicant, please, so we make sure they know they're supposed to be here and what we need them to do?
I think that's been noted, and I would request, because it appears there's more than one owner, that we provide the notice, not just to the one person we notified by phone today, but provide notice to all the named owners.
Thank you.
And I see that it is now 6 o'clock. Yep, 6 o'clock, so we have 3 public appearance requests. And the first is Mr. Shepard. Les Shepard, if you're here. Go ahead and state your name. And
yes, my name is Les Shepard, and we've requested a appearance request to talk to the Assembly concerning the 4th Avenue Theater. And I'd like to have, this is Sam Combs, and I'd like to have him start, and then I'd like to finish at the end.
Even though he wasn't listed, I'll go ahead and hear from Mr. Combs. Under the 3 minutes, you get to share the time.
Thank you.
2 people doesn't get you extra time.
Well, as Les said, my name is Sam Combs, and I'm an historic preservation architect who's been working on the 4th Avenue Theater for the last several years. I've been working with the Friends of the 4th, the municipality, the Anchorage Downtown Partnership, and Les Shepard and our 4th Avenue Theater Group to save our fine historic theater. I would like to urge you and your continued support of the 4th Avenue Theater. We need your support for approximately $200,000 of the remaining state historic preservation funds that are held by the city, and to be placed in escrow account or a letter in writing committing those funds for that purpose to help in the down payment of the building. We need your support in establishing the conservation easements that will be purchased by the MOA from our group at a negotiated price that will also be used for the down payment. We need your support in establishing the 4th Avenue Theater status as a deteriorated structure for tax relief purposes. And finally, we need your support in our efforts to raise the funds from the community by acknowledging our efforts to convince the community that this is a worthy venture. To secure and save the theater, we'll continuously hold fundraisers in the building, apply for and sell historic preservation tax credits, explore the possibility of new market tax credits, and gain the support of the business community to ensure the theater can be restored, maintained, and functions as a contributing and viable part of the city. We feel that now is the time for the Anchorage community and the Assembly to support a local, nonprofit group that is the 4th Avenue Theater in our efforts to continue to secure and restore the building, to ensure the viability of the theater remains and that is maintained for our community, our children, and our children's children. Thank you, and now Les Shepherd will speak, and then we'll answer any of your questions.
Yes. I've been working on the 4th Avenue Theater. I'm probably the first one to step forward. And there's so many, to try to cover everything in 3 minutes is almost impossible. But I will say that I've had a lot of support. A lot of people saying, Les, you've done a good job. Go, keep at it. But one of the biggest problems we've had, and that is to secure a purchase agreement with the owner. And this 200 will put in good faith with the municipality, with these funds. They're not tax funds, so there would not be anything to do with the bond issue that failed years ago, several years ago. This money would
go ahead and wind up, please.
Yes. And so, therefore, we would like to, any questions or anything like this that you'd like to know concerning this, we'd be more than glad to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Selkrig is in the queue.
Do you have a document, or could you prepare a document that would outline the strategy and the business plan for the approach that you're taking? Do you have that this evening, or could you provide that to the Assembly?
Well, actually, I emailed that to you last night, Sheila. I don't know if you got it.
Okay.
Checked your email.
Okay.
And we actually have put those in your boxes at the city clerk's office. So what you have there is an initial introduction letter, business plan, a draft business plan, and then our brochure that we've produced on the 4th Avenue Theater.
And in reference to the $200,000, could you give a little background on that money? And I guess I'm interested from the administration exactly what that is. And
that's the remaining funds, the Historic Preservation Funds, part of them. I'm on the Historic Preservation Commission, as you may know, and I'd like to see 40,000 of that left in those funds. The 200,000 we would like to get, and that was always committed by the city. It was originally 250,000, and in the winter, in December of 2006, there was a draft business plan proposed by Economic Development that would use that 250,000 left over to help secure the building. So our plan is to take that 200,000, put it towards the down payment, but we'd also like to restore that back into the city funds for historic preservation purposes.
so the original source of the historic preservation funds was that the original money in the 80s?
That was the 4.2 million that was then.
So there are funds identified specifically for historic preservation. Okay, thank you. I'll look forward to reviewing the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no one else in the queue, so thank you. Thank you for coming down. The next public appearance request is Michael Spear. Mr. Spear. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. My name is Mike Spear. I am the owner of Cheap Wheels Rent-A-Car here in Anchorage. And first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Drummond for taking my call and helping me along the way. That you're the first one who's listened so far, and thank you very much. And the other owners also said to thank you. What I'm here to talk about is the new Scofflaw Act that we've enacted here a few months ago and just now getting up and going. I can tell you that 3 minutes is not even a beginning of time to cover all that could be covered in this. There are so many different scenarios and things that can happen, and basically what's happened is the city's placed a burden, their burden, back on us as the small business owners and on the citizens of Anchorage again. I spent about 45 minutes on the phone with the city treasurer, visiting with them, and basically it came down to saying, well, just give us time, nothing's perfect, we're not going to change anything, it's just cost of doing business and all part of that. I don't think that's the right answer. I think as we started looking at this, we started figuring out we've got a lot of flaws. And there's a lot of mistakes in here and things that we're putting unnecessary burdens on the people who don't deserve it. And we're not punishing the people that need to be punished. What I'm hoping for is that you as the council will sit back and take some time to look at this. Maybe we can suspend following through on this till we can look at it a little more and get a better picture of what we can do and find some other ways. The other thing I'd like to see is right now there's a small group, I understand, that meet and discuss this and put this together. Nobody's ever come to us as the business owners, the ones it affects, to get our input and see how our business is affected by this or how we can help them. And that's what I'd like to see the council hopefully do, is maybe hold off on this a little bit till we can get some better ideas. Things right now, there's so much of this that is out of control for me as a business owner. Prime example, Thursday when I talked with the city treasurer, the whole day this scofflaw list that's supposed to be available that we have to follow was not available because all the city computers were down. So I now have a choice. I either shut the doors to my business or I take an unnecessary risk. And that's nothing that I have any control over, but your city computers were down. They say we update this list every day, and that's great. And we can look at that list every time someone comes in. But what we haven't looked at is a big company like Thrifty or Dollar, when they have 250 people a day going through their counter, to have to stop each one of them, take the time, open up this list, and look and see if these people are on the list, and then go back on. The burden it puts on the businesses. And again, it's not our burden. It's the city's burden. There's other options, the ways to collect these traffic fines than coming and taking my car or your car. There's so many things that weren't thought of in this. And again, I can go through scenarios. 3 minutes is not long enough to even begin, but I would ask that maybe we'd take another chance to look at it.
If you could go ahead and conclude. There's at least one person in the queue, but if you could go ahead and conclude.
Okay. That's all I'll say. If you just take the time to maybe reconsider and put some more of us involved in this group to come up with some better answers.
Thank you, Dr. Selkrig.
So, Mr. Spear, I'd just like to understand, and in terms of the issue for you as a rent, you own a rent-a-car service, and if you rent a car to somebody who has outstanding fines,
yes,
and they're pulled over for some reason, they will confiscate the car.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They will impound. This law does not. It applies. Rental cars are not exempt, leased cars are not exempt, test drive cars, any of that. If you go down to Cal Worthington and test driving a car, and they stop you for some reason, they find out you're on this list, Cal Worthington lost the car. They have to jump through the hoops to go get the car back. Jumping through the hoops, we fortunately have it down pretty good. It only takes us about 4 hours of our time to go get a car back at this point. You as a citizen, I can guarantee it'll take you all day long.
But you do get the car back.
Yes, after about $500 out of my pocket.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming, Mr. Spear. I know this is frustrating for you. This law has been in effect since January. Have any of your vehicles been affected by it in this between January and now?
Not under the Scofflaw Act, because they just really started enforcing it here in April when they've got the lists up and available and to where the system was working a little better. Prior to that, I believe, according to the city treasurer, they've only impounded 18 vehicles at this point. I did have one impounded 2 weeks ago. I don't know if this person was on the Scofflaw list or not, because I don't know who the driver was. It was somebody who rented my car, turned around and gave it to someone else. That's not on my list.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, if I could ask the administration?
Certainly. Administration.
Is Mr. Moore here? My question would be, I'll wait till he comes forward. Thank you. In the time that this law has been in effect, has it been enforced in the same way that it's being enforced since the public announcement was made and the public relations and advertising effort began?
Right. Through the chair to Ms. Drummond, the law went into effect in late December, and it's been fully enforced ever since late December. It's been enforced the same level the entire time. We had about 18 impounded so far. We're now up to about 23. None of these have involved any type of business. These have all been individual scofflaws. A portion of them have involved friends or family that have lent their car out. And the whole point of what we're doing now with the public information campaign is to really promote the public safety aspect of it. And what we're trying to do is say whether the scofflaw owns the car or whether someone else lends the car to the person. The fact is the scofflaw is a danger to the public because of their long traffic violation record. And so we're trying to basically take the scofflaw off the street on the very next violation that he incurs and to interrupt his activity. And we expect that everyone will be responsible when it comes to putting the vehicle in the hands of a scofflaw.
And how does the scofflaw impound compare to impounds under other
Right. We've looked at it. We've been focused on the scofflaw program just because the Treasury is the list keeper. The law department actually administers all types of impounds. And what we found, and it's really it says a lot, is the city impounds 10,000 vehicles a year. Okay. This scofflaw ordinance represents 1% of the number of impounds that will occur this year. It is very, very, very minor. And the rental agencies such as Cheap Wheels, they are subject to all these other impounds they have for years. So if it's a person that rents a car who gets a DUI, drives without insurance, prostitution, invalid license, those are all evidence seizure. I mean, that also occurs. Those are all reasons that have existed for years where their vehicles could be impounded, and I'm sure they probably have, including the one from 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Birch.
Just had a question. If you impound a $20,000 car and you got $1,000 worth of outstanding traffic tickets you're trying to collect from the scofflaw, how does that sort out?
Well, the person who owns the car has a right to get it back. If it's a person that's different than the scofflaw, they pay a very minimal fee to get it back. If it's the actual scofflaw who owns and drives it, they have to pay the fee plus all the fines that are outstanding. If it's a vehicle with a lot of worth, presumably the person will do what they need to do to clear the matter and get their vehicle back. We do not sort of take possession, auction, lay claim to the vehicle if the owner or a lien holder has interest and can clear the matter. So that there's no automatic full permanent seizure of the property.
So if you have somebody, if you're getting your car work done by a mechanic someplace and or you're at a auto repair shop and the mechanic happens to go over the threshold there and is out driving your one of their test driving one of their cars, does that car get seized as well if their person's pulled over?
Yes, it would. Whoever is driving the vehicle, if they're a scofflaw and they're pulled over for a subsequent violation, it does not matter under the law, and this is true for all the other reasons for impound, it does not matter whether or not they actually own the vehicle. It's impounded on the spot. I will say, however, and I'm sure the police chief can confirm this, there is officer discretion. It does not say shall, it says may. So if there is some extreme situation, and we did talk for 45 minutes to Mr. Spear about all the possibilities, the officer does have discretion on the spot to recognize the matter for what it is and to clear it in a reasonable manner. But that's truly at their discretion.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk, I see you back in the queue.
Is there any, well, first of all, Mr. Spear mentioned $500 in order to get his car back. Could you explain that? And then I'm wondering if there's a way to transfer those costs to the person who is actually driving the car.
Right. The The cost that would be incurred by a rental agency, as an example, would be it's around $380, $390.
$390 for the impound.
$390 for the impound, and then there's approximately, I'd say, $50, somewhere around $40 to $50 for the storage, and there's a $35 tow fee. So basically, over a long weekend, you'd have the $390 plus maybe another $120. So it's in that $500 range that Mr. Spear referenced.
But is there a way to, rather than have Mr. Spear pay that, have the person who was responsible for, isn't there a way to require or immediately require them
I'm sorry,
pay that
I forgot that part of your question. Through the chair to Ms. Selcraig, yes, the business has the opportunity when they decide to lend their vehicle to require additional deposit either through cash or credit card so that any unanticipated costs related to the rental of the vehicle can be covered. And, that's an individual business decision in terms of how much coverage they have, but it's very, very common in the rental car industry as a whole that they have extra authority to obtain additional charges on the vehicle. And this would be an example of one.
I have a question to Mr. Spear. Mr. Spear, is it possible when somebody rents a car, I know I give them a charge card, is it possible if the person who happens to be driving that car actually gets it impounded that you can actually charge that charge card with the amount that he's costing you, or have at least a little clause in your contract that indicate that if they impound it, they'll be responsible for the costs?
Yes, you can charge the cards. However, if you're in a business or if you have a business where you're accepting credit cards, basically if the person goes to their credit card company and says, I'm not paying that bill, the credit card company will send you a statement and you've got to justify your reasons for overcharging the customer or charging them for this service. Then what will happen in 100% of the cases, unless it is actual rental, the credit card company will deny the charges to me, the owner of the business, and say, you're right, he owes you the money. However, we are not a court, so therefore you can go to small claims court and go after him. We're not going to give you the money.
You couldn't put a check on the application. I check a lot of things off when I rent a car. I say, yes, yes. You couldn't have a check on there that says if I impound it?
It does not. We have that on there. We even take an extra $250 deposit on every rental for incidentals. And all of those things, the customer calls the credit card company and says, not paying that, they will not pay it.
Thank you. No one else is in the queue. The next public appearance request is Mr. Paul Kendall. Mr. Kendall, I think I saw you. Well, I guess he's not. Oh, he is here. Okay.
I like to sit over there in those fancy seats, Mr. Chairman, those comfortable chairs. Thank you very much. I'll get right to it because it looks like you're pretty busy here this evening. My name is Paul D. Kendall. I came the other night until 11:30, didn't get to talk. I thank you, Chairman Clayman, for allowing me to come back and go on the front like this. I sent all these several papers, about 20 pages, having to do with energy, a wide variety of aspects and subjects. And I asked for you to call for an energy summit for the community. And I listed off probably 20 events that are now transpiring. And Mr. Clayman, Chairman, should I wait for your attention or should I just continue to? All right. I guess my concern, I'll just read something very briefly here because I think I'm, limited to 3 minutes or something like that?
3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I wish you'd ask the mayor if he's going to put broadcasting cameras in the Marston Theater so the little people can gather to be able to have their meetings and be able to communicate across a wide spectrum of the city. I'm very concerned that's not happening, and I thought it was going to happen.
Mr. Kendall, I don't mean to interrupt, but did you see the email that came from the administration regarding that suggestion?
Did I get an email?
Right.
I did, but it suggested they were going to put in some type of streaming internet video. Right. That's not the same as production capability. I think it's a big difference there.
Okay.
The other thing I'd like to bring to your attention is this. British Petroleum announced an agreement with GE to build up to 15 hydrogen-fueled power plants within the next decade. Those hydrogen-fueled power plants, I think one's underway in Scotland, the other one would be in California, and the third one in Australia. Those power plants would consist of 500 megawatts of power. That's enough to do several 100,000 homes. It begs many, many questions, but what it really begs is this. If you can produce enough hydrogen, which is water, ladies and gentlemen, if you can produce enough of that for a 500-megawatt power plant, then the hydrogen highway and the hydrogen future is upon us now. In addition to that, BP also started 5 wind farms in the lower 48. One of them in Colorado consists of 274 turbines, and they expect it to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 megawatts, which is enough to do to 120,000 homes. In addition to that, they've also put in hydrogen refueling stations in Beijing, I think it is, Florida, California, Michigan, and Illinois. This is just one company, but here's what this really, really begs. Believe me, Chevron's in it. All the oil companies are now moving in coordinated positions into universities and other sectors of energy development. But here's what really concerns me. How can British Petroleum do all of these investments? Wind farms, 5 wind farms right now, they project up to 15,000 megawatts of wind. If you add 3 zeros, that's 15 million homes. How can you possibly make all of these contributions in capital around the world to the foreign countries? And what do we have in Alaska? We have nothing, sir. We have absolutely nearly zilch. It begins to beg the question is about where the true relationships are. And in concluding this, because I think that's my signal time is up.
That is the signal.
I would beseech you as leaders, if you do not call for an energy summit, if you do not call for a 5-day long, 12 hours a day, panel up, panel down, who's going to play, who's not, who's bringing to the table, who's not, who wants to stop the capital flow from our communities in virtually all sectors of energy now are expending monies out of Alaska.
Okay,
and
Mr. Kendall, that's enough of a conclusion. Dr. Selcraig has a comment.
I just wanted to let Mr. Kendall know that one of the things that we'll be looking at in the Community and Economic Development Committee will be the issue of energy. So thanks for your comment.
Well, if I might just add, please call for a community awareness. You need to raise 700,000 people's level of awareness of energy, because if you don't, we've seen so many of these meetings, just the little tag teams of interest to go with.
Mr. Kendall, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate your coming down. Next is we'll be opening public hearings, and there are the first 4 items regard recycling. I would entertain a motion to consolidate the public hearing on number 3.
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any objection to consolidating the public hearing? As said, 13A, B, C, and D. Hearing none, the public hearing is now open. I would note, just for public information purposes, as I understand it, the administration will correct me if I'm wrong, item 13A, number AO 2008-51, which is a tipping fee ordinance, is actually going to be moved to be postponed indefinitely, and the real proposal as to a tipping fee is 13D, which is AO 2008-62. Is that correct, administration?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but that may not impact your testimony, but if you would like to be heard, please come down, and it appears that almost everyone in the audience is here to comment on this, and so what I would ask to keep it moving along is that if you want to testify, come into the front 2 rows so you can move up quickly. And the second thing is I would note that if you hear somebody that has said pretty much the same thing you're going to say, you might want to exercise your discretion and not speak. First.
I'll go first.
Please state your name.
My name is Marcus Welker, and I am a UAA student and love Anchorage, and I just want you all to support this recycling plan because it is really important that Anchorage gets on the ball as one of the largest municipalities in the country that doesn't have a comprehensive recycling plan. So please support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Mark Miner, and I'm a teacher in the school district, and some of you might have gotten my email regarding what we're doing at Trailside with recycling. At our school, we're recycling approximately 200 pounds of mixed paper every week, and we have about 480 students at Trailside, and I think there's about 49,000 students in the district. Someone did some math, and I believe it comes to be about 0.4 pounds per student. And by my calculations, I think it was around 800,000 pounds of mixed paper every year that we can recycle in the school district. And if it's my understanding, and if maybe someone can help me with this, the district or the assembly has proposed $326,000 to help the district get this going in the Phase 1 program. Is that
The administration has.
the administration has? The school district administration or the assembly?
The
mayor?
mayor's office.
Okay. And when will that money go into, when will the school district start seeing that? Can you answer that?
We're really not in a position to answer all the questions. Your main purpose is to provide your opinions, and assembly members may have opportunities at the end to ask questions of you or the administration, but I would ask you to go ahead and make your comments, and then if you've got questions you'd like us to ask, you should say, please ask someone this, and I would suspect somebody will take your lead and ask the question.
Well, I just want to reemphasize that with the Anchorage School District obviously being this one big district, there's less bureaucracy than if it was, say, a half dozen separate districts. It seems like we can work, within that, I would think, fairly efficiently and get a recycling program going in all the schools. The dumpsters are a huge thing, because at our school, when we had the recycling going, before we had our on-site dumpster, the biggest problem was getting the recycling materials from the schools to the recycling center. It was a logistic nightmare. When we got the dumpster on grounds, thanks to our PTA, it made it incredibly easy to recycle. And again, you need to think about those numbers. It's not just like an emotional appeal. We're talking almost a million pounds of mixed paper every year that can be taken out of the landfill, and I assume that tipping fees will be reduced. And I was kind of thinking that you could even pay for a recycling coordinator for the school district with the money you could save from the tipping fees. But I hope you consider the idea that this is not just a feel-good idea, but there's real numbers and facts involved. Thanks.
Thank you. And the queue is a little bit confused. I know Dr. Selkirk had a question.
I'll go ahead and defer to them.
And then I think Ms. Osianderson. It's a little bit confused because clerk had us on the wrong number, but we should be okay now. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Okay. Basically, sir, the proposal is an increase in tipping fees, not a decrease, just so you know. That's the only point.
An increase in the tipping fees?
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, I don't know what the tipping fees are now for the school district, but if we can reduce 800,000 pounds a year, the school district, it seems that somewhere in there's got to be a pretty significant savings.
I would agree, but this proposal basically would increase the cost.
Okay.
Thank you.
I understand. Thanks.
You can wait. Dr. Selkirk.
And actually, I just wanted to follow up on Ms. Osiander's comments. One of the things we'll be looking at this evening is a menu of kind of citywide programs, and the school district is one of them. And so we're going to be considering an increase in the tipping fees for the entities that are out there that actually deliver the garbage to the site, and it'll cost them more. So one of the things we're going to be looking at is what's in the school program and examining it, and we're thoughtful about the issue of increasing people's cost to have refuse picked up at their houses. So I want to fill you in on that since you asked.
Thank you. No one else is in the queue next to speak. Thank you for coming down, Mr. Miner.
Hi, my name is Marika Alley, and I go to Chugach High School. And
You can pull the microphone down a little closer.
Sorry. I'm here to speak in support of recycling in the schools. And some of you think that since we already have a recycling program out, in the school district, that we don't need any more help. But what you don't realize is that I essentially am the recycling program at my school. And along with some other schools, we are kind of straggling for support. It's completely volunteer. And if I could just have, everybody, all the youth, anybody in the Anchorage School District, just stand up and, let me know you're here. So I'm definitely not alone when I'm supporting this. And where I'm coming from is at Chugach we get half an hour a week to go to clubs, and I go to Green Effects, which is our school's recycling club. And then we try to recycle for the entire school by setting up boxes that are lined with garbage bags in the hallways and in the classrooms. We don't have a pickup service. It's entirely student run except for our faculty sponsor. And, We don't really manage to get out all that often because our club membership has gone down incredibly. We have about 4 or 5 people, and I'm the only returning upperclassman that will be going next year if the club exists at all. The thing is, we really need a pickup service. We've just got a shed that we bring these bottles out to that we collect during these club periods, and it got to the point where we couldn't open the door without bottles raining down on our heads. And so a pickup service, we didn't even know other people had pickup services, at least I didn't. And so the closest recycling centers that we, with the facilities we need are in Mat-Su and in Kincaid. And that's, on both ends of the scale, and we're, right at zero. And that just gets to be a huge problem. We don't have enough people with cars, and not even when we do have people with cars, they're not big enough, and the people with cars big enough don't want to drive that far. Also, what we've got going on is just we spend the entire time, all club period, just taking bottles and taking the caps off and putting them in a bag and then dragging them over to a shed across the school. But we never have time to plan for things like campus-wide cleanup, which we did last Friday, where we just pick up trash around, the campus of the school and, just pretty much clean up. And what this would do is it would allow us, because I'm assuming there would be bins, is we wouldn't have to, spend the first month or so making these boxes and giving them to teachers that want them. And then we wouldn't have to go around and collect them constantly, and we won't have to worry about opening the shed anymore, which gets to be a bit of an issue. So, thank you for your time, and yeah.
Thank you for coming down. I don't see any questions, but appreciate your taking the time. Next.
Thank you for letting me be here today. My name is Amy Holnich. I'm an art teacher and a parent. And when I was a kid, my mother was really weird because she recycled. No, not many other people did. And I thought it was weird, and she went out of her way to do it. But I learned that I need to recycle. And when I don't recycle, I think of my mom. So now what I want you to also think about is if we recycle in the schools, starting with kindergartners, how many people's lives you are going to affect and change. Not just those kids, but they will go home to their parents and tell their parents to recycle, and you will spread it out to the whole community. So I really encourage you from an educational standpoint to allow us to teach our children about recycling. Because if you teach the children, it will spread. And they say if you want to feed a man for a day, buy him a fish. If you want to feed him for his life, teach him to fish. So please help us get the recycling possible in our schools. All income level schools. It's very important. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Next.
Good evening. My name is Chris Backstrom. I'm a teacher at South High School. And I want to kind of take a couple different angles on this. I echo the views of the other folks who are representing schools around here. And the first is, prior to moving to South a few years ago, I was at Diamond and ran the recycling program there for a long time. And, kids get it. Kids know what important things are, and I think as teachers, we try to encourage that either through our efforts to help them in what their purposes are and to make things happen. And I can recall one year doing a phone book recycling drive in my classroom and ended up with 4,000 phone books in my classroom. And the principal telling me, you do that again, and the fire marshal said, and I can't tell you what the fire marshal said, but... and the same thing with newspapers. I was hauling a half-ton pickup truck full of newspapers to the recycling center every week because, kids get it, and they know what it is that needs to be there. From my point of view as a teacher, a lot of the people you saw stand up here are teachers. You guys have people in the schools who have the energy, who have the ability and the willingness to help you out with this project and to make things happen on our end. All you have to do is give us the opportunity and give us a few resources and get the ball rolling. I can tell you from somebody who's been doing this for a long time, it's extremely labor intensive. And I spent a lot of money burning gas out of my truck to make trips to the recycling center. And I spent a lot of my time after school chucking phone books, into my truck too. So, you've been getting a pretty good deal from a lot of the educators in this town because we've been doing it for nothing. And we've been doing it because we see how important the kids see, this issue. And we're not going to just let it go. And so, I would encourage you from that end to think about it. The second point I'd like to make, and then I'll be done, is that I think that as an assembly, you have an opportunity here to finally step up and go, you know what you kids are doing in the school is a good thing, and it is something that's positive, and it is something that it doesn't take rocket science to figure out what recycling does for the community in terms of saving landfill space, in terms of saving energy for the cost of turning old materials into new. I mean, we all know that, right? And if you don't, there's 10,000 websites out there to tell you, how much stuff is being saved. And so as an assembly, I feel like you guys have a great opportunity here to make a statement to the kids of the Anchorage School District to say, you guys have been working your butts off for a long time, and now we want to help you get the job done too and do our part to make it possible. So anyway, thank you.
Don't go too far. Don't come back. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I have a question because there seems to be a lot of interest in the school district. And I think we understood that there were 17 schools or 18 schools that practice recycling. Have you ever brought up recycling to the school district? Has there ever been a group of, do the high schools cooperate or discuss this? I know that when you do your annual budgeting that, we get a list of needs and wants after the school board has. Have you ever gone to the school board about recycling?
Personally, I've not gone to the school board as far as recycling. The schools have never told us we can't. They say go for it, but you're on your own as far as getting the materials to the recycling center. And I've been helped. Diamond High School, where I was at, was cooperative about giving me a space to put a recycle bin for several years. And kids from our environmental club filled it up, and the recycling center came and hauled it away. So, I don't know where the school would be on it. They were a Green Star member for years and years.
I understood that some of the schools have actually had a discount in their trash hauling because of recycling, and so they've been able to work out an agreement with whomever is transporting their trash to discount it if there's some recycling. I just have wondered if you've explored that or the school district has explored that. The other, just curious, because I'm always a little conscious of waste. In your discussions with your students, do you ever talk about zero waste? Do you ever talk about instead of getting a Coke out of a machine, of having a water bottle? I know now that the number 7s are bad for you, but it hasn't stopped me. I mean, half of recycling is a consumerism. It's not, it makes us feel good, but maybe we're not doing that great a job. And I just was wondering.
You can answer the question.
Yeah.
You get to answer questions, but when your 3 minutes is up, you don't get to.
I think as far as where the ASD is on this, Jamie Shearer stood up and has a few notes, and maybe I'll let her address the specifics on that part. In regards to curriculum, I would have to say I, as a teacher, am totally dedicated to talking at some point in my curriculum about energy and about what consumerism does in terms of energy consumption and how recycling is a part of reducing our carbon footprint. I can't say for sure whether or not that's part of the ASD's curriculum as something that can be, that should and is supposed to be addressed within the high school. I can't speak for middle school or elementary, but.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Next.
To tag on with Chris Backstrom, I also teach at South, and I am one of the current environmental club sponsors. My name is Jamie Shearer. That's his introduction.
Can you spell the last name?
No, I did not.
Can you please?
Can I speak what?
We try to keep a clear record of what who's talking? And so,
Jamie Shear. Sorry.
and how do you spell the last name?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Shearer. As to kind of talk to what Ms. Johnston was asking, at South, we have approached the district, and we've been approached by the district. I've spoken with the operations guy in charge, Stan Saida. We at South, though, weren't getting the funding from ASC or from Assembly, which hopefully that is what is going to be changing. So we approached our PTSO, and this year they've paid over $1,000 for us to have an on-site dumpster. In years past, we've done what Chugiak's done and hauled it ourselves. We've brought paper, we've brought plastic, aluminum, a variety of recyclables to the recycling center, but that burns gas. So having it on-site has reduced our compactor pickup rate at our school, so our 22-yard cubic yard compactor, by almost one entire compactor a month by having a 6 cubic yard paper and cardboard recycling dumpster on site. And it's not anything new. The art teacher whose name I didn't catch, and Mr. Backstrom, if we teach the kids now, it's community building and they will continue to have this lifelong skill. I think it is an essential lifelong skill, and I would like to see it continue, and I would like to see it taking the burden off of our PTSO and having us, the Lorax Environmental Club sponsors, having to go and ask money every semester from our PTSO and having it be a guaranteed thing that is in the Assembly budget through the recycling municipalities recycling plan. Thank you.
You have 3 people in the queue with questions, so don't go far.
Okay.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes. Are you aware what is being proposed as far as cost for the school district? For annual cost?
For just the recycling?
Yes.
I have the municipality's plan, but I don't know the number off the top of my head.
I think it's about $360,000. And I'm not sure, you might not be aware. I'm very strongly in support of recycling. I don't want you to have this feeling, but one of the costs is administrative support for $50,000. You have collection containers in classrooms, and the initial cost is $113,000. A yearly cost is $42,000. Then a collection service, which is $156,000. Outreach and education is $48,000, and administrative support is $50,000. I just wondered if you were aware of how it's broken down.
I was not. Thank you. Was that it?
That's her question. Is that all?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander.
You know, oftentimes the school board and the school district, there's so much going on that they respond better when a group comes and asks and makes it on the agenda. I know that we've dealt with district-wide pest management because Alaska Youth for the Environment came and talked to us, and all of a sudden it was an issue, and we took it to policy committee and we worked it through. It seems to me that the district could save significant amount of money in their refuse collection bills if the amount that were put in those dumpsters dropped. I had a conversation with a gentleman from Smurfit Stone who said that basically he makes money by getting paper. The difficulty is people are putting garbage in the paper recycling, and so, you know, it's a hassle for him, and he has to sort it, and he can't make the money when there's the garbage in there. I guess I'm frustrated, and I don't know. When you talked to Mr. Seta, what was the response of the district administration?
They're supportive of our efforts.
Philosophically and not through goods and services?
Well, I'm not speaking for him because he's not here, so I would have to say yes.
Yes, he's here, actually.
Oh, okay. I would have to say yes because they haven't funded us, so it wouldn't, I mean, yes, they're philosophically supportive. The conversation was mostly about what do we do at South as far as recycling. Unlike Chugiak, we have a far more extensive program because we have a lot more involvement from the top down, from the staff, as well as the students who are in our club.
So are you one of the schools that Alaska Waste is working with right
Correct.
now?
Yes.
Okay, because the report they gave us is they're looking at 3 varieties or 3 options of service, including potentially a compactor. So they were going to get data from you, working with you guys to see what worked best. And they also told us they had all the equipment necessary to do this. Have you had those two-way conversations with Alaska Waste?
At the beginning of the year, yes, and I think I just was speaking with Ms. Sedek from Alaska Waste, and we are working on figuring out the impact that it has made this year. Because this is the first year we've had on-site recycling with the paper. We still take all the plastics, aluminum, and glass off-site.
So that's just the paper
So
solution?
just the paper, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, those are the two of the things that bug me, is I'd like to know more where the district stands rather than just saying, way to go, good idea. And two, I'd like to know more about what Alaska Waste is doing before we put, the figure I have is $330,000 to this. So thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I see in the queue.
Thank you.
So next.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to stay with my scout while she gives her testimony.
That's fine. Please let us know your name.
Hi, I'm Bethany. Grateful. Our world is depending on us to recycle. It is the best thing to do for our future. There could be a school-wide recycling program. It would increase the amount of recycled materials and teach children at a young age to recycle and help the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming down.
Hi, my name is Kim Wetzel. I'm going to break your microphone. Okay.
Tell us your name again, and
Kim Wetzel.
you should spell the last name because
Wetzel.
Thank you.
So I'm here to talk about not just about school recycling, but talk about all the tools that are presented to you tonight that lead to a functional, progressive, integrated waste management system in Anchorage. And I'm going to tell a quick story for perspective because it's pretty amazing to see the number of youth out here tonight. 15 years ago, I went to Service High School. 15 years ago, I was driving my Volkswagen Vanagon full of soda cans, full of chew, generally, to the recycling center. And it's really sad that 15 years from that volunteer effort, which a lot of students back here have done, where are we? It's sad that we haven't gotten that far in that much time. But like I said, there's a little quick story. After I graduated service, went to college. My first job out of college was working for the City of Boston Public Works Department. And what I was able to do was they had a recycling ordinance that mandated all multifamily houses had access to free curbside recycling. And so I'm going to describe a few other tools that Boston used and are in front of you tonight even that truly create an integrated waste management program. Some systems that they had in place, pay as you throw, that's something that's been talked about a lot. That's an incentive program where you throw out less trash because you have free access to recycling. And when you throw out less trash, you pay less for your trash. So like I said, they had free curbside, they had pay as you throw. They had super high tipping fees. So when you bring your trash to the landfill, I forget what the tipping fee is here, probably, I don't know, $90 a ton or something. In Boston, it's close to $300 a ton or a truck. And that was because they were preventing the incineration of trash. In Alaska, we have a landfill, but it's very expensive to fill up our landfill. And so that's a cost savings. I know a lot of our assembly is very interested in cost savings. There was public recycling. All municipal buildings and schools had recycling. There was a very comprehensive education system where recycling coordinators, not just in schools, but recycling coordinators helped statewide with recycling efforts. So again, those are some tools, and you're going to hear a lot about these tonight. And I hope that not just school recycling. I'd like to see some improvement since when I was in high school. So the ordinance you have in front of you, start to consider those. They're just a few of the tools, and I think that over time we'll hear a lot more tools. But we are looking. I'm hoping that I continue to grow my family in Anchorage, and we will see a comprehensive, integrated waste management system. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr has a question.
I appreciated that. One of the expectations, it appears, when you talk to the general public is that the waste stream sales, the downstream waste stream sales, when we gather this stuff and market it, that the contributions for that will offset the costs of incurring the program costs. Is that a perception that others have, or is it just me picking up on the expectation that people aren't going to have to pay essentially to ship stuff to the South markets to sell it?
Well, recycling programs are generally subsidized in some way. And so recycling programs, they don't, even when you don't have to backhaul them, if you're in the lower 48, they still cost money. And that's why they're generally paired with a waste program, a trash program, where you subsidize the recycling by making people pay for trash. And that kind of addresses part of the consumer issue, where we would, as consumers, we would choose to purchase items that take up less volume in our trash, or that are made out of completely recyclable materials. And I'm not sure if I answered your question,
well,
but
question is that
people hope that, paper has tons of value and plastics have tons of value. It's complicated. It's not, we'd have to have a 5-day conference about it. But
we've had several days here, and I guess the point is that as we look to that, and you mentioned the word subsidy, to me that's just an increase in fees so that we can do the right thing for our earth, and that's important. There's no question. But I have the general expectation, or people that because we're going to reduce our waste stream and perhaps sell products of value, that the cost will be neutral or that. And I wanted to make sure that that there was an added expense to the bottom line of most people's monthly bills to do this. And, that's the cost of taking care of our earth, I guess.
I should be careful using the word subsidy, but generally what I'm talking about is the consumer gets an incentive for throwing out less. You increase the cost of throwing out trash, and the municipality gets a benefit to saving landfill space. It costs millions of dollars to open up new cells. And so that, if you look at the whole picture, there can be a cost savings.
Yeah, and the program value, as we're seeing it now, is about a $1.5 million program cost to come online, and that is really basically just going to be burdened onto the folks that need to pay for that. So we don't see any downstream sales to offset that in significant amounts. So just wanted to know if, when you talk about the program as that, and you use the word subsidy, I wanted to make sure we're not getting huge subsidies from downstream sales, and the initial cost is going to be borne by those that we charge.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And again, pay as you throw. You throw out a ton of trash, you pay more, and the people who throw out less pay less, and that's integrated.
Thank you very much. How many? Just to get an idea in terms of time, how many more want to testify? Okay.
Hello, my name is Amy Kern-Leist. That's Kirn-Leist, and I'm a transplant to Alaska. I've only been here a few years. And one of the first things I did when I got here was called the solid waste and said, I'm curious, why don't we have a recycling program here? Why don't I have curbside? And I'm also curious where the mayor went and why he's not here to hear all of us talk about a very important topic. And I wanted to go next, and thank you, whoever you are, for letting me go, because I'm piggybacking on what the last woman was talking about. And one question I have to you, are you in favor of this?
That's what we get
do
to
you
do.
Recycle at home?
That's what we get to do when we vote after the public hearing.
How many of you recycle at home? Bravo. So I'm a taxpayer. I own several properties in the area. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. However, it also makes me very angry that most, actually all, of any public bonds are sponsored by me and the other fellow taxpayers. So when you talk about people, oh, it's such a burden for them to pay. Well, she's right. If they're going to throw away more, they need to pay for it. We all need to step up to the plate as citizens of the state of Alaska and the city of Anchorage to bear our own burden. And part of that is our trash. And when are we going to run out of landfill space? Do we know that?
Yeah, we do.
Do we know where we're going to put the next landfill? Do we know how much that's going to cost? I mean, you talked about $1 million. What's the cost for the new landfill? And then we're just going to continue to let people throw away however much they want? We are in 2008, and I'm appalled that the woman who graduated from college 15 years ago, that we're still on a take it on a volunteer basis. It's ridiculous. And the problem is that we're not realizing we can live in a finite environment. We are trash in our world. The world's going to go on without us. What are we doing to ourselves? And we're going to sit here and talk about, oh, it's $1 million, or, you know, we don't want people to have to pay too much for their trash. Well, that's tough. We're all part of this world. It's our responsibility, and you are our voice, and we expect you to hear us and do what the public is wanting. That's why we elected you. So please, hear us, do the right thing, and we're all going to pay for it, and we're all going to benefit tremendously. So thank you.
Mr. Starr, you've got questions, ma'am? Don't leave yet. 3 in the queue. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, last Friday we had a work session on it, and some of the concern as our job up here is sort of fiduciary responsibility for the collection of money and then disbursement to programs that work, and I really want to do that in the correct manner, but understand, and there's a question here somewhere, but the point is that the budget for the school district portion of this funding is $326,000 on paper, maybe $360,000 when you put it on paper. And so I don't want you to interpret that we're caught up in the money or the expense of that, but when you ask the next question is where will that be spent and how will it be spent, the answers don't come back to me in a clear manner. So I just don't want to be guilty of throwing money at something that ultimately doesn't produce the final product or ends up with 40,000 phone books in some school that we have to pay another $10,000 to go pick up and get rid of, or somebody lets it sit out in the rain and ruins it. But, you know, understand that's where we're at, and I hope you understand the public process is to flesh out all of that. I want to hear what they're doing at Diamond and Service so that we don't ruin the good stuff by throwing, you know, $350,000 at it and not knowing what we're going to do with it. So that's the idea, and I hope the public input is that we start to hear back what should we do downstream waste, and are you understanding of the markets that we don't have glass recycling in some places, we can't take plastics. Help us with that solution is what I'm asking. So we could ask all kinds of questions, but the forum to just make us or tell us or we have to do something tonight is frustrating for me to not have the answers.
Well, there was the gentleman up here from South High School that said you can go online, and if you type in recycle, you're probably going to get 2 million to 5 million websites.
Absolutely. Okay.
The answers are out there. And you have people here, you have experts, you have the whole world who has been doing this for lots of years.
All right.
They have lots of experience.
Good.
And
Sorry. Thank you.
the answers are there, and we're more than willing to do our part and help and do whatever we can. And, you know, I will vote for that tax increase, and I will pay for it. And you probably have a lot of people who will, and they're willing to make that sacrifice.
Thank you.
But yeah.
Ms. Osiander has questions. Mr. Starr, are you finished?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
It sounded from your comment as if you basically are willing to have your garbage bill go up an indeterminate number amount in order to achieve this. I didn't know if I heard you clearly on that. Did I?
The point I was trying to make was that the woman who was up here before, the pay-as-you-go, your tipping fee, if you look at many other states in the United States, many other cities in the United States, the fees are astronomical for a truckload, a carload. They go by weight. And I'm an avid recycler, and we do have curbside pickup for our garbage, so I don't have to take big loads to the dump, and I'm not sure what our rate is. Somebody said maybe $90 a truckload a ton? 20?
Well,
60 a ton.
Depends on where you drop it, 50 to 60 generally.
So one of the specific concerns that we've had in our discussions is there's not really a good market here for the recyclable. So this proposal is having us ship all of our stuff to Seattle. And so there is an expense there that is atypical of a lot of the examples you gave.
Right.
And Also, it's a little bit frustrating because the curbside is only for a very small segment of the households within the municipality. And so it's sort of a balancing act. How much is it okay to increase everybody's garbage bill in order to pay for this? And so that's what I'm trying to get at. Because
I
it
understand
sounded
that.
as if you said, no problem, hit me with it.
Well,
and I just want to make sure that's what I heard.
You know, it's my garbage, and it's my choice to buy what I'm buying. It's my choice to choose products that have massive amounts of waste. But you know what? A lot of those are recyclable. You buy a TV, it comes in a box. You can recycle that box.
Okay, so generally, yes?
Yes, I would pay an increased fee. I would be willing to pay $200 to take a ton of garbage in because that's my contribution.
No, I think what I meant is like your monthly garbage bill.
My monthly garbage bill is pretty cheap. Yes, I would go for an increase if I knew that that money was going to a positive effect like recycling.
All right. Ms. Osiander, is that all you have? Thank you. Dr. Selkrig.
I just wanted to follow up. Did you know, when you asked where the mayor was, did you know this is actually the mayor's proposal that you're looking at tonight?
No, I
And
did
so-
not know that. Like
Yeah,
I said,
so the mayor has
here.
actually been the one that's crafted this and brought it to us. So I don't think you have any convincing to do with him. He's the person that brought it here. I just want.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
And then I think Ms. Johnson and also Ms. Osiander have I think that one of the things that needs to be understood is that one of the challenges that we're examining is an $8 tipping fee that's going to pay for a variety of programs. And I'm not sure that my sense is that that there's a general sense that we value recycling. The question is the examination of those specific programs. So I just want to kind of frame the issues before us because I think it's a complex set of documents before us tonight.
Right.
I don't know if you knew that or not. I just wanted to share it with you.
Thank you very much. I see that we have a number of people still to testify, and because I want to keep the public hearing moving and I'm starting to hear a fair amount of repetition, I'm going to move the time for testimony time to 2 minutes per person. And next person, please.
My name is David Voska, V-O-Z-K-A, and this is about as much fun as the root canal I'm going to get involved with next week. I don't know how I can follow Bethany on her presentation, and I'm probably the ogre that is present here this evening. But I think what needs to be addressed is looking at the economic burden of disposing of compostable materials. I was present at the assembly meeting you had this past Friday, during which I gave each member that was there a paper entitled "A Problem with Compostable Materials." I would hope that everyone, to include the mayor, the city manager, the head of solid waste services, each assembly member has had an opportunity to read that. My principal issues are as follows. First, there's no question that the municipality needs a viable, very good recycling program. My contention, however, is for those materials that are compostables, specifically lawn thatch, leaves, and grass clippings that are not recyclable, that they are disposed of in a manner that is consistent with the current cost rate schedule. Right now, I can dispose of 4 32-gallon bags of lawn waste for an amount of $4.09 a week or $16.35 a month. Under the new proposed rate schedules, for me to dispose of those same materials, it's going to cost $11.43 a week or $45.70 a month, which buys me one 96-gallon container and one 32-gallon container.
If you could wind up.
The alternative is, if I take this same material to the landfill, each trip is $4 in gas from my location, plus an $8 tipping fee. My whole point is, I think we need to take a very close look at the rate schedules that are being proposed. It's not being anti-recycling. It's being following a methodology that does not cost a person such as myself more than what I'm currently paying to dispose of the material, whether it's at the landfill or at hopefully the newly renovated Point Warrenzoff recycling compost, or Point Warrenzoff composting facility.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. Next, please.
Thank you. My name is Mary Fisher. I'm the Executive Director of ALPAR, Alaskans for Litter Prevention and Recycling. ALPAR has been proud to serve the city of Anchorage for 25 years with successful and very cost-effective programs for recycling and litter prevention. And we support the new plan for expanding recycling with the caveat that each part of that system should be designed to be economically feasible and sustainable in the long term. Having said that, just a little bit of background about what ALPAR provides for your current system. The support, ALPAR's support for the recycling backhaul of materials from the rail belt to markets in Seattle, currently for fiber, plastic, glass, and aluminum cans, is basically subsidized, I'll go ahead and use that word, subsidized by the shippers and ALPAR at the tune of about, in today's dollars, about $2 million a year. So what's important for us is that we support expanded services for recycling, and expanded services for recycling will cost some money. Designing that program is our challenge, and I think we're up to that challenge. Many cities in the United States have done that, and they've had, some challenges, and they've had to change course in midstream periodically to make sure that rates and programs are adjusted to bear the current situation with recycling. As you know, recycling is a commodity business. It's not a landfill business. It's kind of a different animal. So commodity markets change, and shipping availability and shipping costs change. But as in any other business model, you adjust to handle those changes. So ALPAR,
You've got 3 people in the queue, so you're going to get plenty of chances to answer questions.
Okay.
So I'll let them ask their questions. Mr. Coffey.
Okay.
One of the things I was concerned about is under the area-wide recycling program in particular, but also with the curbside, is the subsidy you mentioned from the shipping and the private sector, which is they're shipping this stuff out for free is what they're doing, right?
Well, in essence, they donate the shipping to ALPAR, and ALPAR provides that shipping services to the recycler at a cost, at a very reduced cost. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is what funds the programs that ALPAR provides for the city of Anchorage and for other cities in the state of Alaska.
Okay. What I was getting at there is that we don't have right now any specific contractual arrangement with these folks. It's sort of at the level at which we're doing it is something because they're traveling out of here. I'm talking about the shippers with empty vessels, that they're willing and able to do it. What I'm concerned about is the absence, number one, of an agreement, and number two, I'm concerned about what happens as the level of recyclables rises, if it does, which it's intended to do, and which we all hope it does. What's going to happen? If we can't get subsidized or shipping, what are we going to do?
Well, it's a very good question. And you can be assured that ALPAR is continually working on the freight arrangement on a daily basis and have for the past 25 years. So it's really an important component of the system. And yes, you're right. There is not a long-term agreement in place. It's difficult to put in place a long-term freight agreement when you're asking for donated loads. So it's not as nebulous as you might think it is, but it's also, of course, donated shipping. And there is a program in place and a plan in place to deal with loads after the cap is reached for donated loads, and we have reached that cap. The cap for donated loads was reached 2 years ago.
Let him have the next question.
Okay. Now, wait a minute. You're telling me the shippers have said we'll ship X number of pounds and we're right there now? So
we were
start
there
giving
2 years
them more?
ago.
Huh?
We were there
Yeah,
2 years
we're
ago.
there today as well.
Yes.
So if we go over that, what's going to happen? We're going to pay more?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And is the line that I read in this yellow sheet of paper that if we can't do something, this whole thing will, quote, grind to an immediate halt, true? Recycling will grind to an immediate halt if we don't have arrangements for the shippers.
Well, arrangements with the shippers is key because you must ship most of the material out of state.
All right. Thank you.
That's
That's all
key.
I got. Thank
Okay,
you, Mr.
Dr.
Chairman.
Selkirk has a question.
So have actually, you've answered my question to some degree. You've been working with the shippers for 25 years, or for how long has the relationship been going on with the shippers where they've actually been willing to take to haul refuse back at a reduced price or
Alpar was formed 25 years ago, and the shipping agreement, Alpar has worked on providing low or no-cost shipping for recyclables throughout that entire 25 years.
And what kind of support do you get from the City of Anchorage right now?
We get, for that shipping arrangement, the reimbursement of wharfage fees, which are charged by the port for every van of recyclables that move to the lower 48. Last year, that support was $35,000, and that is a key, crucial piece to the current agreement with the recycler and the shippers.
And you're familiar with the proposed plan before us tonight, I believe.
Yes, I am.
So are there resources to support activities at Alpar that's being proposed by the administration, and could you describe what you would do with those resources?
Well, the current plan, the new plan, not only provides for the current support that the Muni gives for recycling, and for Alpar that means the wharfage reimbursement at $35,000. It means support for Christmas tree chipping services. It means litter patrols, promotion, the recycling hotline, the guide to recycling. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of advertising and public promotion that we do that the city doesn't really pay for right now, but it's supported through these other grant programs and through the shipping arrangement. So we first and foremost encourage and urge the Assembly to support the plan to continue the current programs. That's key. If those are dropped, if the current programs are dropped and the current funding that flows through Alpar for the programs that we provide is dropped, then a lot of things could potentially go away. Because right now, the drop system that you have in Anchorage, where people can go to all these different drop sites and drop off their recyclables, is supported in large part by that shipping arrangement that Alpar has with the recycler. They don't charge the city and they don't charge the ratepayers to provide that drop-off program.
All right.
And one last question is, do you have any anticipation of the shippers not being available to participate in this? Have they indicated any lack of willingness to continue?
There is absolutely full support for recycling at not only the levels that they have supported in the past, but they are willing to step up and provide good rates for moving materials south. And keep in mind that every city in the country has to pay to move their recyclables from one place to the other. Every community doesn't have recycling companies that use those materials.
There's a long line of people behind you, and I don't want you to dominate the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Sydney True. I'm a student at West Anchorage High School. And I'd just like to say how much we would appreciate at West having this program. We continually fill the 2 dumpsters that we have, and that's with just 30 students in our green team there. And that's with the majority of our teachers supporting it. In the classrooms, we have blue bins that they fill. Unfortunately, even with 30 students, we're not capable of continually recycling everyone's papers. Our dumpsters are overflowing, the trash bins are overflowing, And, you know, we really appreciate the Assembly's help on this matter. So that's it.
Thank you very much.
My name is Barbara Bachmeyer, and I recently served in the United States Army in Korea. And if you know Korea, it's a pretty mountainous place. One of my colleagues pointed out a particular mountain to me, and it looked a little strange. I wouldn't really call it a mountain, perhaps it was a hill, but it was more square than any other hill or mountain in the entire country. And my colleague further pointed out to me that hill wasn't always there. And they said that the hill was more or less a pile of the City of Seoul's garbage. And so over time it became a hill. It was covered with grass, looked kind of nice, but it was irregular in shape. But from what I learned, that was acceptable to the predominant culture of Seoul at the time. In the 90s, I attended graduate school at the University of Oregon in Eugene. And there we had, you know, the regular garbage service, but it included curbside recycling. And further, people who participated in this very easy process, the newspapers go here, the rinsed out cans go here, and it was just very easy to do. And when we did that, we received a discount of the garbage bill that we paid each month. Again, that was the culture of Eugene then, and I believe still now. From what I'm hearing, the culture of Anchorage is changing. People want very much to have a reasonable recycling process. I don't know if it could ever be so wonderful as to include a reduction on someone's garbage bill. But again, those were cultural examples, and I'm hearing the people of Anchorage, I support the people of Anchorage in saying that we need a reasonable recycling program. The sooner the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Hauser. Anchorage, I'm not very good at this, so I'm going to read my comments. Anchorage has been my home for 30 years, and my husband and I are homeowners in Rogers Park. I've been hauling my recycling to the recycling center, or whatever deposit point there was at that time. There have been many permutations to recycling in Anchorage over the years, so I'm really excited about the proposed pay-as-you-throw curbside recycling by Solid Waste Services. I was disappointed today when a neighbor pointed out to me that he thinks I'm mistaken in my belief that I live in the pilot area, but you know, I'm ready for curbside recycling. Curbside recycling makes so much more sense than the current system. Dozens of cars go to the location off Dowling Road on a daily basis, wasting gas, leaving a huge carbon footprint. I'm amazed at how busy it always is there at the recycling center, young and old, bringing their recycling. I also support this expanded drop-off sites for recycling for areas that won't get the curbside recycling, customized recycling program for the school district, and provide opportunity for recycling in public spaces. I think that's a great idea to have those bins where, you know, you bought a soda, you toss it in the bin for the aluminum, like there is in, or, you know, you've got a newspaper you want to toss, you put it in the bin for the newspapers, as is in the like airport and, you know, places all over the country. I encourage the Assembly to move ahead with curbside recycling and implementing other ways to encourage the schools and public to recycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down.
Hi, my name is Brandon Foy, and I am a recent grad from UAA. We're all here today because there is a problem, and the problem is there's too much trash. Whether it makes it to a recycle bin or the landfill or on the side of the road. I can't go one day driving home without seeing trash on the streets, and it's just disgusting to me. There is a problem here, and it's not enough people care, and it's caring about recycling, it's caring about putting your trash, being responsible for what you're using. The policy is the problem. We need a policy that's going to get people inspired and realizing that this is our city and we're trashing it. And we're filling up a landfill. We're not putting our stuff that can go right back into the process, manufacturing, and turn back into another soda bottle. We're not putting the trash that can go go back. We're taking it and we're leaving it here. All that stuff's coming in from the lower 48. We're packing it all in. We're storing it here for nothing. It can go back into the process. It can be recycled. We need strong policy to inspire people to stand up and throw that bottle, throw that piece of paper into a recycle bin. I go to UAA. We have UAA recycles. No, they don't, because there's very few people that do, and I'm one of them. I walk with a soda can like halfway around campus just so I can throw it somewhere where I know it's going to get recycled. Most times I don't think it's going to get recycled. I have to take it home and put it in the bin that I've started and take it to Dowling Road, stop Dowling Road to make sure that it gets that recycle bin. I started recycling in my house. We have 3 dumpsters or 3 garbage cans that we used to use, fill them all up once a week. We barely fill up one of those now because everything I'm taking to the recycle bin, but it costs time. We're talking about money. Time is money. The people that are driving their stuff on their own to the recycle center, that's costing time, and that's unaccounted for because you can't account for people's time. But that is a cost to society.
You can wind up, please.
And there's definitely costs here. We're talking about $300,000, $400,000. That's pennies divided up to the school districts, how many schools we have. I know we have over 60 elementary, and well, we have lots of schools.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Next, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dick Divelbiss. I'm with Thermocool. We actually are one of the people who use the raw materials to make a product that stays in the state, and I just want to tell you that I support the new drop-off sites because we're always looking for new, good, clean, raw newspaper and other papers so we can increase our business and grow it and provide more jobs for the people in the city. And so I just wanted to tell you guys that I do support these programs. Thank you.
You have 2 in the queue with questions. Ms. Osiander.
Your company uses newspaper?
Yes, we use recycled newspaper and some cardboard and other papers we can use, and we make insulation and mulch out of it.
If you could get a large source of paper, would you be willing to drive to pick it up? Would your company be willing to pick up?
Yeah, and we're always willing to do that.
One of the suggestions is to maybe sit down with the school district and set up some sort of a program if the school district could separate out paper and cardboard. Do you think that would be a fruitful discussion to have?
We're always looking at any way to keep the paper out of the landfill and redirect it to where we can use it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnston has questions.
I understand with the current program that we're going to be working with Smurfit, and Smurfit is basically going to bale the recyclables and then take them down to their plant in Washington, which includes paper and cardboard. Are you going to try to work out some kind of agreement with Smurfit as far as the paper and cardboard?
Well, unfortunately, that's a concern we have because they're talking about doing a commingled recycling program rather than separating the products out, and so we're going to lose a lot of good raw material that's going to be shipped down to lower 48, whereas, that's why I think with these expanded recycle centers that we can keep the newspaper separated and we can use it here in state rather than spend the money shipping it down.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sarah Ellen Hutchison. I'll spell the last name Hutchison. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the rest of the Assembly for sitting patiently and listening to everyone tonight. I'll be brief. Alaska Center for the Environment, as you may know, is Alaska's homegrown grassroots environmental organization. We have over 6,000 members, all of whom want this entire recycling plan. But enough about those 6,000 people. I'm here to support and echo everything that you've already heard tonight and the things that you're about to hear. People in Anchorage want recycling. We want curbside recycling. We want recycling in our public schools. We want additional drop-off centers. All of these things are a de minimis cost compared to the benefits that we will receive. I heard in the work session last Friday that the increase in the tipping fee for all these wonderful benefits for our children and for our whole community will work out to be about $1 or $2 per household per month. That's not very much. We all spend a lot more on that on coffee every day. And that's just such a tiny amount compared to what we're all going to receive. Another thing is this is about taking pride in Anchorage and taking pride in Alaska. And all of you represent all of the citizens here from Eagle River all the way down to Girdwood. And I would hope that you would support every bit of this plan, because the world looks at Alaska. The world is looking at Alaska right now. And Anchorage being the largest city, it's very important that we do the right thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Havicht. I'm a board member of the Turnagain Community Council, and I just wanted to read the Turnagain Community Council's resolution in support of the Municipality of Anchorage's recycling plan. Whereas the Turnagain Community Council has shown through its 15-year volunteer curbside recycle pickup program that residents desire recycling in the neighborhood and are willing to separate recycle items from trash and set them out at the recycle curb for curbside recycle pickup. And whereas currently Anchorage recyclers divert about 15% of waste from the city landfill, and the proposed plan by the municipality could double that amount, extending the life of the landfill and committing more of our trash to renewable uses. And whereas Anchorage should support not only curbside recycling pickup in our city, but also aggressively promote recycling in all public spaces, including municipal offices, schools, convention centers, performing art venues, sports centers, parks, libraries, museums, airports, etc. And whereas a city composting facility would not only keep organic materials out of the city's landfill, but also provide a community use of a viable commercial product produced at its composting facility. Therefore, be it resolved that the Turnagain Community Council supports the Municipality of Anchorage's proposed ordinances 2008-51, 52, 53, and 62. This was passed unanimously by the Turnagain Community Council on May 1st of this year.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Beverly Short, and I'm a resident of Anchorage. Thank you for the time to appear before you today. My point will be brief. It's rather general, but I do think you ought to realize that you have extreme talent on your staff at Solid Waste Services right now. Donna Mears and Jeannie Carlson, who are your recycling coordinators, have both been working in various capacities in recycling and solid waste in Anchorage for, over 10 years, or getting close to 10 years, I think. So they have a really good understanding of all of the players, of all of the issues, and all of the complexities of the situation here. So I encourage you to give them the reins and let them go and trust what they're telling you, because they really do have the skills to make it happen. That's really all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
My name's Anna Ricks. I'm a senior at Chugiak High School, and I'm also the president of their Green Effects Club, which you heard about earlier. Chugiak currently can only recycle newspapers and plastic bottles because of the time constraints. And I know the same thing's true at Eagle River. They were working really hard just to be able to recycle plastic bottles. And most of the waste that schools generate is in the form of mixed paper. So right now, neither of our high schools can do anything with mixed papers just because there isn't enough time and there isn't enough availability to recycle mixed papers out in the Chugiak Eagle River area. Therefore, I was going to say that I think not only is the school district-wide recycling important, but curbside starting in Anchorage is an excellent idea, because then if it's more accessible to people, then they're going to actually use it. And also drop-off points, increasing that, making it so the landfill can handle plastics. I know my family would take use of that, and right now, driving out to Rosewood and Dowling, that's not really on the way to anywhere that we go, so it's really a pain, and it's a bit long drive. So, anyways, my point is to support a viable and more economically or environmentally friendly Anchorage. I think you should support the mayor's plan of municipal recycling.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Caroline Willis, and I'm a current UA student, future teacher, and I think it's really important that we have recycling education in the elementaries and recycling available, because as an avid recycler and having more than 3 plastics, mixed paper, regular paper, and every other thing that you can recycle, even within my household, with the education that I have to give each new roommate that I have, it can be quite time-consuming, and I think it's really important that from the top down, teachers and students, and from the bottom up, understand recycling, what it can do for our environment, and how we can make a difference by teaching recycling education.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Hello, my name is Eric Ellie. I'm with president of EK Industries, currently own and operate the existing glass recycling facility located on West End Road. I'm here to basically give the members an update and let you know that we do have products that we are now selling to two Alaskan businesses, mainly as blasting media. We did have certain other markets that we have put to the side for now, but right now we're currently recycling about 1,200 to 1,500 tons of glass, which we look to expand that with increasing markets to abrasive jet blasters for water jet blasting. Right now, the stewardship dry docks purchase about 1 million tons a year. We also have 1 million pounds a year, excuse me. We also have other individuals in the valley purchasing about the same amount. So right now, estimates are about 2 million to 3 million pounds of recycled glass that we can actually sell. We are also looking at developing other markets for radiant fluorine, and we have a product called Level Green that we can also be able to sell in the Alaska market, as well as we're looking to ship those overseas. My point being here is we are kind of underneath the ongoing programs list and would like to make sure that the glass is continued to be collected and brought to us. We cannot operate the plant because right now we are basically operating at a bare minimum and a negative. In order to make upgrades and equipment to be able to produce more glass, which is the glass we'd like to take on in the future, we need to be at a positive revenue stage. In order to do that, we would need to have glass brought to us for basically at no cost to us, which, of course, Alpar has been funding now. Alaska Waste is also being a part of that. And I believe that in order for those programs to continue, the city will have to make an increase in these fees. I do support the fees. Basically, I'm here to let you know that we do have markets for the glass locally. We continue to operate this. We are also seeking other markets in the future, and hope that we can continue to work with the city.
Thank you. You have two people with questions.
Yes.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming. I'm very pleased to hear that there is a market locally. I did ask that question at the work session last week, and there wasn't much information. Where are you currently getting your glass?
Currently, we're getting it from Smurfit. We have a couple of sites locally around town that are drop-off sites. Alaska Waste is currently collecting from a few local restaurants and bars, which we do look to expand that. I know that a lot of the problem has always been contamination. So community awareness has been a big part that we would like to push. I know everyone is kind of waiting to find out what the final decision on this curbside program is. It'd be nice to be able to, get something locked down, know which direction each of us want to take, and how much glass we can actually use, and how much we'll be able to recycle in the future. Those are questions and variables that are kind of all up in the air and have been in the air for quite a while, it seems. But though, and we have the thing is, we are getting Smurfit talking with Bob, and from what I've heard is that there is an increase in the people bringing glass down there. So there are moves, and that we need to make more sites locally, and I think that's going to be maybe up to the community. I know that glass is not currently in the curbside pickup scheduling as it is now, so more drop-off sites may be the issue. But I think that has a lot to do with community involvement and understanding what is convenient for them.
Thank you, Dr. Oh,
Thank
is
you.
that all?
Yeah, just a second. I have
sorry.
glass for you.
Yeah.
And I know I can take it to Brown Jug and to the regional,
Correct.
transfer facility and all that, to Smurfitstown. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk.
What do you think the potential market is out there? I mean, assuming that these drop-off centers are busy and full and we've got lots of glass to bring you, what kind of market is there out there?
Well, right now, the markets, we want to sustain the blasting media market, which we know can exist in Alaska, because we do have a lot of shipyards, we have a lot of blasting here, and because of the cost of transportation, shipping blasting products up, it is very marketable, and we can sustain that. And but our main goal is to promote the Level Green product for the radiant flooring product, which uses the glass sand, which basically we're getting now as a blasting media mesh size, and incorporate that into a gypsum base. We do plan on selling that. We're marketing that right now in Korea, and just to let you know that, and that will include increasing the volumes very substantially. Now that is not something that we plan on mass marketing over a short period. We look at that extending over a very long period of time and increasing somewhat rapidly to meet the demands, and could eventually run into between 10 and 15,000 tons a year needed between the next 3 to 7 years.
And if you're comfortable, can you give us a sense of the kind of investment that your organization you've made in terms of being able to do this?
Yes. Well, basically right now, we've just been funding the marketing, the technical data, and we've been installers as a construction company of the product as well. So we do have experience with that. We've done a lot of R&D ourselves. The equipment that we're looking at right now to upgrade to be able to do the tonnage we're looking for is right around $625,000. And, of course, that does not include an enclosed building, which we would like to see it enclosed. A lot of the biggest problems with the current site is that in the wintertime it has been difficult to operate in the winter, and expenses do go up.
My last question is, how important is the existing program to you? If it were to disappear, what would it mean to your existing investment?
I would basically shut glass recycling down. Like the cost of the transportation of the glass, because it is bulky, it does weigh a lot, and the equipment it takes to be able to collect the glass is expensive. It would make it pretty hard to operate, yes.
Thank you very much. Next, please. Do you have a question for the last speaker? If you could come back. Mr. Birch had a question, and for some reason his light didn't light up on my screen.
How about mine, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Birch is on now.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for what you do, and also, how does that transaction actually work? I mean, I recycle at the Dowling Center and drop glass off and cardboard there. So what happens when one of those dumpsters gets full of glass bottles?
Well, basically, as my producer described, they do pay for the hauling of that. The hauling is then contracted out through Alaska Waste, and that dumpster is brought to our site and dumped. At that point, it has gone through, and any kind of unnecessary garbage whatnot is sorted through by our individuals, and then that glass is processed.
So does that cost you anything, or they just deposit it there?
That does not cost us anything, and that is what allows us to operate at that.
Right. That's great. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Mr. Starr, don't leave yet. Mr. Starr has
I think he answered. I just wanted to see if he had to buy his raw materials now. So
it's been answered. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Sherry Schaefer, and I'm not in the proposed pickup area, and I'm also appalled. I was appalled when I looked at the amount of garbage that they're allowing for residents for containers. I'm allowed 1 on my current refuge service, so when I saw 4, I was pretty appalled. The cost is very low, but the question was brought up on whether the public expects to get any incentive money back on this, and I don't think, as you saw by the testimony tonight, the people that are here are already willing to pay to have their recycles taken care of when they drive to the Dowling Center. So paying $1 or $2 a month is a pittance for those of us that are already doing it. The other thing I wanted to say is if you look at soda bottles, you'll see that most of them have a small area where it says California, Arizona, 5-cent deposit. Why does Alaska not have this type of a program? Well, we charge a deposit on recyclable materials. It's the tip of the iceberg. The other thing that you could do is get businesses involved. Businesses are by far the hugest producer of garbage and recyclable waste. Dumpsters filled with cardboard. You have furniture industries here that basically haul their stuff to the landfill. And the general public is paying for it through our garbage service. So get businesses involved, get corporate sponsors, charge heavier fees to businesses that don't recycle. This is the tip of the iceberg here. So we have to start somewhere. So this is the start. We can only go forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jeff Childs, C-H-I-L-D-S. I'm a homeowner in South Anchorage, and I recycle. How many people here recycle? Raise your hands, please. Thank you. This is just a small fraction of the people recycling in Anchorage. Go to the Dowling Recycling Center at lunchtime during a weekday. Go on a Saturday morning, spend 4 hours, and you will get a better sense of how many people in Anchorage are into recycling. Now, I'd like to try and draw an analogy here to help make my point. It's not a perfect analogy, but you folks are essentially volunteers. You're elected volunteers, but nonetheless volunteers. We recyclers are also volunteers. And what we are coming to you and saying is we want more opportunities and more tools, more means in which to recycle. Just as you have the tools and means to carry out your jobs through the assembly budget, you have computers in front of you, you're not using typewriters, you're not using handwritten notes. We as a community of recyclers here in Anchorage are saying we want the tools and the means to recycle as well. We will step up to the plate if you do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy Zarea, and I am an Anchorage School District teacher. I teach 5th grade in an elementary classroom, and I've been teaching for 12 years. For the last 7 years, I've been the advisor for our student council. And year after year, the first thing on the students' agenda that they bring to me when I ask them, what do you want to accomplish this year? We want a recycling program, Mrs. Zarea. Year after year, it's been up to me and my coworkers to spend our time after school hours. We already meet 1 hour a week with our student council, but then we have to spend that extra time to haul this stuff. And I know that you guys know elementary teachers put a lot of time into their kids, but the recycling has to be a policy. It has to be a policy with the Anchorage School District and with, I think, our community, the Anchorage community. Our student class president this year wrote a survey. She asked the students and the teachers, what kind of things do you see in our building that could be recycled? Paper, cardboard, plastic, cans. They looked in their garbage cans. That's what's in the garbage cans, the things that can be recycled. Look in the bin behind our school after school when they come back, they come through and collect all that garbage. Just about everything in there can be recycled, mostly paper. Then she asked the students and the teachers on the survey, out of the things that can be recycled, which things do you think we should be recycling here at school? They named the same things. Her following question was, if we had a recycling program, would you support it? All the students said yes, and all the teachers said yes. But of course, they rely on the volunteers. I don't think we should be relying on the volunteers to do this kind of effort. It's a big effort, and the Anchorage School District is huge. And if you just come by, walk through the schools, see what's in the cans, I think you would change your minds if you're not supporting it today, and you would say, yes, we need to do this for our community and for our students. It's part of their education. They know it's the right thing to do. And I know it's the right thing to do to teach them about recycling. But I don't think that after 7 years, I should continue on my time to haul it. It's not fair to me, and it's not fair to my students. It has to be a community effort.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander has a question.
Mike. I got it. Part of this plan includes classroom education. So basically, the increase in tipping fee, as I understand it, both 300 and the outreach campaign would include representatives, an educator position, and Alaska Youth for Environmental Action going into classrooms in the school district to do some kind of curriculum. I know a little bit of the challenges for time that you guys have with all the things you've got to cover.
Yes.
Do you support that particular aspect, or would you rather just continue doing it yourself?
No, I completely support it, and I do believe that it can also be student-led education. In our school, the student council was taught, they were taught what kind of bottles could be recycled, what kind of paper could be recycled, and then they went into the classroom and they demonstrated which things, should be in the trash can, which things should be in the recycle bin. So, and it doesn't take a lot of time for that piece of the education. On the teacher's part or for the student's part, but the students like to get involved too.
Okay, well, okay, thank you.
I completely would support that.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk has a question.
When you haul the recycling from your school to the recycle center, how many miles is that?
I'm sorry, what?
About how many miles do you drive?
From school, Gladyswood Elementary is off Raspberry Road and Cranberry and to Dowling Road. So I don't know how many miles.
So how many times do you do that once a month?
We would do that about 2 times a month, every 2 weeks.
And so
it would be either me or my colleagues who had to leave already. The students would haul it to the trucks. I have a big expedition. They throw it in the back of the expedition, or my colleagues have a truck. They just the kids would carry it to the backs of the trucks, and then we would take it to the recycling.
So you're paying for the gas?
Yes.
Yep. So I guess I just want to thank you and all the teachers who are doing the hauling.
Yeah, and most teachers I work with do that because we think it's the right thing to do. We don't think we should stop, but I don't think that the community should be relying on that over time.
Thank you. Mr. Starr has a question.
The downstream waste that you recycle is separated before you take it somewhere now. And I have a question that may not overlap with that, but the 96-gallon can program on the curbside is, throw anything in there that's recyclable and we'll take it from there and sort it out. How much of a burden is it at each school to separate the waste stream? If we change the program, which, mind you, I haven't heard the school district's program on how they would capture it, but how much labor is invested at the school level to separate the waste stream?
I think that it can be separated in the classroom, and then from the classroom it could be, taken out to whatever bins that are available. I don't think that would be a huge problem to separate it.
But the school district hasn't said, here's how you need to do it.
I don't really. My students want a pilot. They want to be part of a pilot program next year. That's what they're asking me. Ms. Story, please get this for us. But I don't know what that pilot program would look like. I know that in my classroom we could sort it and that it could get to the bins pre-sorted.
Right. Well, we don't know either what the pilot program looks like. We're asking to fund it, and I'm just trying to ask the questions. But I wanted to see if I'm in a position to authorize the spending. I want to see what you would like us to do, and if you guys can separate the pre-downstream, then
we have separated it in the classrooms.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I just remind folks if folks have already talked on the same things, you don't all have to speak. We're not going to close the public hearing if people want to keep talking, but we don't all have to speak.
Evening, I'm Bob Tangy. I'm the plant manager of Smurfett Stone Recycling Center, and I just want to cover a few of the things that haven't been touched so that you'll understand. The economies of scale is what we're really needing. Everybody's going in their SUV or their truck and bringing stuff to our recycling center individually. It makes more sense as a fuel usage in the whole state to just have commercial vehicles doing this for us to save fuel in the city, and everybody's tripped as well as time. So you're talking about a huge savings in time and fuel usage overall. You're also, if you put these new locations out there, you're allowing people to have more ability and not such a traffic jam on Dowling. These other locations would provide different haul areas that we can then have centrally located to then save those people that are driving from Girdwood and driving from Eagle River to be able to drop it off at their earliest convenience and not go out of their way plugging up Tudor Road and everything else that goes on with it. So I think that's a critical part of this new plan. Now, as to the cost of it, yes, recycling costs. And it's probably going to cost double the amount to haul the additional loads that we're now paying to send down to Seattle. Right now, we do have a program with Dick Divalbest at Thermocool. He is getting all his needs met right now with the newspaper that we collect, and in addition, we are baling up newspaper and sending it down to the lower 48. So right now, that's being handled.
All right. I see two people with questions. Mr. Starr.
I'm concerned on the LPAR agreements that we're going to exceed the willingness of the shipping companies. I saw the recent awards with your company as well as Tote Transport received some of the LPAR recognition awards out of their goodness. And you know, just sort of doing the math, and my history of trucking logistics talks about, you know, when you reach a point where you end up with more than you can handle. And what I'm concerned about is if we look at the number now contributing maybe 1,750 sea containers going south at a reduced rate of the 20 cents per 100 that we're supplementing. My concern is what happens when we forecast the revenue stream or the downstream outbound. We're going to have another 1,000 to 1,500 more shipping containers per year.
Right.
We're going to need to pay the going market rate, perhaps southbound shipments at $3,000 a can. You're looking at $3 million worth of shipping costs down south. Did we miss something here in the revenue calculations, or who's going to burden that cost?
I don't know that it's $3,000. What I've heard, what I paid last year was about $600, and now it's thinking of being at $1,300. At that rate, the very crux of the whole existence is to keep the product separated, and that would require a MRF, a material recovery facility. When you have a product shipped down now, it's worth about $60 a ton. If you separate that out, you can more than double the value of that product by shipping it source separated from a facility. That's the long-term goal that you have to get to, or this will not work. You have to get to that stage. But what we need as a company, we're dedicated to the point of staying here, building that tonnage up until we are able to provide the city with a MRF. Maybe it requires a joint effort where the city builds the building and leases it on a backwards rate to where, for example, you pay less at the beginning because your tonnage isn't there, but you pay more as you increase the tonnage and are able to get the money back.
Does your company buy products in the south markets right now in the lower 48? Do you buy the downstream materials?
We sell it all over the country and the world. We're in Asia, Canada, and the United States and Mexico.
So is your company prepared to pay the $1,300 in the container costs in that as a result of having the materials perhaps given to you up on this end? You're willing to pay the $1,300 in shipping container costs going south on your nickel? Is that what you would probably do?
At present rates, that would basically break even. What we're trying to do is build up the tonnage so that it will then get you to the MRF. So if that means subsidizing this at the point right now to be able to, in the future, have a sophisticated system, yes.
I guess the next question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, we're talking about moving here pretty quick. Are you guys ready to do this come July or August? Are you ready to triple your tonnage?
We're only one shift right now, 5 days a week. If we double our tonnage, we just go to 2 shifts and keep the baler working the whole time and the whole shift.
The shipping outbound agreements with LPAR, whose responsibility is that to negotiate? If you guys are in a revenue business, would you negotiate with Toad and Horizon and those folks, or would you expect the city to do that?
Most of the time it's done with my boss, who's a general manager out of Renton, Washington.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Ms. Osiander.
The Assembly's had a lot of discussion about the potential uncertainty of increased costs for the shipping the material south. But recently I received a letter from Alaska Waste that informed me that they're basically leasing you storage space Is that correct?
We're a sublease of their whole property, so our whole facility is a sublease of Alaska Waste right now.
All right. The letter seemed to indicate that they had some concern that if the volume of material you processed increased significantly, then the square footage you would need would also increase significantly, and there seemed to be, at least I inferred, some potential inability to grant that. Have you looked or discussed with Alaska Waste the possibility of expanding your area?
We've actually talked about building right on the property across the street.
Which is also their property?
Yes, it's all the Culhane family property that they are leasing, and we are subleasing from them.
But then potentially you're also, in a sense, doing it at their pleasure, because you have to negotiate a figure with them.
We've also talked with Kevin Herron of the city originally to see if maybe there wasn't a solid waste services land or something to that effect too.
How much area do you use now, and how much area are you anticipating using if these projections hold?
Well, what you do is, as long as you're processing the material and baling it up and shipping it out, you can use the same square footage you're using now. You just put on 2 or 3 shifts.
Which you said you'd have to do. You'd have to double the shift.
Right.
All right, so you don't anticipate that the projections here for tonnage are going to cause you to increase your square footage, but potentially, I guess, I can infer that if this is successful enough to expand to even more households, then the volume would increase where you might have to think about that.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. Selcraig.
How important are the drop-off sites to the buildup of the tonnage?
I think they're very important just because of the service factor of the hassle factor of people coming to one location to do their total recycling. Right now, you don't have the addition of plastic anywhere but at our Dowling facility. People want that availability, and they don't want to just drop off most of their paper and items at Highland Road and then have to figure out what to do about their plastic. They want a one-stop solution, and our place is just too small for that amount of traffic that's getting built up every year.
From your experience working elsewhere, for a community our size, is it typical to have more than one primary drop-off spot?
A city our size usually has curbside.
Right. Well, we're working towards that direction, I'm hoping tonight. Also, in terms of the issue that was raised by Alaska Waste in terms of your capacity, your space capacity in the facility you're currently in, is that an issue for you typically? I mean, you've got these sites all over. I mean, how would you approach it if it became an issue?
Right now, our Renton facility is on about the same amount of land that we are on right now, and they process 4 times the amount of material that I do every month.
And you seem to have a lot of faith in us. What's the basis of that? What do you see here?
I'm basically optimistic that we will finally get to the next century, and we will finally decide that consumerism is not the end-all, be-all. We have to really be responsible for what we do buy, and that it is useful. That water bottle you have in front of you can run that computer for 24 minutes.
That's amazing.
That's the electricity saved.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I just had a question regarding. There's been some testimony about curbside, where the waste stream is actually broken out into separate. And you indicated that there's a 3-fold increase in value on that those recycled materials if in fact it's broken out as opposed to being bundled.
Right, it's at least doubled.
I mean, it seems on the face of it that would support a breaking the stream out, the waste stream out or the recycle stream out.
But the initial investment is so great that's the drawback. Unless you have the volume to originally justify a $7 million plant, you'll catch up to that volume in 2 weeks out of the month. And then you'd sit there wondering what to do.
that's one of the advantages of existing drop-off facilities, because it's actually segregated then by product.
Correct. And about the glass, we're not paying for that glass being shipped. Alpar pays for those shipments, and I'm not sure if Alaska Waste hauls that for free or not, but I think Alpar is paying for the hauls to be actually taken over there. She's the one subsidizing that program.
Okay.
We just provide the space for it.
All right, thank you. That wasn't the question, Mr. Burchess. Anything else, Mr. Burchess? Ms. Drummond, last person in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you mentioned consumerism a few minutes ago. This is not relevant to tonight's conversation, but I have an expert in front of me I'm going to ask you. It's my understanding that European countries, perhaps the whole European Union, requires minimal packaging for their retail products.
Yes.
The United States does not. It drives me nuts to buy some tiny item at a store that's in this monstrous piece of plastic, and I'm just envisioning myself as a 75-year-old woman with no hand strength to cut through that stuff to get to the item that I bought. What does it take for us to get there, and what has been your company's experience in other parts of the world where there is less packaging required?
Smurfit Stone is one of the largest box makers in the world. And right now, we've gotten awards with Walmart and other people who are working as companies to reduce packaging requirements. So instead of a full-time hard box covering all the products, we're trying to make products that are also display ready when they're shipped and be able to protect the product in shipment. That's where the future is.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No one else is in the queue for questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as to others in the queue, I had promised we would take dinner by 8 o'clock. My hope had been the public hearing would conclude and we could actually debate this and make votes before 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock now, so that can't happen. I see at least 4 people, and every time we're down to about 2, I see 2 or 3 more people stand up. So we're going to recess for dinner, and I'm sorry for those that have waited this long to testify and are going to have to wait till after our dinner. We will come back. We're going to try to make it in 30 minutes. I would encourage those that want to testify to talk amongst yourselves and figure out who really needs to be heard, because we've heard lots from everyone, and we appreciate everything from the public, and if you want to be heard, we'll hear you. But by the same token, if you think what you've had to say has been said, you may not need to say it. We'll try to be back in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. As a old item, and if there's others that wish to testify, I know there was a woman from South High School who was first in line, but I don't see her. So, well, I'm glad that homework is getting done. Go ahead. Let's go. Next person, please come down and let's get started.
Hi, my name is Brad Weiss.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we wait till the rest of the body is here? I think the folks who are going to testify deserve to be heard by every member of the Assembly.
Amen.
We'll give them 1 more minute, but we're going to move forward. I went through the back hall and asked everyone to come forward, and let's get started.
Still had forks in our mouth.
Well, I understand, and we all have 30 minutes to eat. We need to get out and get going, so.
I think we need a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have to have 7, so we don't have a quorum.
I'd ask the security guard to go back and bring everyone in, please. All right, we have a quorum now. We can get started.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Brad Weiss, W-E-E-S-E. I was kind of disappointed the last time I spoke in the Assembly. I was kind of about the same topic. I see beer cans, beer bottles busted all over our city, abandoned cars, and everything. And the assembly, last time I spoke, said the alcohol industry is doing a wonderful job of keeping our city clean. And I do a lot of walking in our city, and if you see me, a lot of times I've got bags on my back that I'm taking out to the recycling center. And so I was talking to the mayor. I was thinking there's got to be something that we can do if we care about our city and if we care about our state. To me, it seems like a no-brainer. I mean, money, tourism, just loving your state. It seems like we're going to want to clean up this state. I've been to Hawaii once. They had a deposit on water bottles, milk jugs, aluminum cans, and I don't know if everybody likes that, but we got to do something to clean up our state, and that's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone in the queue with questions, but thank you for coming down.
Thanks. Have a good night.
My name is Paula Davis, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Denali Montessori School, and I'm going to try and keep it brief. Apologize if I repeat what other people have said earlier. I came a little bit late. I want to say, first of all, that I'm really appalled and embarrassed by the lack of recycling when visitors come to Alaska, when they see all this beauty around us, and yet they find the garbage is not being treated very well. They find garbage in the streets. They find that they don't have a place to easily recycle. People that travel here from other countries remark about that to me. And as a traveler that has gone to other countries, even in the Seattle airport, there's a place to put different kinds of recycling. If you go to places like Korea, everything is separated out all the time. Everybody knows to do it. Even if you go to a McDonald's, they all know to put their paper in one spot, and people try to do that. I think we're way, way behind the times in Anchorage in not doing that. As a community member, I'm upset to look in my neighborhood and see so much that could be recycled that isn't being recycled every week when the collectors come. Our family recycles. We have one garbage can that we put out about every 2 weeks, every other week, but I regularly see people that don't recycle that have 2 to 4 cans out there every week. You know, if you just think about the amount that could be reduced just by recycling for one family and spread it throughout the community, it would be a lot. As a teacher, and I know this was mentioned by another teacher earlier, there's a huge amount of recycling that could be done in a school. We try to do as best we can in our own classrooms. We rely on ourselves or volunteer parents to come and take the things out of the classroom and take them to the recycling bin. But if I don't have a parent volunteer, I'm the person taking it, and it's a weekly job. Some years we've tried to organize the school to do it, but we don't have enough transportation from the school.
Thank you.
My time is up.
Conclude very quickly. I'll give you about 15
Oh, okay.
seconds.
Sorry. So I would advocate for big bins at the school for just paper or mixed paper or cardboard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, I know it's been a long night, but my name is Megan Cavanaugh. That's C-A-V-A-N-A-U-G-H. I'm a senior at East Anchorage High School, and I'm also the vice chair of Alaska Youth for Environmental Action. I was a part of the force during the campaign behind People for Pools, and I believe you all experienced the community support behind that campaign from the many testimonies you heard at those assembly meetings, and you all saw its success. Now I am in support of this campaign and the Anchorage Recycling Plan. You have heard many testimonies thus far, and I don't want to reiterate all of the sentiments of the previous people who have spoken. However, I have experienced all the problems many of my fellow students have had to overcome just with school recycling at East. I'm a senior with only 2.5 days left of school, but I'm still here supporting school recycling because I want to see Anchorage's future flourish and grow, just as the other countless supporters have said. Also, I believe Ms. Oceaner asked about getting in contact with the school board, and Aya has written a letter to Carol Como, and we've heard no response thus far. So I am only asking you to please realize from the many people here today showing their support that the community is behind this plan and we want to see its success. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I haven't even spoken yet.
Good evening. My name is Bob Mayer. Having testified on the January solid waste services rate increase, I find it necessary to return and repeat my concerns. The basis of the January testimony was that what the Anchorage Assembly needs to study are the mechanisms in place which transfer money from solid waste services to Anchorage municipal government. Here is how it works, using AWWU as an example. In 2003, the owner of AWW, Anchorage Municipal Government, recalculated the MUSA formula for AWW to include contributed plant. That mechanism moved $6.3 million a year from AWWU to Anchorage Municipal Government. Now, AWWU could not absorb what AWW called an added operating expense, and thusly filed for a rate increase. In June 2007, the Honorable Superior Court Judge Philip H. Volland upheld a prior decision by the Regulatory Commission of Alaska on this issue. 100% did not change one word. Now both Judge Volland and the Regulatory Commission of Alaska are on record ruling that the mechanism in place, that particular mechanism at AWWU, is not, which moves money, is not, as AWWU claims, an added operating expense, but is actually an illegal dividend. And let those two words resonate throughout this chamber. Illegal dividend.
I'll give you 15 seconds to wind up.
Okay. Now, at Solid Waste Services, mechanisms are in place which transfer money from the utility to Anchorage Municipal Government, thusly resulting in the need for rate increases.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see no question.
I do too.
Go ahead. You're not listed, but go ahead, Mr. Birch.
See if I can get a written copy of your testimony, and
sure.
Also trying to the timeline for this was with AWW.
I believe the mechanism, the recalculated MUSA, was changed in 2003.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know, Chris. I'm not quite sure why yours keeps not lighting up, but you have a question too, Ms. Esser?
My button, sir. May I speak?
Yes, absolutely. Apparently they were, and I was on the wrong screen, and my apologies.
All right. So basically your concern is with the MUSA payment?
No. Any mechanism in place at Solid Waste Services which moves money from the utility to the owner of the utility, Anchorage Municipal Government, that thusly results in the need for a rate increase. And there are various. Unfortunately, we don't have the RCA here, who really tears these things apart, and they tear this stuff down not only to the nuts and bolts, but they study the metallurgy that those nuts and bolts are made of. This is the third seating of the Anchorage Assembly. It's a new seating that's going to be hearing these particular rate-making issues. And I'll tell you, the prior two seatings have failed miserably in properly representing ratepayer interests, as you just can see, by what's going on with the utilities. Thanks for your time.
The only issue that I know of that is before the Regulatory Commission has been strictly related to that AWU.
Yes.
I haven't heard any rate case that has been disputed based on MUSA on any of the other utilities. Am I wrong?
I think you are correct, but
okay.
I'm not focusing on the MUSA.
You're just talking in general about
any money, one penny, through whatever mechanism is in place at Solid Waste Services that moves money that results in the need for a rate increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk has a question.
I appreciate the information tonight. I do want to point out that in January, when we reviewed the rate increases, The administration reviewed this, they recognized the transfer of funds and the impact, and so we're not completely unaware of the impact.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to let you know.
As long as you know,
although we
there are
getting up to
mechanisms
speed,
out there going on. Okay.
I think we'll be interested over time what it means, but thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
No one else is in the queue. Next, please.
Name is Pete Kineen, and Kinneen. I'm the Executive Director of Environmental Recycling, Inc. Thus, by our name, recycling is our middle name, and I believe we have the record of being the largest in Alaska recycler by far. We recycle more than just an incredible volume of material, and I thus think I have some standing to have opinions here. First, I'd say very briefly is that the folks that are here tonight talking are just super people. If the world was made up of the folks that have testified tonight, it would be a significantly better world. It really would. There's no question about it whatsoever. But this program is a good door opener, and if I were voting, I would not vote it up, I would not vote it down. I would say this is a great window opener. Let's go to the public and probably put this to a public vote next election season and have a good public debate on it. Because the way it is right now, the folks here tonight, again, they're wonderful folks, but they're not representative of the community. And this program is a 1950s program. It's not sustainable. It doesn't work elsewhere. And there are alternatives to it that are sustainable, that are not elitist, that are not racially insensitive, which I'd be happy to explain that. And essentially, there are alternatives which the administration is very well aware of, and I have some information here that I would make available to you, and this is available. It would be available in Anchorage also. And the bottom line is that recycling doesn't cost. There's avoided costs involved, and I would love to sit down for a few minutes, 20 minutes, and bring everybody up to speed on how to recycle without spending $8,000 a day, which is going to morph into...
Thank you very much.
Can I just... Yes, you could have
Okay. Well, yeah, you can. If you've got a handout, you can bring them up.
Okay.
If you've got a handout for everybody, you can certainly bring that up.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you have a handout, or was that not a handout with a copy for everybody?
I do. It's right here.
You can bring that up while the next person goes ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. No questions?
No questions.
Okay.
No one's in the queue.
Good evening. My name is Megan McBride, MCBRIDE. I just wanted to speak briefly about the school recycling portion of this plan. Several assembly members tonight have raised some concerns about the appropriateness of the assembly funding this when it's a school district program, and also the cost effectiveness. I'm aware that it's one of the more costly per ton programs in this plan for the amount that it averts from the landfill. And I just want to say that in my experience, I was involved in recycling when I was in high school. I graduated from Service High School in 2003, and I've been working with high school students through Alaska Youth for Environmental Action in the past year. And both when I was in high school and recently the high school students I'm working with have taken action to try and work with people at the district, to try and contact the superintendent and the folks on the school board. And so far the school board and the school district hasn't taken action and hasn't put a plan in place. You've heard from other people that know more about the technical and the financial aspects of this, that school district recycling doesn't have to be a huge cost, and that it could break even. It could even save the district money by reducing the amount that they're sending to the landfill. So what I would like to ask is that the assembly pass the school district portion of the plan, throw some money at this, let the folks in the district and in the schools figure out programs that will work for them, and then in the future, if they're saving money,
bad way to go. Held by an American flag. The bad sign.
To fund this portion of the program, if it ends up being cost effective, if it ends up paying for itself, if it ends up saving money, then the district can handle it on its own in the future. But I think so far we've seen the district hasn't taken action. They need a little push, and I would encourage you to give them that push and then see how that goes from there. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is George Donert, D-O-N-A-R-T, and this is Michelle Champion, and we live within the SWS area, and we're really looking forward to having curbside recycling. We get really tired of having to haul all our stuff all over the city to find a place that's either nearby or a place where we can finally get rid of all of our recycling in one place. So I really support having curbside for everyone in our municipality, and in the meantime having more drop-off spots besides just the one over in Midtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Larry Emerton, E-M-E-R-T-O-N, and I wholeheartedly support recycling. I would encourage you to pass this before you tonight. And there's a couple other things that have been touched on that I'd like to emphasize, and that is the reducing and reusing, not just recycling, but there's a big picture there. I know there's a big scare about the plastic bottles and whatnot, but any kind of container you can use to or reuse for your drinking water would be better than, unfortunately, what you've got in front of you right now. Anyway, I support this and ask you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Don Hanks, owner of Freedom Refuse. The reason that I'm here tonight is somebody needs to speak up for the lower income families. The last increase at Solid Waste Services recently raised the rates of lower income families while leaving upper income families alone. Over 90% of lower income families are living in multiplex housing, such as apartment buildings that are using dumpsters. The tipping fee for dumpsters was increased while tipping fee for curbside was left alone. The lower income families absorbed the last increase, while the upper income families that are living in single family homes and getting curbside service received no increase whatsoever. If there is to be an increase here tonight, I would ask that you consider that the lower income families absorbed the last increase. Please equalize the rates between dumpsters and curbside users.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Michaela Slanka.
I'm sorry, I was too quick to. The last speaker, there's Mr. Hanks. If you could come back, I was too quick. I saw no one on the screen as you walked away. Someone lit in. Someone clicked in. Ms. Drummond.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I was too slow to click. Thank you for coming, Mr. Hanks. I received your email this afternoon or this morning. Do you know what the cost per apartment unit has been for the increases, roughly?
Roughly 15 to 20%.
Okay.
Yeah. That depends, because Anchorage went up for dumpsters from 45 to 60. Mm-hmm. Eagle River and Shugiak went up from 45 to 50. So it depends on where that apartment is.
Where they live. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Dr. Selgard has a question.
And you indicated that you live in an apartment that uses a dumpster?
I don't know.
You don't?
I just own a dumpster business.
You own a dumpster business. So how is that rate increase passed on to the apartment?
Well, the owners of the apartment buildings primarily are paying for the dumpster bills, and ultimately they will pass that rate on to the people living in the apartment building. They have to pay their expenses. For whoever owns the apartment building is going to recoup his expenses, and he's going to recoup it from the renters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep. And now I don't see any other questions. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Michaela Saito. That's S-A-I-T-O. I just wanted to say I'm from a small village up north where recycling is virtually impossible. I went to school in Fairbanks where there are more opportunities to recycle, and I was very proud to be one of those people that did recycle. When I moved here to Anchorage, I moved to the south side, and I was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a recycling center not too far from my house. But it's often crowded, and it's often kind of scary to go there when it's crowded. So I would like to see more drop sites, especially on Huffman or Muldoon and those areas, and I would like to see Anchorage step up to the plate as Alaska's first place to have their recycling plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jessica Clare, C-L-E-R, and I live on the east side of town in 99504 off of Baxter. And I've lived there for about 6 years now and have diligently driven across town to Dowling to drop off my recycling as frequently as I can. And am excited about the opportunity to have even though I won't be part of that curbside initial plan, I will be part of the people who will now have access to a Muldoon site. And that means a lot. It's a lot of time that will be saved. It's also a lot of gas money that will be saved having to drive across town to Dowling. And I'm fortunate enough that I have the means to drive across town and to get to Dowling on a fairly regular basis. But I know that there are plenty of people, particularly on that side of town, that don't have that ability to drive across town and recycling. And this makes sense. It cuts down on our waste. It cuts down on the money that has to go towards the landfill, as well as it makes Anchorage a better city to live in.
Two people have questions. Dr. Selcraig.
All right. I just wanted to let you know my garage is very full right now with recycling, and if you've got a little room in your car, I'll take it next time.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
So about how far are you driving now to do this?
Well, I don't know the exact mileage. I live off of Baxter.
So maybe,
Dowling.
5 miles?
More than 5.
It's more than 5, for sure.
7 miles?
Probably 7.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Mr. Steiner.
Good evening. My name is John Steiner. I am a member of the Anchorage School Board, but I am not speaking on behalf of the board. I'm speaking on behalf of myself only as a citizen. And as avid recyclers out in Eagle River, where it is fairly convenient to go to at least the Highland site to the things that we can recycle there. When my wife and I started recycling a number of years ago, we cut our trash down so much that I ultimately canceled trash service, and because it's so rare that we get enough that I have to take it up to the dump, it's more convenient to do so. It is amazing how much we cut down as compared to everyone else on our block. I have not, as a member of the school board, pushed recycling on this at the school district because of the concern for the cost and whether I have a tendency to think, based on my own experience at home. Of course, I do things by volunteer. I don't pay anybody to collect my trash. I don't pay anybody for the garage space that I have. We store up our recycling till we take it to the dump, and we don't account specifically for the gas. So I don't really know how the costs will break out for the school district. But it was a very tough thing as a board member to say, let's take money out of the classroom and test recycling. That's why the notion of having some money to come in for us to have a test, a proof of concept pilot experiment, is a great thing as far as I'm concerned, and I have no comment as to the source of the funds that's being considered. My main concern is that to make sure that we have great flexibility within the district as to how we design a program, and that we not be given a requirement that a program has to look like X and the grant has all kinds of strings tied to it. Question about the availability of time within the classroom for certain educational provisions, that's going to be a difficult thing. The board hasn't looked at this at all, but that's my main thing, is to request flexibility when it comes to something for the district, but appreciate the possible opportunity to prove the concept.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig has a question.
I have a question. Is it appropriate for me to ask a question of the administration in regards to this testimony at this time?
I think we'd better to reserve that until our debate,
Okay.
because that's
Then
a
that's
fair
fine.
topic for debate. That would gets us through the public testimony. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I would imagine that the entire school district generates a huge amount of recyclable daily.
I believe that's true. I don't have any numbers.
Has anybody looked at what it might take at the school district to get a program that might even pay for itself?
I believe that the district administration has been doing some looks at this. It has not come before the school board, so I don't know the results of that kind of review, but I think there has been some review done. And I think, I won't speak for the administration as to their views on it, because I haven't spoken to the administration as to their views on it. The other thing I forgot to mention with respect to that is, with grant funds, the acceptance of grant funds in this amount typically would come before the board. And, of course, the board hasn't even been apprised of this or what the outlines of this proposal might look like. So there's a lot of questions yet. But the concept is something that I would invite from my own personal viewpoint.
I think we're all very intrigued by the concept and how it might be implemented. I think the devil's in the details. But it would seem to me that with the number of schools that we have and just the 50,000 kids, and not to mention teachers and administrators and so on, there's got to be just a huge volume of recyclable materials generated right there. So one would hope that would take someone in the school district would take a hard look at that. Thank you, Mr. Steiner.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Selkirk has a question. Don't leave yet.
Mr. Steiner, assuming the resources are made available, assuming tonight we decide to, in fact, make these resources available, do you think that the administration has the capacity, and assuming that the administration is glad to work in a flexible way with you, do you think the administration and the school board has the capacity to work within your own structure to develop an effective program?
Well, I won't. My personal view is I think the administration has the capacity. I know that there has been some work done towards it, and I really can't speak to how far they've progressed or how long it will take them. Okay. But I would hope so, and I know that I would be supportive of what it takes to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one else is in the queue. Looks like you're last.
By default. My name is Jed Whitaker. In listening to the assembly this evening, I think you've all asked some very good questions, which kind of indicates to me that more work needs to be done on this ordinance. This proposed ordinance, 5 years in the making, can use some improvement. I can remember the early days of the baggage transition team suggesting exactly this proposed ordinance. First area of improvement that I see that needs to be made is that it should be implemented for the entire municipality, not just part of the municipality. Second of all, it should be equitable for all ratepayers. Third area of improvement is that I think that more work should be done to examine the economic model of transporting recyclables to the lower 48 for processing. Today, oil went over $122 a barrel. The trend for energy and other commodities is for increasing prices. This means that transporting recyclables to Seattle will increase. I don't know that that's been factored into this proposed ordinance, but it should be. And then when you look at that dynamic, something which I had not really heard discussed this evening is the idea that we ought to be processing these recyclables here in Alaska and creating jobs here in Alaska, that it doesn't need to be transported out of state. And if there's not enough volume, then maybe it could be stockpiled until such point as it became valuable enough to create the jobs to do the recyclables. So based on the questions that the Assembly has asked tonight, I ask the Assembly improve this proposed ordinance before passing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one in the queue with questions? I see no one else coming forward, so the public hearing on these matters is now closed. As to item 13A, what's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Actually, 13A, as a reminder, this has actually been replaced by 2008-62.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
It's been moved and seconded to postpone indefinitely. Any discussion? Any opposition to postponing 2008-51, item 13A, indefinitely? I hear no opposition. That item is postponed indefinitely. That brings us to item 13B, AO 2008-52, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 26.70, to add a new section establishing variable garbage collection rates for automated collection routes. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Now punch your buttons.
You got it. Did you hit first? Same with me. I can't get. No.
You're selected voting there, sir. I think you have to back up a little bit.
Why are we in voting process?
We're working on it.
Go ahead and vote. Get it over with.
Well, we actually can't vote because Mr. Flynn is on the phone. We'll be doing all voice votes this evening.
Point of.
Yes.
Thank you. That was
As
the
to
point.
52, okay. Well, can we do it without the computer and just note it's been moved by Mr. Coffey and seconded by Dr. Selcraig, AO 2008-52, and it's the S version?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we're going to go forward. Is there any, Ms. Osiander, were you just asking which version?
No, I have some
Okay.
things I'd like to say.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Some specifics about the charges, if I could.
Yes.
My understanding is that generally, because of the number of people, this will be a slight increase overall for residents in the solid waste service area. There's some obvious uncertainty about how many people will choose the 32-gallon, which would be a slight decrease. But I wanted to clarify some of these additional charges. Basically, as I understand it, if the customer is going to incur charges if, for instance, if they include some garbage inadvertently even in the recyclable container, they'll be charged $10. So I'm just going to go through these and you tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Is that all right?
So these are questions for the administration to
Yeah.
respond to.
Yeah.
If you can answer that question, please.
Well, I have about 5 of them, and
do you want them to do it one at a
do them all
time?
at once, maybe it'd be quicker.
Absolutely. Ask them all, and they can answer all of them.
All right. So there's that charge. If the customer is disabled, there's also $8 for every 50 feet down the driveway that they've got to come. If they lose a garbage can, it's $75. And then the other one, there was one other one here. If the garbage overflows, then they're going to be charged for 1 additional can. I think that's all am I correct in all 4 of those?
Are you ready for us now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, those are all correct, but I would clarify a couple of them.
Okay.
There is the ability for us to tag and charge on the recycle can, but in the event that people were using the recycle can as a second garbage can, we recognize that there probably will be minor amounts of contamination in the recyclables. It happens. I don't think we'd be going after everybody for one extra plastic container that shouldn't be there. But we do have that in the ordinance to discourage people from assuming that both cans are totally for refuse. The item about the disabled, in our current ordinance, we have what we call pack-out service.
In our ordinances in general, they don't specify whether you are disabled or not. We do provide that service to anybody who asks for it, and we charge them for it. Under the current ordinance, we charge $3, but the ordinance also requires that the material be placed in plastic or non-returnable containers and placed at the back door. Under the new system, basically, our workers would have to go to the house, bring the container to the street to be picked up by the truck, and then returned back to the house again. So there's significant additional labor to do that. I'm trying to remember the other questions you were asking.
$75 if you lose a can?
That is correct.
Okay, and then if you change your mind within 100, you have 180 days grace period. But after 180 days, if you change, you don't want a 32, you want a 64, then you have to pay $30.
That is correct.
Okay, those are my first questions. I've got another, but I'll yield.
Looks like Mr. Starr is next in the queue. Well, let me double check.
Must have been a mistake from some time back. I don't remember doing that. But
I know you were, and then it changed.
Okay,
the next
I'll
person,
ask
if
another
you, Mr. Covey's next. If you want to be in the queue, punch in again, because for some reason the computer took you out, and I'm not trying to exclude anybody.
I'm not feeling excluded. I just mentioned that I was there.
Mr. Coffey.
You're ready. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the administration, May 6th, we got a memorandum here. It's not numbered or anything, talking about the rates in this 52S. And it's an adjustment based on the fact that we've done a recalculation of reduction in the stuff that would be going to the landfill. Is it the wish of the administration that lines, well, there's no lines. It's on page 1 of AO 2008-52S, there's the charges for the 32, 64, and 96 gallons. Is it the submission by the administration to change those rates to the ones in the memo we got today?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coffey, no. That was in response to a request from Ms. Johnston and Ms. Osiander that we prepare the language necessary should the Assembly decide not to advance the tipping fee increase ordinance, but to advance the curbside recycling ordinance. That amendment, which we do not support, has the impact of recalculating the collection rates, assuming that there's no change in the tipping fee.
Yeah, the subsequent ordinance that's coming up, 62 or whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is that all?
Well, no.
Oh.
But it's difficult because what you'd want to do is you'd want to charge appropriately, depending on which way we go on an ordinance that's not even in front of us yet. So how would you like us to proceed? I mean, I can move to put this off till we do the other. Well, I don't want to derail the process.
What we're going to do, and it's imperfect no matter how you do it, and what we're going to do is we'll move forward on this, and I will ask that no one on the body move for reconsideration after we've acted on it. And then after we've acted on the remainder, if there's a need to reconsider it to make an adjustment, we'll take it up at that time.
How about this? Maybe make it simpler. I move that we adopt the rate set forth in this in the event that we do not pass the $8 tipping fee.
I don't know.
If we do pass it, the rate that's in the S version would stand. Then we don't have to come back.
That's been moved and seconded. Mr. Coffey, you could punch first motion.
Yeah, sorry.
And Ms. Osiander, second motion. All right.
Yeah. I think that might simplify, because we know that the rate would, if we don't pass the $8 tipping fee, we know the rate in the memorandum is more appropriate. If we do pass it, then we know the rate that's in the S version is more appropriate.
Okay.
And my motion deals with both circumstances.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so it's this amendment to the to 52S's to the rates, and that's been distributed. There's 3 people in the queue. What I'm going to do is take everybody out of the queue, and if you want to speak to the motion to amend, hold on, let me delete it. I have to delete everybody before. All right. I've deleted everybody. Dr. Selcraig has punched in to speak to this. If you want to speak to this right now, I only have one in the queue, which is Dr. Selcraig. So if you want to speak to this, please punch in.
I'd like to point out that actually I'm not sure that this is a simpler way to do it, partly because one of the things that I think we may find is that we may want to approve the tipping fee. However, in light of the new recycle outcome, in terms of the fact that we've resolved recycling, we've got, composting, we've got a single thing we would be pulling out. Now, maybe I'm not looking at the same information you are. Does the item that you're referring to only address pulling out recycling? Composting?
No.
No.
Okay, I think that there's a possibility as a body we may want to approve everything but the composting. And so it seems to me that we might be better to go ahead, approve or disapprove this ordinance, and then come back and reconsider after we've done because then we know actually what we're dealing with in terms of the items in the document. It just seems to me that there's a whole variety of outcomes that could happen here, and to pick one over another doesn't seem so wise.
Are you finished? Mr. Coffey?
Well, the reason that I proposed it the way I did is because Mr. Abbott told me that the rates were variable around one item, which was the $8 tipping fee. If it's in, it's this. If it's out, it's that. If it's multiple variables, then, and I don't know the outcome of 5 things, then my motion makes no sense. But I understand it's variable around one item.
Okay. I would just note as a procedural matter, it's been moved and seconded, so it's before us, and so we'll either vote the amendment up or down. But and Dr. Selkirk, you can respond.
I just would like a comment from Mr. Abbott regarding the composting and just some information that he spoke to me about in terms of the administration's intent.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Selkirk, we will be recommending, when the tipping fee ordinance is before you, we will be recommending an amendment that would lower the tipping fee increase from $8 to $7.50. I'm not sure, as you suggest, there are other options. The Assembly could, as you suggest, approve different tipping fees or different than either the 8 or the 750 that we've proposed or 0. And there's also the possibility, I understand, for consideration of different effective dates for different elements of the tipping fee proposal as well.
So there's multiple variables?
Yes.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Concurrence to the second.
So the motion has been withdrawn, so that is no longer before us. Any more discussion as to the – okay, now as to the main motion, which is to approve the curbside recycling variable rates. Did you click in for this, Dr. Selkirk?
No.
Okay. Ms.
I don't mind going to the bottom.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk is analyst. She's coming back in. Ms. Johnston.
I am actually quite interested and excited about this curbside recycling because I think it gives us an opportunity to not only address recycling but also to understand what our market is and understand the effects of recycling. And I actually have to say that most of my emails have said they are in support of the recycling program, but they all feel they're going to get curbside, including all the way down to Girdwood, Eagle River, Hillside, and I'm having to explain that that's not really what we're voting on. But I do think a pilot program, because we're not really solid on what the costs are going to be, what the effects are going to be, what the participation. We know with solid waste services there's going to be participation, but we don't know the effects of it. I was wondering, I know that Alaska Waste is also doing a pilot program. And could I ask a question of Alaska Waste?
Absolutely. I believe there's at least one Alaska Waste representative in the audience.
I understand
you have to choose who's going to respond.
Right. I understand that Alaska Waste is also doing a pilot program, and this is a volunteer program. And this is also are they being required to pay for the recycling?
My name is Craig Gales, and I'm here to represent Alaska Waste. We do have a commingled curbside pilot program, which started April 15th. And some of the areas that we had the mixed paper program going on, we're paying $6 a month. And then in order to find out exactly what the areas would produce as far as the co-mingled, which that's what we put into place April 15th, and that went to a 96-gallon tipper. There's certain areas there that are free, and what we're doing is it's a 6-month program, and what we want to do is we want to collect the data so that we know exactly where we're at as far as volumes and tonnage, and then be able to have the facts so that we can come back in 6 months and say, in order to run a fully loaded recycling program, this is what it would take.
So with your curbside or your volunteer one that is not free, how many folks have signed up for that?
We currently have about 2,500 customers on that.
And how large of an area is that?
Basically, that runs from Turnagain to Bayshore.
Okay, so it's in a relatively dense population.
It is, yeah.
Okay, good. And were you surprised by the?
We've had a lot of support from the community and whatnot, and people do want to recycle. You heard that tonight. But until we really have the facts and figures as far as what it's going to cost to recycle and how that comes together, which that's what we're putting together right now, and that's what we plan on having in the next 6 months, we won't really have those figures.
Do you see Alaska Waste and Solid Waste Services commingling? All right, that probably isn't the right word. Do you see the benefits of both pilot programs and the research that comes out of it from both Solid Waste Services and Alaska Waste as far as addressing a citywide, including Eagle River, Girdwood, if possible, curbside recycling? Is this giving us an opportunity to get to that place, maybe?
I believe it is, but until we have the hard figures in order to lay out a fully loaded scenario, we don't know. But yes, we would like to think so.
But we wouldn't. We need to do the pilot, right? I mean,
exactly. Yes, and
okay.
That's exactly what we're doing as we speak.
Okay. Thank you,
Ms. Osiander.
I want to lobby him while he's up here to try a pilot program in Eagle River. But you don't have to commit, sir.
We're not opposed to it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I actually don't have a question for him, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Coffey.
You have a comment.
What's that?
I don't have any questions.
Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you were finished, Ms. Osiander.
Well, I wanted to talk about the matter before us, but now
No.
you'd ask a question?
No. I thought you were in the queue, and so
to debate the matter.
Right, absolutely. So there were questions, but you can certainly discuss. Somebody called him up, but you can talk about debate now.
The matter.
Unless Mr. Coffey, I don't think Mr. Coffey clicked into.
I have no questions for this.
Right. I assume he was in response to one person. It's debate now.
Ms. Johnson's question.
It's debate now.
No, I have a question for this.
You're on the list next.
For him?
He'll stay nearby, and you can ask a question. We'll let Ms. Osiander make her debate comment.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to.
I just had one additional clarification question. I got a couple of emails today from people in the solid waste service area who believe that now with the new requirement to have the can on the street that you are discontinuing alley service. Is that true or not true?
No, that's not
That's
correct.
not true.
We'll
Good.
continue serving the cans where they are, where we currently serve them.
Okay. I am generally supportive of this. I do think, though, that it's got some potential bugs that need to be worked out. I am concerned about the impact for folks who want more flexibility than the 32 can. I'm concerned about the impact of the additional charges, which could mount up to a pretty penny if you lose a garbage can. I don't want to encourage little theft programs of garbage cans in the service area. I'm concerned about the fact that folks who use their garbage for compostable material are going to lose that the ability to do that. Yeah, leaves won't be picked up anymore. So there's a number of bugs in this, but I think generally there's merit in getting the information and taking a step. I think it is going to be very interesting to see the number of people that choose the 32-gallon and to see how much material is actually diverted. I think that that's real necessary information to have for the future.
Thank you very much. Mr. Birch.
I just had a question. We do have a couple of letters here, one from Ashburn and Mason on May 5th relating to the proposal to increase tipping fees at the landfill to cover expenses of recycling. Where are we at with that now? Is this proposal on a pilot program I guess I'm trying to figure out where we're at with the concerns voiced by Alaska Waste vis-a-vis the increase in tipping fee to support the program within the solid waste service area.
Where we're at with it is, like I said, right now we've got our pilot program in place, and we figure we need about 6 months to really figure out where it should be and how it's going to come together, so that we've got a fully loaded program that's going to work and be sustainable for the long term for Anchorage and the community as far as the recycling. And that's where we're at right now. We fully agree with the pay-as-you-throw, and we think that works. We're not quite sure because we don't have the numbers right now to support the rest of it and how that comes together. With the school district, we are currently working with the school district, and we have been working with the school district.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think actually your point relates to the tipping fee, which is 2 items down on the agenda. And
gotcha.
Ellen, although this is important, I think we should defer these questions until we get to the next item on the agenda.
But just as a point of clarification, these two are joined at the hip, are they not? Do you not need the tipping fee to support the rates that are sustained in the ordinance that's in front of us?
Well, there's a general understanding, which was Mr. Coffey's motion, that there's about 5 components to there are, I think, 5 components to the tipping fee, and we could approve all of it, none of it, or parts of it, and that's going to require an adjustment to the curbside recycling. And so what I would ask to do is hold off on the questions about the tipping fee so we can focus on curbside recycling now and bring those questions back when we get to item 13D.
Have you seen the solid waste service? Obviously this is not in your service area, but the solid waste services has an impact analysis on residential subscribers, and I guess that was a concern of mine. It looked like there'd be from the work session that we had on Friday, it appeared that there would be a general rate increase for the majority of customers in the solid waste service area. And I guess it just brings the point home that you really need to do some more analysis like you have underway now to figure out what sort of balance you'll end up finding.
Exactly.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll certainly return to those questions at 13D. Dr. Selcraig.
I have my little garbage can full of questions, too. Excuse me. I've got a little list here. My first one actually has to do with small cans, and I do appreciate that the administration has answered this for me before, but I've gotten several calls and emails on it, and it has to do with those people out there, like me, who actually will not use up the small can. I mean, it's very doubtful that I'll be able to fill that small can. And I've also had people contact me and indicate that they go out of town for 3 months and they don't really want to have to pay for service. So I guess the administration actually, the last time I asked this question, you indicated that you would that this was an initial rollout and that there was the potential for, in the future, individuals who don't use very much capacity in terms of trash needs to get a smaller can eventually. Is that possible? Is that something we might be able to do in the future?
Yes, we'd be willing to look at that. But as with Alaska Waste, we still have to get a little bit of data on how the program is going to work. And so we want to start out with a fairly simple program. And one other point on the people that are out of town for 3 months, I believe that you can sign up for a holiday break in your rates so that you do not pay during that time.
And I was contacted by people who are in town for 3 weeks, out of town for 1 week. Out of town for 3 weeks, in town for 1 week. Can they work a holiday rate out on a regular schedule if they in fact are not, like if they're working on the slope, those kinds of situations? We have a lot of people who are in that situation. Will that would be something, I guess, that I would look, I'm wondering if you can look at in the future at least.
We can look at it.
Yeah, I can get that. And then these follow some of Ms. Osiander's concerns. I live close to the hillside, and we get a lot of wind, and there's this regular experience on a windy day of finding your garbage can, and your top. And are these going to be numbered, or how do you make sure, if your neighbor lost his, that he doesn't steal yours? Do they all have a serial number on them?
Yes, every can will have a serial number on it when it comes from the factory. I would point out that we are starting out by giving the cans to the customers for free.
Right.
And so
Thank you.
The replacement would be if they lose it.
But if somebody takes mine, I would hate to have to pay for it.
The other is, I would point out, is the lids are attached.
It could happen in my neighborhood. And then this is a complicated shift for the community. There's a lot of change. And Ms. Osiander went through a variety of things that people may not be aware of. And what's your plan for educating the public in terms of, and are you going to have a little grace period if people screw up the first? What's your strategy there?
Well, from what we understand in talking with other communities that have gone through this is that the honeymoon period isn't necessarily a happy couple of months to get it started, because it is very much of a different situation than what most people are used to. We intend to start out, as assuming that this is approved, fairly quickly with postcard campaign to kind of get a feel for what size cans people will be anticipating signing up for just so that we know how many cans to order. And at the same time, we intend to try and begin at that point to educate them as to how the program works, what will be acceptable in the recycled cans. We do have the opportunity every quarter to send additional information for billing, and we do anticipate that there will be a fair amount of education that's going to go along with this.
I just have two more quick ones, really. One is how do Anchorage's rates compare to other places in the country in terms of our? I know we had some information early on, but I don't remember that. But it seemed to me we were significantly lower. Does somebody have that?
Do you guys have that on the rate structure, comparables?
You could get back to me on that if it's not, if you don't have it right now.
I can make a real quick statement.
Okay.
In some ways, it's a little bit difficult because to compare, because some communities are purely rate-based, some are somewhat tax-supported, some are supported by other directions. But in general, our rates are very low compared to a lot of communities.
Okay, and my last question is that I know you're not taking grass clippings and leaves so in the fall, do you have some sort of strategy for those big piles of leaves that we're all going to have in the grass clippings? And is there some sort of kind of citywide program that you might have in place that will allow us to deal with them instead of just pile them into the back so that they don't blow around all winter?
Well, the good news is that we don't expect the trucks to arrive to be able to operate the program this fall.
Thank you.
At a time when to get there. So within the first year, it's one of those things, a big question that we do need to look at.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr, I'd remind members to try to limit your questions.
I was actually going to ask the solid waste or the Alaska Waste folks the question. Sorry to make you walk all the way back and forth. And also, point of order, your screens are on the overhead is incorrect, and the header is mislabeled. We're actually working on
we're on 13B2.
Well, aren't we talking about variable garbage collection rates and automated collection routes? You have the composting one up.
I show us on 13B2.
Up there.
That shows 13B2 also.
Well, your slide is incorrect. If 2008-52S is
right.
automated collection.
All right. And
Anyhow,
just-
the point of my question was, do you have the downstream products that you're collecting sold? Are you marketing them for sale?
No, we aren't. We are just the hauler, and we actually haul all our products to Smurfit Stone.
Okay, and they're actually, you don't know if they're selling them or not, but you just bring them to them and they separate out the various streams?
Yes, they do, and then they bale it and ship it to Seattle.
Okay, and you're just basically providing surface transportation here in Anchorage, and you're not partnered up with them?
No, we're not.
Okay, have you seen any, I guess I didn't realize that in terms of the mixed trash. I had one question. I mean, have you seen any of the stuff that you're picking up? Is it contaminated, or are we actually seeing recyclable goods in there?
The commingled, you mean, the pilot program we have going? We've actually, I think we've brought in our fourth load, and it's been pretty clean. They've actually baled some, and I'm not sure if they've shipped any yet, but eventually they'll be shipping it to Reddington, I think, and then it'll get put on the belt and sorted there.
Okay. All right, thanks for coming down. Appreciate it.
You bet.
And yeah, you can just sit up front, and then if we have more questions, you're close, but you don't have to stand and wait. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the map, and, you know, this is in your district and my district, Sheila, and Mike and Elvie, and, they've got, and Patrick, too. We've got 4 districts involved in this process, which will be good. We'll get 4 different perspectives. I'm supporting this thing for a variety of reasons. Number one, it's about time we got underway with this. I'm glad we're there, and I'm glad we're going to try it. We've got the equipment and getting started. But I understand we're starting in 2009 now? The trucks won't be here till when?
No, the trucks are anticipated to be here. It was a 210-day delivery date from when you basically the date you guys approved.
So late fall, early winter.
The trucks should be here, I believe, the 1st of October, with a couple weeks to get used to how they're going to operate and get everything in order. We should be October, November timeframe.
Okay, so we'll do 1 or 2 months in 2008, but we're up and running on 2009. Okay, that's good. I also want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Osiander and Ms. Johnston for working on the committee that I put together here about a month and a half ago when I was chairman, and that's done as yeoman's work and a lot of information. Over the last, couple of weeks, I've done a lot of reading on both current and past handouts. There's stuff dating back to Solid Waste Services over a course of several years, including things like a proposal from Alaska Waste to do recycling. That was about a year ago, and so on. But we're at a point where I think we need to take some action, and I think this is an appropriate action. The materials I read came from the municipality, from Alaska Waste, from others. I also responded to, several dozen emails. And what I generally do when I have that circumstance is I think about where I stand and what I think about an issue and give people a pretty standardized reply. I sometimes personalize them a little bit. But so I wrote a fairly detailed position of where I stood. And here's basically what motivates me to do this, to support this. First of all, it supports recycling, and I think everybody here raised their hand when asked if they do it, and I do it too, but it means basically I get my kids after Sunday dinner. We have the boys over for Sunday dinner, and then one of them gets to go to Brown Jug with the glass, and one of them gets to go here with the paper and the cans, and every once in a while I'm forced to do it myself. But this will be good, except we'll still have to take the glass, of course, but this will be a good thing for us to allow the community to do it. It's certainly better to have trucks doing it than me and dozens of my neighbors or their kids too. So I like that. Secondly, it gives variable rates. I've been yakking about that since I got on the assembly. I mean, Sheila Selcraig, who she was in my district, she fills up a 32-gallon can once a month, right? When I had 4 boys at home and grandma and me and the wife and so on, we would do 4 cans a week. But we paid the same fare. That's not fair. That's not right. So this is another good thing, the variable rates. We still have mandatory service, which makes it difficult for people who aren't here, so on. Everybody's got to pay whether they use it or not, but we can talk about that as times come. And then finally, it'll allow us to understand the best ways to do this. We'll learn from this. We'll find out that we can continue to work with our shippers. We'll find out what it does with at Smurfit, at the center on Rosewood. All this information that we don't really know today will be available to us from what Solid Waste does and what we can learn from Alaska Waste as they go through a similar process that they started a few months earlier than us, but nonetheless, it's still new to them too. we'll get answers from the school district perhaps that I asked Mr. Steiner about how we might be able to have a school-wide recycling program. So for me, it's the first step. The rates are, 14, 22, and $30. I mean, Lord, that's just virtually nothing. I'd hate to see some guy swipe my garbage can. It costs me $75. I go over and take Sheila's. It won't be full, and I'll be able to cart it off easily.
My neighbors have been known to do it.
But all in all, I applaud the administration, and I thank my colleagues for doing all the work so that when I got done, basically reading this material and more, I feel very comfortable about approving this and about virtually every aspect of it. So I'm going to be a yes vote, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, will be a yes vote. I just can't say enough that it should have happened a long time ago. I am one of those people who is, I'm in the solid waste service area, and I have been taking advantage of Alaska Waste's recycling program for several years now, and I love it. And thank you very much for moving it to Tuesdays, which is when my trash gets removed now also, and I don't have to try to think about getting recycling out every other Thursday and all this other stuff. So I know I'll have to shift when solid waste takes over in my area someday, but it couldn't happen soon enough. I'm so tired of putting out 1 can a week, and my neighbor's putting out 4 cans a week and various plastic bags and all that stuff, and I'm subsidizing them, and I have been for years. A previous speaker said something about the 32-gallon rate being a reduction. It's not at all a reduction. It's an increase, because I've been putting out one for about $16 a month for years, and others have been putting out 4. They're actually getting a bargain by comparison. But in any case, I'm supportive. Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Just wanted to clarify the impact outside of the service area. And it appears to me that the subscription rate, currently you're entitled within this, and I'm not in the solid waste service area, but in the solid waste service area you currently have 4 32-gallon containers, as I understand it, on a monthly basis for $16.35 a month. And that rate will effectively double, if I understand it. Is that right?
Administration? This is if you keep having that many cans.
No. Currently you are allowed to up to 4 cans per week for $16.35.
Okay.
Under the variable rate program, you'll have 1 can of whatever size you subscribe to, plus you'll also have a 96-gallon can for any recyclables, and the intent is that you would transfer some of out of that 4 cans of garbage that you could currently produce, a fair amount of that will end up going into the 96-gallon recycle can, and you won't need as much of the garbage can. Okay. And so, consequently, we charge you less.
Okay, so the presumption would be that you roll back from the 4 cans down to somewhat fewer than 2 cans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then the newspaper, we had testimony from a gentleman that's in the business Thermocool. I guess the presumption is that the newspapers all roll into that combined waste stream as well. Is that correct?
Yeah. Under our curbside program, it will be a commingled stream, very much like what Alaska Waste is doing right now. To start out, that area is relatively small that where we're starting at now, and the intent is that at some point, as Mr. Tengi was saying, we can get the total volume of material being generated by the municipality as a whole up to a point where we can actually sort it here. In the short term, there will be some of that newspaper will not be able to capture here, and it will get shipped out with the commingled product.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out this evening and testifying before this body. And I'd like to also thank folks who sent letters and cards, because I got a whole lot of them. yes, I support recycling, and I'm just personally really, really excited about it. And everything that has happened throughout the past weeks, the work sessions and the different comments, just has encouraged me even more to do a better job at recycling, and I will. And we have to keep in mind that this is just the beginning. And Ms. Oceana made a comment, and she's right. You know, there are bugs that need to be worked out. But when you think about it, you buy a new computer program, there are bugs that have to be worked out, and you get fix after fix after fix, and then finally, it's the way it's supposed to be. And I feel that way with this program, because when you look at it, number one, we're going to have an immediate savings, and that immediate savings is going to be time, it's going to be fuel, in addition to air quality. So with that said, I'm excited, but I have one request from the administration. Yes, there are some areas in Midtown that are going to be part of the pilot program, but would you include my subdivision, please? Thank you.
Wait a minute.
I treat that as a rhetorical question. Mr. Gutierrez, is that all?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully, Elvie won't be too upset when I point out that I actually am in the area that is set for automated pickup, and I too am very, very excited about this program, and actually think that my bill is going to go down on a monthly basis. I've spent, since we had the work session on Friday, I've spent my time looking at what I'm throwing away, and my wife and I already do extensive recycling, and I got to give her all the credit for that. But there's even more I think that we're going to be able to do, and I think that we're probably going to struggle to fill a 32-gallon can once a week, given all that is that we're going to be able to recycle. This is very exciting, and certainly a pilot program is very appropriate. It's very appropriate to try to see, what issues we can't anticipate at this point, and what tweaks are going to be needed in the future. We've heard very clearly from the public that they're very much in favor of this, and so I think the response from the public, in particular, in the area that's going to be served by this pilot program, is going to be big. Again, I've also gotten many emails and contacts about this, and I think the public in general is very excited about it. I think a vast number of the public are going to be very disappointed when they realize that they're not in the area for this pilot program, but hopefully things will go well enough that down the road we'll be able to add much, much more of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
I'm going to be supporting it as well, and as with the rural-urban nature of Chugiak Eagle River, that's where the question basis I come from. But in the observations throughout, the solid waste services folks have stepped up. There was several debates about what type of garbage trucks to buy and hopper heights, and should we be buying 13,000 roll-off cans, and all of that. And that's just what I do, is ask those questions. It's the interest to kind of flesh it out before we go. I'm very willing to try it and see how it plays out, and I think that's the way you get better at what you do. So the kudos to the administration for bringing all the answers that I asked. Oftentimes they were friction driven and that, but it's what I feel is my job to do and ask those tough questions. And I got answers tonight, and I'm pleased to support this. This is a good way to start, and we'll be able to see it. And hopefully it's not just piles of stuff that we can't manage, but solutions to a filling up landfill. So,
thank you, Dr. Selkradic. I'd encourage everyone to only click in once, because we're just stating our position, support or not support.
I plan to support this evening. I think it's an essential component for Anchorage to position itself in the future. I think it's the kind of thing that needs to be done to meet the needs that we're going to have more and more in terms of dealing with our refuge, and it's a smart thing to do. So it's a pleasure to do it, and I really do thank the administration for their tenacity and their ability to stick with us in all our questions. Thank you.
No one else is in the queue, so I will speak as the chair with the last word. I have watched and been very involved with the interest to get curbside recycling going in this community for years. I remember when Kevin Herron was executive director of the Alaska Center for the Environment, and he got a group of people to start going door to door in the summer to find out about people's concerns, and at the top of the list kept coming up curbside recycling, curbside recycling, curbside recycling. And so now, after I can't tell you how many years we now have curbside recycling, I will be very pleased to support this, and and my sense is that this is going to get a unanimous vote on the body, so rather than ask for a voice vote, I see the mayor wants to speak, and I'll give him a chance, but I will be asking for any opposition, and so we may get a unanimous vote. Mr. Mayor.
I'll just say just a couple of brief comments to all the folks that were here earlier and the folks that are sticking out for this. Thank you very much. And to the staff who have gone through numerous work sessions, many questions from individuals, and I think well-founded questions in a lot of ways for us to kind of get where we're at tonight. I really want to thank the staff for doing what they've been doing to make sure we have a good package in front of you. So again, thank you to the Assembly, and I look forward to a positive vote. But to the staff, thanks for all your work and surviving to this point. We still have a few more ordinances, but we're at least at stage one. Thank you.
All right. Well, seeing no one else in the queue, and we've heard from the mayor, I will ask if there is any opposition to 2008-52S item 13B. Any opposition? I hear and see no opposition, so that matter passes unanimously. Now, to ask the indulgence of the audience that are here on recycling matters, I would ask, call on Dr. Selcraig in terms of changing the order of the day. There's two matters that we really must act on tonight, which probably won't take us more than 10 minutes, and then we'll return to recycling. But I want to make sure these things get addressed.
I'd like to move that we reorder the agenda to move up 13G and
13G Gulf
13B
and 14B. Bravo.
14B. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Is there a second? Any opposition? All right. The public hearing on Resolution AR 2008-70, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $540,990 from the state of Alaska.
Reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter, please come forward. Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any opposition to AR 2008-70? I hear and see no opposition. That matter is approved unanimously. Next item is item 14B, ordinance number AO 2008-57, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Hold on. The public hearing on this matter is now open. If anyone wishes to be heard, please come forward.
And I appreciate the waive reading, but if you still need to just give people some idea of what the hearing is.
This is about a rezoning. This is providing for rezoning of Mountain View Development Subdivision Tract 1. It involves Mr. Potter will tell us more. I see him coming down to be heard. He'll tell us more about where this is. It involves the Glen Square subdivision, I believe. Mr. Potter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. And first off, before we get to the rezone request, I'm embarrassed to say that one woman stood up tonight talking about recycling and indicated that she was embarrassed with the community because it was 15 years since she was in school working on that. Well, I'm also embarrassed that 30 years ago I was working on my master's thesis that had to do with recycling in Western Washington. So I'm very proud that you took a first step, and let's see how it works. The case before you tonight, a request, is to rezone a couple pieces of property in Mountain View, fronting on Mountain View Drive, better known as the Glen Square, commercial development, and an associated property called the Will Howard Trust parcel. The action tonight is to do some rudimentary housekeeping to modify the zoning in a couple of different fashions. One is to modify the larger parcel of 34 acres that Glen Square development is on, is to consolidate it into B3, and then take the Will Howard Trust property, which is a parcel that fronts on to Mountain View Drive, which is currently industrial, and really not in keeping with where the comp plan suggests it should go. And that is being changed to B3 with special limitations to require a component of residential development. So it truly pushes that property that fronts onto Mountain View Drive to be a mixed-use development when it is developed. and that is a property that is owned through the Anchorage Community Development Authority. So we believe that this brings the project more in line with the comprehensive plan in both the Glen Square commercial project and the Will Howard Trust property. It was supported by the Community Council, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we'd ask for your approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Gutierrez has questions in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Potter, the only question I had, I'm fairly familiar with this. My office is right adjacent to that. With this, the change for the Will Howard Trust property and adding a residential component there, is that at all going to impact the proposed construction of the theater that would be sort of adjacent to that, somewhat down the hill?
No, it will not. Actually, the underlying commercial tract and fragment lot subdivision that is just about ready to be recorded and has gone through a public process realigns the property boundaries. So the Will Howard Trust property gains some and loses some. They gain more property up at the Mountain View Drive level, and the Glen Square property actually gains some that's at the lower level. So they actually gain a little bit more of usable property at their own development levels. So I think it really benefits everybody.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Mr. Potter, the dwelling units per acre are listed at the previous SL at 12. Is that what the proposed is going to be here at the dwelling, the DUAs at 12?
They are looking at a minimum of 12 dwelling units on the Will Howard Trust parcel.
It's not very dense. I thought we were looking for the town center, the walkable community sort of thing. I mean, 25 is much more representative for the tight urban design of the walkable community. So would we not be better off, is 12 a minimum then is what you're saying? Or how do we best illustrate?
12 is a minimum. And when the Planning and Zoning Commission looked at that and took that into consideration, they also concluded, as we suggested, that to overly require residential as a component of that mixed use is still an experiment, and we did not want to totally depreciate the value of the Will Howard Trust property, and felt that with a 3.4 acre parcel of somewhat of an odd shape, that a minimum of 12 units doesn't mean that you can't do more, but that a minimum of 12 units would be appropriate in that location. And without going through a design exercise to figure out with a user exactly what to do, at least there is a requirement for a residential component. That could be standalone, or it could be in a mixed-use building, much as Cook Inlet Housing built up on Mountain View Drive.
Yeah, and I mean, it does appear to me to be a town center model area, as kind of how we've been talking about the use of the development. And part of that component, of course, is affordable housing. And to get that, you need a little denser setup. So when I saw the 12 DUAs, and I thought the comprehensive plan spoke to a higher density in that zone district, I wanted to make sure we were considering higher density.
It may not be exactly what you would consider high density, but it's a movement towards that definite push to have on that piece of property a mixed-use project, which will hopefully be the catalyst for the property directly to the east to be fully developed, either as a mixed-use or a much higher density residential property than it currently is, as well as some of the other properties across the street. So.
And the interest to not apply spot zoning here, where's the next industrial property located? Are we across the street then, where it's I?
Directly across the street. In fact, effectively all of the frontage on Mountain View Drive on the other side of the street is, some people may say appropriately industrially zoned. I say for the redevelopment of Mountain View Drive, inappropriately zoned as I-1. Yeah.
Well, and I don't want to, you just turned it into a debate, and that's not what I wanted to do. I was trying to figure out if we allow residential modeling nearby, granted there already was one on the other land that we're exchanging it for, but are we going to then have the conflicts of the residents saying, hey, look at, I've got this industrial stuff going on. I don't, the residential industrial buffer is important to me, but also want to value industrial land. So are we?
I think what you're really going to find is that if you start looking to the northwest across Mountain View Drive, there's a narrow band, just like the Will Howard Trust property, that strings along Mountain View Drive. And that should be more of a commercial mixed-use type of zone with the industrial that's behind it that's currently there, so that at least along the road you don't necessarily have the industrial exposure, and you actually have a more pedestrian-friendly is where the plan's been going.
Could be. We just don't want to give away all our industrial base. So thank you very much for
So
coming
if
down.
you're looking for a good investment piece of property, that would be a good spot.
Mr. Coffey. You a certified financial advisor now too, Mr. Potter, as well? For me, they took the industrial track there on the Mountain View Drive and said, let's make it B3 and let's make it with a housing component minimum. And they recognized the fact that everything that's over the hill down in Glen Square probably needs to be developed in conjunction with the commercial activity down there. For me, that's just absolutely appropriate. I'm glad you've taken the industrial, which doesn't permit housing, converted it to B3, required or if we adopt what the Planning and Zoning Commission adopted, we've got the housing component located appropriately, got rid of the industrial zoning, and are allowing a 12-theater complex.
It'll be a 12-theater complex, yes.
Be constructed down in this shopping center, operated by Century, the same people who have the theater over here off of 36 that we see every night when we leave here. So we've got an experienced business operator, has experience in Anchorage. I think they built a pretty nice-looking facility over there. I think it's a great addition to Mountain View, and I think you've done the right thing. I support it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. If you're commenting about the merits, you should, if this is for questions for Mr. Potter, if you want to comment on the merits, let's hold off. I know, but then you started commenting. I don't see any other questions for Mr. Potter. Thank you very much. You might sit down close by just in case other questions come up. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I see no one else. The public hearing on this is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All right, discussion on the merits. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm going to be supporting this. I think it's a compatible change based on the surrounding improvements that's gone on in the district. I also think it's a more compatible use for the whole intent of what's going on in Mountain View. So I'm happy to see a movie theater go in there, and I think it'll be a positive change for the community.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I will be supporting this as well. I'm very familiar with this tract of land, and the Will Howard Trust property right now is a vacant piece of property that has at times had smashed and burned out vehicles on it, is a sort of a blight on that part of the neighborhood that draws crime, frankly, and I think this is a great move. It's going to help the Glen Square project and will help Mountain View in general.
All right, I see no one else in the queue. I will ask if there is any opposition to this ordinance. I hear and see no opposition. That also passes unanimously. So that brings us back to item 13C, Ordinance AO 2008-53, and ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 26.80, to add a section allowing the solid waste disposal utility to operate a compost facility.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Any opposition to moving to postpone this matter indefinitely?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Abbott.
I think it probably deserves some level of conversation here on the record as to the justification for that. I'll certainly bow to one of the assembly members.
Mr. Abbott, I would ask you to, my understanding, and I apologize, we've got two that clicked in. I'll let Ms. Johnston speak first.
Yes, we've been very fortunate. This is, we were hitting a deadline with the composting, particularly with horse manure. And Evergreen Nursery has a parcel of land that's industrial zoned, and it's ready to go starting Saturday for horse manure, grass clippings, wood chips, and drywall. And they are going to they're going to operate a composting facility this summer. And we'll see how it goes. They'll see how it goes. I'd like to support everybody they can purchase the end product so it becomes a feasible operation. And it also gives us an opportunity to address composting throughout the municipality in a planned way. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
I think I've said this before, but being in public office oftentimes is a crash course in very diverse subjects. And I have learned so much about composting and recycling and garbage rates, far more than, frankly, I ever wanted to know. And I still have a lot to learn. The composting discussion has been interesting. I generally think that government should not step in when there's an alternative where where a private individual can do it with no charge to the taxpayers. I'm all for it. I don't think that this is the ultimate solution. I'm very supportive of what Alaska Soil Conservation folks are doing to try to get a grant. I think the right solution is to have multiple composting areas in different parts of town. The horses all out in Shugiak are going to have a heck of a time having their owners transport all the way down to Evergreen. So this isn't a final, but it's a good first step, and I would much prefer the city doesn't get in this business at a big cost right now. So urge support for postponement, and it's not through lack of support for composting that I say that.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
I really appreciated the information that was brought to us in our last work session regarding kind of discrete facilities that can deal with composting. And I agree with Ms. Osiander. Over time, it would be great to have more than one site. One of the things that concerns me about where we are right now is that we've gotten a wonderful solution. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for all your work on it, for this summer. But it does look like the horizon ends or potentially could end in October. And I agree that Alaska Conservation Soil brings to us some good opportunities, but I do also think that the municipality has to stay attuned, because what I experienced, the one thing that Ms. Osiander left out about learning was the reality of horse manure, which is that it just keeps coming. And you know, it's not something that you can kind of put off or ignore. So I'm looking forward to a real partnership and leadership in terms of the administration, keeping an eye on what's going on and playing a role in making sure that we don't find ourselves up against a big pile again. Thank you.
Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was only going to comment that I, too, appreciate the efforts of Ms. Johnston and others on the Assembly in trying to stimulate a private alternative to the program that we were prepared to put in place. Believe me, I think the happiest person in the room or persons in the room are the solid waste service staffers that no longer have to see themselves in the composting business. This is not part of their, at least historically, core service, and I don't think there was any internal desire on their part to make this so. So we're pleased that there's a private alternative. This is not something that we could sort of turn on and off like a light switch. If there is a need for a municipally operated facility at Point Woronzof or someplace else, it is a period of weeks or months before we could start such a thing. So Dr. Selkirk's correct. We're going to remain vigilant. We're going to watch the existing facility, the facility that we expect to be in operation shortly. Hope that it meets the market demands, both as a compost provider and as a refuse receiver. And if it's not, we'll certainly respond to Assembly requests. But we're not a very nimble operation in that regard. So it would be a period of many weeks before we could get up and running. But with that said, I'm very hopeful that the private sector resolves this without us.
Mr. Starr.
Well, just the appropriate time to talk about the other composting facility that's now sitting out there in Port Wars. Now, do we have a municipal obligation that's going to cost us city dollars, or is there anything we're going to do about that in the short term?
In the short term, no, Mr. Starr. It's an HOB parcel. There's not a crisis, if you will, at that site right now. It's got a lot of problems. It certainly couldn't be used for any other purpose, but we don't have the next thing in mind for that site at this time. There's no one trying to lease or otherwise use that property. So we're going to be looking for other ways without a solid waste service contribution to deal with the cleanup out there. There may still be issues associated with the prior leaseholder that we can address. But for the time being, we're not recommending, and you'll see us talk more about this as we discuss the next ordinance, we're not recommending a solid waste service funded program to clean up that site at this time.
Okay, I just noticed that, Evergreen's interest to market some of the products, perhaps we could get some of them out of there and start to put them into the stream for people to buy. It's useful materials, but that's all. Thanks for the information on that.
Ms. Osiander.
I forgot to add a point that I wanted to, and that is, since this is an HLB parcel, I think that it's entirely appropriate to look at HLB funding for cleanup. I wanted and will continue to push that at some point. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Abbott for his massive understatement about how nimble government is. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander, and I'll speak last. First, I want to thank Ms. Johnston. I think she was very, very involved with talking with Evergreen in terms of getting the private proposal forward, and the fact that there's a private proposal for South Anchorage near the hillside where many of the horses are doesn't prevent another private proposal coming forward to service Eagle River Chugiak, and I think all on this body would support it. And I also note that we all want the private solutions to work, because if those private solutions don't work and it ends up becoming more of an issue for the municipality to get involved in, it makes it more like if we do get involved because private solutions didn't work, then it'll be more likely we'll stay involved for a long time. All the more reason to have the private solutions work. So having said all that, I will ask if there's any opposition to indefinitely postponing item 13C. I hear and see none, so that matter is postponed indefinitely. And before we take up 14D, I just wanted to note at the very end of the agenda, if there's anyone that is here to testify with regard to what is sometimes referred to as the rogue towing ordinance, which is item 14C, it's Mr. Gutierrez's recommendation that we'll postpone that indefinitely. So if you were here for the public hearing on that, don't feel the need to stay. No, we don't need to take it up now. I don't think it doesn't look like anybody's here to testify on that. Item 13D, AO number 2008-62, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 26.80 to add a new section for a surcharge to support community recycling initiatives, and amending Section 26.70.040 to add the surcharge fees.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. Ms. Johnston.
Don't we want to ask for the public comment?
Oh, right. I apologize. No, actually, we've had the public hearing on this. The public
right.
hearing is closed. Ms. Johnston.
I'm sorry.
Actually, speaker. Mike.
I would like to actually amend the motion to I'd like to postpone.
So you actually move to postpone it?
Move to postpone till August.
Second.
Okay, it's been, Jennifer could punch first motion. All right, it's been moved and seconded by Mr. Birch to move to continue it until
August 19th.
August 19. All right. So the motion on the floor is a motion to postpone to August 19. And Ms. Osiander is, I assume that the three people on the queue are to this motion. Ms. Osiander.
Not my motion. Could I speak to that, sir?
Yes, that's what I was calling you to speak to.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
I apologize for not being clear.
This isn't ready. I have really tried to put a lot of time into understanding it and to trying to figure out how the various monies would be spent. I'm going to list just a few of the concerns that I have about this. This calls for $247,000 of this additional revenue to go towards an outreach program. The outreach program includes apparently hiring a part-time educator and having Alaska Youth for Environmental Action along with ALPAR go into classrooms in the Anchorage School District and talk about the program. There has been no discussion. I confirmed that with a school board member about this before the school board. I know from my experience as a member of the school board that classroom time is jealously guarded and curriculum is a matter that is not in our province. This hasn't been talked about enough. I have concerns about the $352,000 that is allocated to be expended for additional drop-off centers. At the work session, I tried to get a better handle on that figure, and I was told that that was basically the cost for commercial property acquisition. However, in the email that I received 2 days ago, I was told, no, actually that's not the case. None of this money is for property acquisition. Apparently, the intent is to find property to be donated to the city or to use municipal land somewhere in the Huffman and Muldoon area. Instead, the money is to be expended for acquiring the infrastructure and the building for the transfer station. The public space portion of this, $75,000, is to put up recycling in a variety of public venues, some of which apparently include at street vendors. The cost of that seems very hard to determine, and according to the estimate that was done by our consultant, the cost per ton for diverting this material into recycling seems exorbitant. This also includes $326,000 for the Anchorage School District. I read with some interest, finally this afternoon, some details on that, and it included things like having the school district make a new goal towards a certain percentage of recycling be diverted. Again, I know from experience that setting goals for the Anchorage School District can be a very time-intensive and very thorough discussion. It includes apparently adding new staff at the school district, but I didn't really see a clear allocation of how that person would be paid. It said $50,000 for administration and $48,000 for education. So apparently there's also some classroom time out of this $326,000. My primary concern on the school district side, though, is that Alaska Waste is already working with several high schools right now to see what can be done in diverting an amount of their waste stream for recycling. They tell us that they have the equipment in place to do a program with the school district, and they could offer alternatives that could be tailored to each school, that it could either be a recycling dumpster or a compactor. They basically are studying to see what works best. I had emails as recently as yesterday afternoon from the superintendent who hadn't even yet been briefed on this program. I think we are premature. I also have some very real concerns about the future of the contract that we've got to send our mixed stream outside. I appreciate that we can do it now, and I took that leap of faith by supporting the previous recycling program recommendation, but I do have some concerns that there's no guarantee that we can handle those costs if the amount that we ship south dramatically increases and the shipping companies no longer feel obligated or interested in donating cargo space. Additionally, my understanding is Smurfit has a month-to-month lease for square footage space with Alaska Waste. And again, though I'm unclear if this is actually true or not, there may be an obligation to increase the square footage that Smurfit's used if the recycling stream increases dramatically. Another additional concern is there seems to be a very real potential, as Mr. Birch stated, that the move to tie revenue from the $8 tipping fee increase into supporting the recycling program as a whole could engender RCA oversight. This administration has very jealously argued against RCA oversight for all utilities. At times I have been less than enthusiastic about that attempt to move away from RCA jurisdiction, but I think it needs to be looked at very thoroughly, particularly in light of the letter we recently received from the attorney who consults with Alaska Waste about the possibility of that. There are parts of this area-wide program that I desperately do support. I would enthusiastically support a move towards expanded drop-off centers. I think that we need to do it in a more realistic way. I would very much like to see the one we've got right now, the only one we really have under city control, which is the one at Highland, expanded to a full-service transfer station. I would like us to get a firm grip on the cost there, and if you want additional stations, go out and look at what's available and then come to us with a cost that accurately reflects a site. I also am very enthusiastic about working with the schools, but I don't want to do it with here's some money, school district, you can have it to basically design a program. Instead, I'd like to look at the need and try to work with the school district to meet that need. My last point is there was some concern, I know that particularly Ms. Selcraig had, about maintaining continuing programs. And I have a little bit of frustration with that because when we recently increased garbage rates about a month and a half ago, this assembly declined to fully support the recommendation that our consultant put forth to us and instead amended it, as you recall, so that we had a flat rate for pickup truck loads, and that decreased revenue for solid waste by, I believe, about $300,000. Mark's nodding his head. I didn't support that, and it made me end up voting no on the whole darn thing because I got so frustrated with you guys. In that, if there is a strong concern to continue those programs, I'd be more than happy to go back and revisit that point so that there is funding available to do that. So I think I'm more than willing to continue working on this. Ms. Johnston and Mr. Klayman and I, we've had one real good productive meeting and then a couple of short ones and some telephone conversations back and forth. As I said, I've gotten the crash course, but at this point I have more unanswered questions than I have answered on this particular portion. So I think the additional time would be beneficial. I'm certainly more than willing to say that I'll continue to research and work on this because there's some laudatory parts of it, but it is not a prepared plan at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig.
Well, I've come to a different conclusion than Ms. Osiander. However, I have kind of been walking the same path. I originally asked a whole series of questions about this program, and I was very critical of what was proposed because the initial presentation didn't provide enough meat around the figures to really explain what each one of these items that we're considering right now is. And what I would say is that it hasn't been easy to eke out exactly what each one of these programs does. But I actually feel like I understand what they do now. And I understand what's in the ongoing programs. I understand how much is going to be spent on travel, how much is going to be spent on professional services, how much is going to be spent on Christmas tree recycling and port fees and youth litter and green building material guides and UAA Recycling Club and youth environmental actions. I've got the list. It took a while, but I have the list. So I'm pretty comfortable with the ongoing programs. At the beginning I said, isn't there somebody else out there doing this? And as you go down the drop-off sites, it became really clear to me this evening, and I came in tonight not certain on all of these, but as I listened to Smurfit's needs in terms of the growth and the role that those drop-off sites play in terms of a long-term strategy for this community, I think that it's an important element, and I understand why it may cost us money. And I also had some questions about exactly what was going on in terms of, along with Ms. Osiander, along with what's the site and How are we going to go about doing this? And it makes a lot of sense to me that we would use Heritage Land Bank land and that we would need resources to actually construct the facilities. So I am comfortable with that. In terms of public places, public spaces and recycling, we heard a lot in our work session about the importance of the Sullivan Arena and the places in the community where we have this opportunity. And it seems to me that that's part of a comprehensive program, that if we're actually going to move into recycling, we need to step into a comprehensive program, and it's an essential piece. I'm glad to see that the composting cleanup has been addressed. And the issue in terms of the school district, I think fundamentally we don't have a program at the school district because the school district has not had the money, and it couldn't be a priority because its first priority was education. And what this program does is it provides the framework and the resources for basically the school district to put together their own program. And what we heard tonight is that there are programs all over the city. And in fact, what my guess is that we have programs where kids own cars and can afford the gas, or teachers have the time and can afford the gas, or parents can put in the time. And my hunch is that there are places in the city that would love to be, there's school districts in the city or school facilities in the city that would like to be doing it, and that those resources aren't there. And so we've got this hit or miss opportunity, and what this would do is provide all the schools in the district the opportunity to participate in a program that really defines the values of the future. And that's a core part of what we're talking about here tonight. So anyhow, I could click through the details. The other thing I will say is that I want to quote Mr. Whitaker at the last meeting, who pointed out, I don't remember what we were talking about, but he pointed out that we knew more about that. We knew more about the topic that we were voting on than we did the port. And I think that's true again tonight. I think the fact is that when we voted on the port, we had a lot of good information that was solid information, but we didn't pry into the port in the detail that we're prying into this process. The same is true for our first quarter budget revisions. We looked at a lot of first quarter budget revisions. We were brought programs by this administration, and basically we asked some general questions. We didn't get down to asking every single detail. So I feel like there's a kind of a point at which we have to work with our administration. I feel like this community is ready for recycling. I came in here questioning specific things, not knowing how I was going to vote. I feel like my answers have come through the public testimony and through the information that was provided tonight. And I think if we wait in August, we'll do it in August. But the fact is that it's not going to be a comprehensive program or a real program that really is a citywide recycling program until we address all these things. And if we do it now, we allow the school district to put together a program for next fall with some timing. So I urge no vote on the postponement.
Ms. Johnston, speaking to the motion to postpone.
Yes, I urge a yes vote. And Ms. Osiander's mentioned most of the items that I was interested in. One, we've had varying answers on different questions, the site development being one. And one of the things that came out of Friday's work session was that, which makes sense, they're going to design the site work, paving, fencing, lightings, everything of the full service site development, and then they were talking about doing an RFP as far as the operation. Well, I think that kind of thing we need to explore. I mean, we need to understand, maybe we can even do an RFP for the whole site development, and just set the parameters. We don't know. The public, Ms. Selcraig brought up about the public recycling, and at the work session I asked about the opportunities of using the public recycling as a form of marketing, like it's done in many other places, and maybe the Sullivan Arena might have public recycling sponsored by ACES. Or out at the airport, some of the recycling sponsored by tour companies. And the administration said that they were interested in pursuing that, and I think we should pursue that, and I think we should include those kind of things in this whole program and look at the program holistically. As far as the school district, I was disappointed in and I'm not sure if it's a lack of buy-in by the school district, but it sounds like the school district is looking at a recycling program or looking at how to handle the recycling program. Alaska Waste is looking at working with the school district as far as recycling. I'd had a number of emails with Superintendent Como, and she was very interested, and she seemed to be not aware of what was going on. And when you have somebody with such a positive presence in the community as Superintendent Como, and she hasn't had an opportunity to buy in on the recycling program, I wouldn't want to start it until I have her on board, because as far as an educator, sometimes you don't need much more than Superintendent Como to make a program work. So for those reasons, I would like to continue to work on this. I've been trying to work diligently on this actually for 6 months, but recently with Mr. Clayman and Ms. Osiander and with the administration, I think we can have a good program up. I think the community is ready for it. My only disappointment as far as postponing it to August is one of the things by starting the curbside recycling and Alaska Waste doing the curbside recycling, we will not have the benefits of those programs and how they're working. But it doesn't mean that we can't work on the other part of the program too. But we definitely do need to postpone.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the mayor, I'd like to speak against postponement. These ordinances were brought forward to you about 7 weeks ago, and admittedly, the Assembly's been in some level of transition during that time frame. But as far as there's seldom a perfect time to bring forward a program like this in terms of the opportunity to capture the Assembly and the community's attention. So we brought this forward in good faith. Admittedly, these are new programs. There's no doubt about the fact that we don't have the same level of specificity for costs or revenue streams associated with this as we would with a general government program that had been ongoing for some period of years. I would note, however, that this is essentially the same level of information that you've been given recently on other new programs initiated by the city recently, including in the first quarter revisions that Ms. Selcraig or Dr. Selcraig referred to earlier, which, for whatever reason, the Assembly was quite comfortable moving forward on without anything close to this level of detail. We will not be able to seek bids for services or property or anything else without some indication that a program is going to move forward. We'd have no basis to issue an RFP or to conduct any sort of a solicitation to garner firm commitments from property owners or service providers without a program in place with a funding stream associated with it. That would be irresponsible of us to seek those sorts of commitments from private sector, public or private, for-profit or non-profit. So we need some level of expression of support for this from the Assembly before we're in a position to move forward and garner those commitments. Obviously, the individual spending decisions will come before the Assembly in the normal course of the city's business, individual procurements, et cetera. Second, postponement is going to directly affect the timing of the delivery of these services. The requested postponement, I believe, is essentially 3 months. I'm not sure which of the August meetings these are being postponed to, but either one is more than 3 months away from now. Essentially, the critical services that we're talking about here, the ones that are likely to make the biggest difference in terms of recycling volumes, are the additional drop-off sites and the school program. One of the advantages of initiating the school program now would be to take advantage of the summer break in terms of whatever facility issues were associated with any improvements in service delivery, as well as the access to school district leadership during a time when the schools are no longer or not in session over the summer. Second, on the additional drop-off sites, those require some level of capital construction. On the assumption that we're going to have to do some improvements to the sites, including the utility installation, fencing, perhaps paving, we're not going to be able to do that. If we don't get the go-ahead until August, those drop-off sites aren't going to be operational until next summer. So the delay that you're describing here for the program that we envision essentially means that those additional drop-off points won't happen in 2008 and probably won't happen until mid-year 2009. The public spaces programs, Ms. Osiander, Ms. Johnston are correct. We would hope to explore opportunities to get private sector sponsorship for individual public spaces and other elements of the program as well. There may be partnerships possible for elements of the drop-off sites, for elements of the school district sponsorship, et cetera. But we're not likely to know very much about that until we have some experience operating the program. And if you're going to suggest that we should have sponsorships lined up in advance, I don't think that's a realistic expectation, and I don't think that's something we'd ever be able to comply with. So by August, we won't have, or I don't think you should expect us to have individual agreements in place with potential funders. Our expectation is that we'd begin the program funded by the tipping fee, and to the extent that we could displace that with private funds, we'd make appropriate reductions in the tipping fee on a go-forward basis. The public education program, I think what you heard here today, what you heard the municipality's consultant on this subject at the initial work session 4 or 5 weeks ago, was that the single most important investment that can be made in this is in public education. I think if you were talking to the consultants, Lisa Skumatz, tonight, she would suggest that you should move forward with the public education now in anticipation of some level of additional community recycling opportunities, simply because these education programs take a while to have the desired impact. And you can't simply expect these education programs to hit the ground running. So we're actively trying to advance this. And I think the way to make a big difference in the community, the wider community, outside of the several thousand individual residences that will be touched by curbside recycling in the next 12 months, and I should make that clear, there's only several thousand that will be impacted. Of the tens of thousands of residential properties in Anchorage, only a few thousand will have access to curbside recycling over the next 12 months. We'll bring the rest of the solid waste service collection area on as fast as possible, but even that will only address approximately 20,000, 25,000 of those residences. That leaves approximately 40 to 50,000 additional residences that won't be touched by any element of the curbside program as we've currently proposed it and as you've approved it tonight. So the vast majority of the community will see no benefit to the Assembly's action this evening. There's a few thousand folks that will, and hopefully that's going to be a great success, and we appreciate the Assembly's support for that. But for everybody else in the community, there's zero impact in terms of increased recycling opportunities. So to suggest that we've addressed the need that was brought forward tonight in one of the more extensive public hearings in recent past, I would suggest that we've left most of that, if postponement occurs, and if in fact we do delay this for some period of months or years, we've left most of that need unaddressed. And I think that'll be the lasting legacy of the meeting this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Having been an attorney and a businessman, I always try to get the basics solved before I come forward with something. And I think you guys have missed the mark badly by not addressing some of these issues. There's the legal issues that have been raised relative to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. There's 2 letters from counsel in here about how that might affect us and our regulatory if we get regulated by them again, and the impacts on a private sector recycler, Alaska Waste, that started a program several months before us and even proposed doing one for the whole city a year ago. which hasn't had much play at all around here. The contracts with the transporters and the recyclers hasn't been done. We can't even guarantee that we can ship. And I read the thing today that came from the municipality that would grind to a halt. I would think you'd want to have sort of the basic elements in place before we just start spending $1,500,000 and some odd $1,000. It just seems to me you haven't done the basic things that need to be done. And finally, the school district, it's its own entity, and it needs to develop a plan that would fit well with us. And I think in 3 months, which is pretty quick, I think in 3 months you can answer those things to a much higher degree than you've answered it today. So I'm going to support the postponement because I don't think you've done the proper baseline work. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Johnston, you took yourself out? That's fine. I appreciate that. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo some of the things I think I heard Mr. Abbott say. A 3-month delay in this case is not a 3-month delay. A 3-month delay in this case is a 12 or more month delay. And, I think we heard very clearly from the public tonight that they are very much in support of the things we're talking about here tonight. And frankly, if we give them one tiny little kernel and say, look, we did great for you, and then just, axe everything else out of this, frankly, at our next meeting, they ought to be coming up here throwing their recyclables at us.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to take the opportunity. I'm going to let Randy Virgin lead in response to some of Mr. Coffey's concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Coffey, members of the Assembly. I guess I'll start with, the Alaska Waste proposals. The Assembly did consider those. I'm sorry, the administration did consider those in detail, and they involved, similar if not higher costs and an absorption of solid waste services. And there's a lot more to that story than I think that you've heard. The question about guaranteed that we can ship. I want to make clear that the memo today that mentioned grind to a halt was specific to the municipality's participation in the port fees as part of that broader shipping agreement that ALPAR orchestrates. We have done the numbers on, basically the shippers are able to donate a certain amount of capacity. And if we go above and beyond that capacity and we're charged the full freight rate above and beyond that capacity, we've looked at what that means for solid waste services and their rates to customers, and it can be built in. And we're talking about on the order of 40 cents per household to put in those freight rates. So if the statement was, we're not sure that we can handle the shipping, the response clearly is, yes, we can. And then the regulatory issues, I'd like to hear from Jim Reeves on that, but I could certainly speak to the letter from Ashburn and Mason if we don't have him available.
Mr. Reeves is here. Mr. Reeves, do you want to comment on the legal aspects that have been raised by the letter from Ashburn and Mason? I believe there's also a letter from Staley DeLucio.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I read the letter. I gathered some information about it. The preliminary reaction to the letter is that it's incorrect. It's wrong. I hesitate to get into a detailed discourse on the legal issues raised in the letter in this meeting, but I'd be happy to discuss it with you if you like.
I would just note that sometimes getting legal opinions is a little like asking for an economist to give one opinion and they say, well, on the other hand, get 3 lawyers, get 3 different opinions, and odds are at least one of them will be right, but no telling which one.
Although, Mr. Chair, on this one, we have a very strong initial reaction that it is simply incorrect.
Okay.
I don't mean to be equivocating,
no,
but I'm open-minded to learn more from Mr. Saupe.
No, I hear you as saying you strongly disagree, and he would probably strongly disagree with you. All right, Mr. Coffey.
I was going to respond, but I stick with what I say. This is not unusual to hear it this way. Thank you.
All right. I see no one else in the queue, and I know this is not going to be unanimous, so I would ask the clerk to call the roll. A no vote keeps this matter under consideration tonight. A yes vote will continue this for consideration again on August 19.
Bill Starr?
Yes.
Mike Gutierrez?
No.
Elvie Gray Jackson?
No.
Chris Birch?
Yes.
Sheila Selcraig?
No.
Harriet Drummond?
No.
Debbie Osiander?
Yes.
Patrick Flynn?
Yes.
Jennifer Johnston? Dan Coffey?
Yes.
Matt Clayman?
Yes.
Passes.
The vote passes 7-4. So that'll be taken up on August 19. I believe in light of that vote, it would be appropriate to hear a motion to reconsider
So moved.
item 14B or 13B to adjust those rates consistent with the sheet that had been passed on by Mr. Abbott. So it's been
Move to
moved,
reconsider 13B, Mr. Chairman.
and it's been seconded, I think, by Ms. Osiander or Ms. Johnston. Okay. Mr. Coffey, if you want to speak to your motion to reconsider.
Yes, I
guess
move
we have to vote first to reconsider and then take up
right.
the...
See if there's objection.
Any objection to reconsidering 13B, which will allow an adjustment of the rates to reflect the continuance of 13D? I hear and see no objection, so that motion to reconsider is approved. And so, if there's is there a motion to amend 13B?
Now that 13B is back in front of us, I would move to amend the rates based on this May 6, 2008 memorandum to Ms. Johnston and Mr. Osiander from to Mr. Abbott from Mark Malden Solid Waste Services, which we all have. Basically, it takes them down 60, 70 cents per deal. I think everybody has them in front of you. If you'd like
Does
to
the clerk
read them into the record, I will.
want to make sure the clerk has that, because
Okay. I think
it's
we all
coming
got
down.
it handed out tonight. Here's what would happen then, Mr. Chairman.
Pass that on.
The 32-gallon charge would go from $14.35 to $14. The 64-gallon charge would go from $22.95 to $22.40, and the 96-gallon charge would go from $31.55 to $30.80. Additional volume would go from $8.60 per 32-gallon increment to $8.40 per $32 increment. That's my motion.
Second.
All of us. We don't have it.
It's been moved in second. Actually, it shows Ms. Johnston seconded.
Okay.
If we could make sure that's distributed to the body. I don't have a copy. The clerk has a copy. Ms. Osiander, if you want to speak to the motion.
No, I don't need to, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I guess I'd like an explanation of the motion. I don't have a copy in front of me. Several of us don't. Could you explain the intent of the motion and what it does? Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Go ahead, Deb.
The charges were built assuming the $8 increase in tipping fee.
Right.
And all along, they've told us that it wasn't necessary for the curbside to do that. So I contacted Mr. Madden, and I believe Jennifer did too, to ask what the charges would look like if the $8 were not there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the result.
We've revised it. And my question is, will this address the ongoing needs of our existing programs at all? In other words, we have existing programs that are currently dependent on our actions that we just took that were now postponed.
Okay, this is specific to the curbside program charges. That's all that's before us. The existing program is a line item in the solid waste service budget and is, as such, is up to the administration to tell us if they think they can continue or not. But no, this doesn't address that. Only the charges for the customers in the solid waste service.
Mr. Abbott, what will the impact be on the existing programs based on our action to postpone?
That's not.
Well, I want, because it relates to this topic, because I may want to amend these numbers, or at least bring before the body the consideration to amend these numbers to also include the needs to it associated with the ongoing programs.
Mr. Abbott, I see you're in the queue, and I'll count you in here, and you can respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Selcraig, what we'll do in light of the Assembly's action tonight, we'll provide you with information within the next 10 days on what the opportunities will be to fund the so-called existing programs. As you know, the rate structure that was approved by the Assembly back in February essentially short-funded the department below what we had been budgeted for at the beginning of the year. So we'll give you a report in the next 10 days on the impacts of tonight's decision on the tipping fee change. Mr. Chairman, as it relates to Mr. Coffey's amendment, we prepared the amendment. It's technically correct. However, there are potential impacts of this. You've indicated a willingness to revisit the area-wide programs later this summer. In the meantime, our plan had been to go out to the community and begin the program that Mark Madden described earlier and begin to ask the solid waste service customers that are inside the areas that are going to get the curbside recycling in the near term, what size containers they were looking for, and begin to prepare them for this big transition that we're talking about. And one of the big pieces of information to provide them was the rate structure. If you get this size can, you pay this much. To the extent that the assemblies will continue to contemplate funding some or all of the area-wide programs that we've described earlier and that you've since postponed, you're implicitly considering another adjustment to these rates at that time. So we're going to move forward, and with whatever rate structure the Assembly passes tonight, we're going to start telling people what they can expect come October, November, when the curbside program is initiated. But there's at least going to be the risk that we're going to have to go back to them after August and say, we thought it was $14 for 32 gallons. It's really going to be $15, or whatever the impact of a potential tipping fee increase would be. So that's the only caveat I have to this. Otherwise, it's technically correct. We helped prepare the amendment. We appreciate being involved in the development of it so we could help make sure that it numerically correct. But there is some risk that we're going to be bouncing this around a little bit over the course of the year.
So I have another question for you, Mr.
Wait, you're not even in the queue. Yeah, click in. Mr. Birch, I would note, just before Mr. Birch goes, I would note that it was the general discussion I heard within the body was the expectation that as the curbside rates get applied, there was I think a general expectation on the body that they will be having to adjust that within the next 6 to 12 months, no matter what. Mr. Birch.
I'm trying to reconcile the reduction. It goes from $14.35 a 32-gallon. I mean, it only knocks off a third of a dollar per 32-gallon container, and yet we have, and looking at a third of a dollar and 12,000 customers, it's about $4,000 a week. Is that right? A couple hundred. But you're trying to make up $8 a ton. Is that was to generate $1.5 million, wasn't it?
I'm not sure who can answer the question.
The $8 a ton would have been applied over roughly 300,000 tons. That would have been the funding. This was for half a year. That would have been the impact of it. Mm-hmm. So this would have been the solid waste. What is before you today, or right now, excuse me, is an amendment that would change the collection rates for the solid waste service collection area to eliminate the impact of the additional $8 increase on the tipping fee. So yes, I think it's a sum total of it's probably $300,000 or $400,000 a year spread across all of these collection rates.
It's in the 29,000 customer collection area, or just the 12,000 area for pay-as-you-throw and curbside recycling?
It's both. So both rates require an amendment necessary to adjust.
But it's about 35 cents per single can.
I'm going to let Mark embellish or add to this.
Okay. Very simply, if you were to pass the $8 tipping fee increase, my collections utility has to pay my disposal utility to dispose of the trash they collect. So basically, that $8, if you take that out, that's what it translates into per customer in the rate structure. But it's just strictly related to what the cost of my collections utility has to pay my disposal utility, period.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I would note the time. It's 10:50. Mr. Starr.
Through the chair, for Ms. Weddleton.
Ms. Weddleton? Mr. Starr has a question for you.
Several weeks ago, there was some preliminary financials, perhaps unaudited 07 financials. What's the cash position as you know it from that? I thought there was $7.5 million in the bank. Did I not get that number correct?
Through the chair, I'm thankful that I brought them here tonight. The refuse utility has a cash balance at the end of the year of $4.1 million, and excuse the delay. The solid waste fund has a cash balance at the end of the year of $7.3 million. I can also speak about net income or the landfill liability. I have all of the financials here in front of me.
Okay, and we're still working on the IGC shortfall that was to occur, so you're really looking at an increase of revenue over last year, do you think, between now and when you can get going on those programs?
If the question you're asking is, did revenue change from 2006 to 2007, the answer is that for the solid waste fund, the revenue increased, but only by a slight margin.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Selcraig, and my apologies if I took you out of the queue, out of order.
Mr. Abbott, I'd like to clarify. I'm not sure I completely got everything you said, but it's my understanding that since we didn't approve the tipping fee, there are some costs associated with the existing programs that we're going to need to figure out how to address. And then there's also some upfront costs in terms of the delivery of the recycling program that we're going to need to address. Is that correct? Is that?
In part, yes. Certainly the existing programs are at risk, for want of a better term, and we'll be able to quantify that for you in the next 10 days, and we'll distribute that information to the entire Assembly. In terms of public education and so forth, we clearly see a benefit to initiating the public education effort associated with both curbside and other area-wide services immediately. But in light of the tipping fee, the postponement of the tipping fee ordinance, we won't be initiating that.
If we postponed the motion before us for 2 weeks, could you come back to us with those costs so that we could just do this once rather than set fees tonight and then be back to try to figure out a new way?
Unfortunately, the vehicle before you only affects the collection area's rate structure.
Okay.
So it would be inappropriate to collect from this group an area-wide service.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Birch. It's at 10:53.
I'm looking at this work session piece we had, and it said that to raise the additional $1.5 million that was identified called for an increase from $16.35 as the existing rate to about an average of $19.61, or about a $3.50 increase, or $3.26 increase. But we're only rolling it back 35 cents, which it seems like it's only a tenth of what we proposed to increase it to cover that $1.5 million. That's my confusion.
In the 2008-62, the rate increase for our residential customers that wouldn't be affected by the variable rate structure would go from 635 to 18. I'm not sure where the 19 or whatever number came from.
That was a blended rate between the 29,867 customers that are existing plus the 12,800 in the curbside recycling area.
I believe those must be the numbers that were generated by Ms. Pease, and we don't take any responsibility for those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no one else in the queue. I will ask whether anyone has any opposition to the amendment to 13B to reflect the charges listed in the memorandum dated May 6th. Hearing and seeing no objection, that amendment is approved. It's now 10:55. If the body wants to, we could take up. Yeah. Well, that's true. Is there a motion, if there someone...
Move to approve the amended B13.
Is there a second? Somebody punched, Mr. Coffey punched
Thank
in?
you. Oh, Chris got it.
Mr. Birch moved, Ms. Ms. Johnston seconded. Any opposition, any discussion, any opposition? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the 13B as amended is approved. I apologize, I see Mr. Coffey and Mr. Gutierrez have clicked in. Do you need to speak to the motion?
No.
No? Okay.
I thought I was pushing in the wrong.
You pushed the wrong button. Mr. Gutierrez, did you want to speak? I apologize
No.
for voting. Okay. I'll take you out of the queue.
No. I'd like to speak as
Oh,
soon
you
as
do want to, I'm sorry, I heard no is, I don't need to speak. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to change the order of the day to take up item 14C if we're going to get this off of our agenda. I think we can do it very quickly tonight.
That's fine. We will, is there a second to change the order of the day?
Second.
Any opposition? Hearing none, we'll take up 14C, which is a AO 2008-61, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 9, Vehicles and
Wait,
Traffic, and
reading.
Title 10, Licensing relating to tow operating licensing. Thank you for the waiver. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter, please come forward. Seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Mr. Starr clicked in before you. Mr. Starr seconded. Any discussion from the body? This will be examined by the Public Safety Committee in due course and also consult with industry as well.
Mr. Chairman, just very quickly, this is not an attempt to make this issue go away. It's to give us more time to consider the issue more thoroughly, to involve the industry in any discussion around this particular ordinance, and it is my intention to bring this to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Starr.
And just as necessary be required, I'd be happy to join in on ad hoc or expand the Public Safety Committee to take this up to partake in those discussions.
I'll just ask that we don't need to expand the committee. I will just ask Mr. Gutierrez to be sure to include Mr. Starr and make sure he's aware when the meetings are so he can participate. And with that, I see it is 11 o'clock.
I have something.
Oh,
We could do
You know,
one.
this is as to 14.
And
This
in
is
the-
as to 14C.
No, actually, it's a
Hold on. If we're not on 14C, that's what we've been talking about. Anything else on 14C? All right. Here, that's nothing. No one else. Okay. We're just about ready. But
vote.
any objection to post? Actually, we took the vote, but we'll do it again. Any objection to 14C being postponed indefinitely?
That's why I pressed and asked something else.
Hearing and seeing nothing. Okay. Dr. Selcraig, if you had one.
I believe we voted twice on that. I just
Right,
wanted-
we
in
did
the-
vote twice,
Yeah,
but I was
in the same
referring to Ms.
spirit of including Mr. Starr in the discussion about the towing, I'd like to be included in the discussion about the recycling. It's an area that I have interest in, and I would just like to be notified of when the meetings are, and I'd like to participate. Thank you.
That's fine, and I note that to the extent it wasn't clear before, I think we're treating, Ms. Johnston, we're treating as chair of that committee. So she'll keep you notified.
Thank you.
And with that, I see it is 11 o'clock.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
I hear no opposition. We are adjourned. We'll see you on the 20th.